The story revolves around the tragic life of a young girl who has been diagnosed with stomach cancer and is waiting in the hospital for her life to come to an end. One day, she decides to return home, determined not to waste her remaining days. She encounters a peculiar driver who takes her back to her apartment. However, upon arriving home, she discovers that her husband is having an affair with her best friend, plotting to cash in on her life insurance after she passes away. To make matters worse, that scoundrel of a husband even strikes her, causing her to hit her head on the edge of the table, leading to her immediate demise. Ji-won laments her overly gentle nature, having been exploited without realizing it. Fortunately, when she opens her eyes again, she finds herself transported back 10 years in time. Thus begins her plan for revenge against her ex-husband and best friend. Get ready for the powerful comeback of Ji-won, along with a new destiny and a handsome, wealthy department head. The scene opens with a gloomy atmosphere in the hospital. A sorrowful ringtone announces, "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." It is now 12:37 p.m. on April 10, 2019. The girl sits on her hospital bed, trying to call her husband, but he doesn't answer. He doesn't even bother to reply to her texts. This unfortunate soul is named King Ji-won, a young woman battling a terminal illness. The doctor has informed her that she only has a few months left to live, and her husband hasn't shown up since she was admitted to the hospital. The nurses, seeing her in distress, want to treat her with extra care. But when a nurse comes to deliver medication to Ji-won, she finds that Ji-won is nowhere to be found. It turns out she has sneaked out of the hospital to return home. Outside the hospital, cherry blossoms are in full bloom. While waiting for a taxi, Ji-won thinks to herself that it is currently springtime. As cancer cells eat away at her, the flowers bloom beautifully all around her. How envious she feels, as even when they wither, they still retain their beauty. She takes a taxi back to the apartment she shares with her husband. The driver seems concerned for Ji-won, asking her if she is in a lot of pain. "You'll be better soon," the driver reassures Ji-won. She says nothing, lost in her thoughts. It's been a long time since she's heard the local dialect in Seoul. A familiar image flashes in her mind. Ji-won recalls the happy times from before when her father was still alive. It turns out she once experienced happiness like that. The driver continued to encourage her, asking if she had ever heard the saying, "The child who died yesterday still wants to see tomorrow today." "If I were that child, I would probably think the same way." Ji-won replied, looking exhausted, that even if she had to die today, she wouldn't want to see tomorrow because nothing good would come her way anyway. The driver chuckled and asked her if something good did happen, wouldn't she be happy? The car quickly came to a stop under the apartment building. Ji-won handed the driver the fare, but he refused to take it. He told her to consider it as pocket money from her father for her outing. Good things will come her way, she will recover, earn lots of money, travel everywhere, and meet a guy who also feels like he's already dead. Today was the driver's last day on the job, and Ji-won was the final passenger he would take. He wanted her to live well and to see that money as a promise he made to her. Ji-won opened the bill and found a piece of candy inside. She smiled and agreed with the driver. As the car drove away, Ji-won stood there, silently thanking the driver. Thank you for giving her one last beautiful memory in this not-so-beautiful life. It felt truly nostalgic. Back to reality, she hurried into the building. Standing in front of the apartment door she hadn't seen in months after being in the hospital. She suddenly felt a bit hesitant. But she gathered her courage and took a deep breath. She opened the door. As soon as she stepped inside, her eyes landed on the red high heels she had gifted her best friend Summing. At that moment, she heard a man and a woman chatting in the room. Ji-won trembled as she walked closer. Gritting her teeth, she pushed the door open slightly. She saw her husband lying on the bed with her best friend. Their words were even more venomous than she expected. They were discussing how they would enjoy her life insurance payout of 500 million won after she died. Hearing this, Ji-won burst through the door, angrily demanding who gave him permission to do this. The two on the bed were immediately startled and terrified. Park Min-hwan jumped up in a panic to explain, but Ji-won was too consumed by rage to listen. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "Park Min-hwan, you dog. Did you really think I would just die like this? I will demand compensation, and spread the news to the whole company. Not only did you inform your families, but you also posted it on social media, making it impossible for you to ever lift your head again. I will make you spill everything you've received up until now." At her threatening words, Seminit turned pale with fear. Seminit panicked and rushed over, grabbing Ji-won's hand, begging her not to do this. "We're friends, after all. I'm your best friend." Ji-won laughed and shook her off. What kind of friend dates and leeches off her best friend's husband when she knows that friend is about to die? Are you even thinking about how much your best friend's life insurance is worth? Seminit, terrified, dropped to her knees, pleading with Ji-won not to tell her company and family. Ji-won asked her if, in this situation, she still thought her family and company were important. She cried, saying that those who can live must live, since you're going to die anyway. Those words ignited Ji-won's fury. And she furiously grabbed Semin's hair, wanting to kill her. Unexpectedly, Min-hwan raised his hand, slapping Ji-won hard enough to leave her dazed. Ji-won couldn't believe it, staring at him, asking if he just slapped her. He casually replied, "You can hit others, but others can't hit you. Get lost to hell already, you can't just live half-heartedly and torment the peaceful lives of others." Ji-won, feeling defeated, said, "Isn't it because of you and your family that I became like this? Your family looked down on me. I grew up without a mother, my dad died of cancer. And you took my money to invest in stocks. If I had been hospitalized sooner, maybe I could have lived. That bastard who kills, even if I die, I will drag you all down to hell with me. I absolutely will not let you die peacefully." Her words left Min-hwan both shocked and furious. He raised his hand again, and struck Ji-won hard. She was too weak to dodge. Unexpectedly, her head hit the corner of the table. Fresh blood immediately flowed out, and Ji-won fell down, unconscious. Min-hwan and Seminit saw this and didn't even care about her anymore. She still remembered the doctor's words, 3 months at the shortest, 6 months at the longest, and if a miracle happens, 10 months. But Ji-won, at 37, had passed away and could not live out that short life. Min-hwan seemed taken aback by how far things had escalated. His eyes revealed a hint of panic. The two of them were now anxiously asking each other what the next plan was. As for Ji-won, in her dying moments, she heard her father's voice. It was a call filled with love, nothing like the malicious intentions she faced now. Ji-won turned around joyfully. Her father extended a finger towards her hand. She seemed to see her father again, recalling the promises she made to him. "You must live a truly happy life in the future." She had agreed to that promise with her father back then. Her father smiled contentedly and faded away. Cherry blossom petals bloomed and fell to the ground. Suddenly, a noise jolted her awake. Someone was gently shaking Ji-won's shoulder. When she opened her eyes again, she was startled to see Assistant Jang, a colleague who had left her job 10 years ago. She was concerned, asking Ji-won if she was okay. Ji-won was a bit dazed, unsure of what was happening. She looked in the mirror and realized she was alive and looking quite youthful. What on earth is going on? The last time she opened her eyes, she had clearly been beaten by Min-hwan, hit her head on the table, and died. While Ji-won was confused and bewildered, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Ji-won picked up the familiar phone. This was the phone she used back in the day. The date displayed on the phone was April 10, 2009. She reached for her glasses, then put them on to see clearly. A thought sparked in her mind, ending a painful marriage by being killed by my husband and best friend, yet here I am back in my life 10 years ago. What is happening? Am I dreaming? Is this like a film reel of the life I always wished for before I died? Ji-won plopped down on the chair. She was puzzled about why she had returned to 10 years ago. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. That familiar voice made her heart race and her vision darken. She turned to look back. And there he was, the scoundrel Park Min-hwan, pretending to care about her, asking what she was doing out here. Noticing that her face didn't look too good, he offered to go buy her some medicine. But now, looking at that face, all she could remember was how he had once yelled at her in anger. Hatred and humiliation flooded Ji-won's being. She angrily stood up and walked away. She only regretted not being able to stay as far away from him as possible. Park Min-hwan grabbed her hand and asked, "Why are you suddenly like this?" Ji-won angrily shook his hand off, shouting, "Let go of me. Don't talk to me, and don't look at me anymore." Just then, someone called her name. "Ji-won, what's going on?" "I heard some arguing in here," the voice said, and Ji-won felt a bit panicked upon hearing it. It was Jo Se-minute, her best friend and also the green tea, who had slept with her husband. Just thinking about her face made Ji-won feel utterly nauseous. She couldn't believe that even after dying, this couple was still clinging to her. She muttered curses, "Go to hell, you scumbags." Se-minute, still clueless, asked, "What's wrong, Ji-won?" Looking at her fake expression, Ji-won was shaking with rage. She really wanted to kill her. Ji-won was filled with resentment. Just as she was about to act, Assistant Jang appeared to interrupt. Assistant Jang said the manager was looking for her and told her to hurry over. Ji-won wiped her tears away with her hand and left the place. However, she was still drowning in sorrow, wondering, where on earth am I? Why couldn't I have died a little more beautifully? In the colorful memories from 10 years ago, there was someone who always stood alone in shades of black and white, someone familiar yet so distant to her. Ji-won walked into the office. Looking at the nameplate that read Jo Jin-hyuk on the desk, Ji-won suddenly remembered. This was her superior, manager Jo Jin-hyuk from the company she had worked at 10 years ago. The tall man always wore a plain suit, never spoke unless necessary. As soon as she entered, he sternly said, "Miss King Ji-won, this is a company. I hope you can clearly distinguish between work and personal matters." He then handed her some documents and said, "If there's nothing else, you should leave work early." Ji-won noticed a handkerchief on top of the document. Jin-hyuk spoke again, advising her to manage her personal emotions to avoid affecting her colleagues. Ji-won quickly bowed her head in thanks and turned to leave. Lost in thought, she accidentally tripped over a trash can. As she stumbled forward, a pair of hands reached out. She was caught by Manager Ohm from behind. "Are you okay?" The concerned voice of the department head echoed in her ears. This was the first time Ji-won and the department head faced each other at such a close distance. Ji-won replied that she was fine, pushed the department head away, and hurriedly ran off. Jin-hyuk just silently watched her, saying nothing. After tossing the documents onto her desk, Ji-won thought to herself that she had to get out of there. Perhaps reliving this hellish time was her punishment. And she absolutely couldn't just accept it like this. She left, leaving her colleagues in shock. And in the elevator, Ji-won still couldn't believe she was back. Along with things that weren't even in her memories from her past life. What on earth did the universe want by bringing her back here? The image of the earlier moment with the department head flashed in her mind. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard someone asking. It turned out the elevator doors had opened, and her colleagues were asking if she was getting off. She quickly apologized and stepped out of the elevator. In her haste, she tripped over the elevator door. This time, it seemed no one was quick enough to catch her. She remembered that in her past life, she had also fallen in front of Jin-hyuk, and he hadn't caught her then either. Why was it like this today? At that moment, her colleagues worriedly asked Ji-won if she was okay. Ji-won, feeling all mixed up, thanked them and ran out of the company as fast as she could. This time, she didn't trip at the door. She sprinted away from that suffocating place. It wasn't until she was outside that she finally stopped to catch her breath. Ji-won gazed at the cherry blossoms blooming outside. It reminded her of the day she left the hospital. While she was still a bit dazed, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from that jerk Park Min-Hwan. Naturally, Ji-won coldly hung up on him. She snapped her phone shut and turned to head towards the bus. She still thought that maybe today was just a dream. But why was it 10 years ago? The very year she married that Park Min-Hwan. Why was this dream so strange? Just then, her phone buzzed again. It was department head Jin Hyuk, not that other guy, so she answered. On the other end, he informed her that he had sent some additional documents and reminded her to check them when she got back to work. Her mood isn't great right now, so she's just giving casual replies. Tomorrow at work, she'll check in. The department head reminded her with a line, "Tomorrow is Sunday." She apologized and hung up the phone. Ji-won wondered if tomorrow would still come for her. Suddenly, she discovered something intriguing in her pocket. She was astonished as she pulled it out to take a look. She was taken aback by the surprise unfolding right in front of her. "It's the cash and candy that I got from the driver, who took me back to the apartment." Ji-won burst into tears. It was her dad, not some magic trick or illusion. This is the final gift that her dad gave to her. You've really traveled back 10 years in time. She silently thanks her dad, vowing to live a brand new life filled with joy and happiness. Maybe her dad is hoping for that too. Over here, Park Min-Hwan at the company is glued to his phone. He called Ji-won countless times, but she just wouldn't pick up. He couldn't understand why Ji-won suddenly seemed like a completely different person, as if she were in a daze, even forgetting to grab her bag. At that moment, Jo Se-minute at the table across was curiously asking him if he had been able to get in touch with Ji-won. Min-Hwan sighed and said it wouldn't do. Ji-won must be dealing with something upsetting. He planned to clock out and go find Ji-won, plus he needed to bring her bag back too. Seeing this, Se-minute suggested that after work, the two of them should swing by the chicken joint that Ji-won loves to grab some takeout for her. She's sure Ji-won will totally dig it. Min-Hwan happily agreed to Se-minute. At this moment, the department head in the back voiced his annoyance, saying, "Park Min-Hwan. If you're still in the work zone, it's time to keep your eyes on the prize." The boss's words instantly had the two scrambling to apologize. Back at her seat, Se-minute pulled out her phone. It's filled with all the messages that Se-minute sent to Ji-won, but she hasn't read yet. The innocent face, now filled with resentment, "Can Ji-won, is he really ignoring my messages? Today outside, it's a sun-soaked day full of bright vibes." Ji-won returned to her room, and as she entered her password, she suddenly remembered. The password is Park Min-Hwan's birthday. I gotta switch it up right away. She switched it up in a snap. Then, swing open the door and step inside. The familiar house appeared before me. But as soon as she opened the door and stepped inside, the first thing Ji-won saw was. Yet, it turns out to be two photos of her together with Min-Hwan and Se-minute. Next to it is a plush duck bear. She remembered back when Se-minute bought that stuffed bear and called it their friendship token. She used to say whatever she liked, Se-minute liked too. Little did she know that what Se-minute liked included her boyfriend as well. Looking back, all the guys she had a crush on ended up confessing to Jo Se-minute. But now, she couldn't care less about those things. For Ji-won, money was the priority now. She tossed the two photos and the stuffed bear into the trash. After that, Ji-won went into her room to dig out her savings book. Money was something she needed more than ever. Ji-won thought she should have taken advantage of her living days. She should have memorized some numbers to hit the jackpot. Right now, she had to pay off her bank debts and start making money. Suddenly, she remembered. Back then, Park Min-Hwan had a knack for making any stock he touched soar. She could leverage that to her advantage. It was a once-in-a-lifetime money-making opportunity. Just then, her phone buzzed. It was a message from Min-Hwan, saying he would bring her fried chicken and chat for a bit. Ji-won was a bit surprised. What? Fried chicken? She had always found it nauseating when he mentioned fried chicken. Why was he suddenly offering to buy it for her? She decided she needed to move out. But first, she had to deal with those two people. She texted Min-Hwan back, setting up a meeting with him and Saminit at the bar near her place. Park Min-hwan was taken aback when he received such a short message from her. What on earth was going on that made her act like this? Seeing him glued to his phone, his boss Jo Jin-hyuk reminded him to finish the report he was assigned. Min-hwan just dropped his phone and handed over the report to his boss. However, his report still got picked apart by his boss, and he could only bow his head in apology. Jin-hyuk coldly reminded him to focus on his work. The office wasn't a place for him to do homework. He needed to redo it and submit it again. With that, he tossed the report onto the table. Park Min-hwan was furious but could only mutter under his breath, Jin-hyuk, that guy only got his position through connections. Jo Saminit across the table winked and handed him a note inviting him to grab drinks after work. He thought to himself that Saminit really had a way of brightening people's moods. Her actions were just so adorable. Min-hwan rewrote another note telling Saminit that Ji-won had invited everyone to hang out after work for a drink near her place. Jo Saminit sweetly smiled in agreement, but inside she was fuming, silently cursing Ji-won for ignoring her messages. Park Min-hwan wanted to go down and tidy up the car first. He figured Ji-won was already used to his messy car, but Saminit was different. In moments like this, he realized Ji-won didn't act like a typical girl at all. As for Ji-won, she was standing in front of her wardrobe. She couldn't believe that 10 years ago she had no idea how to dress. Everything she owned was just the same old button-up shirts, looking so outdated. It seemed she hadn't even put on makeup once, always tying her hair in a ponytail. And wearing those oversized glasses that totally hid her beauty. Since today was the last party with her boyfriend and best friend, she couldn't go out looking like this. Ji-won picked up her curling iron and plugged it in. At that moment, her phone buzzed with a new message. Because it was resting on the edge of the table, the phone fell to the floor. Ji-won reached down to pick it up, but just as she was about to touch the phone, she suddenly froze. She recalled a memory from the past when she was sitting at her vanity. After turning on the curling iron, a message came in, and the phone dropped to the floor. When she bent down to pick it up, she accidentally got her hand caught in the cord, causing the curling iron to fall and burn her wrist. Learning from her past experience, she carefully picked up the phone. And this time, her wrist was perfectly fine. This made Ji-won believe that fate could be changed. On her phone was a message from Min-hwan saying he was on his way. And he had a gift for her too, a gift, huh? Ji-won rummaged through her memories. That day, Min-hwan and Saminit had brought beer and fried chicken. Back then, she hadn't realized how well those two clicked together. Suddenly, Ji-won came up with a plan. She thought about how to get back at these two. If they liked each other so much, she would let Jo Saminit marry Park Min-hwan in her place. Ji-won arrived at the bar early to wait for the other two. She hadn't taken more than a few sips when she heard someone calling her name. Min-hwan and Saminit, the lovey-dovey couple, arrived together. Saminit cheerfully suggested she would treat everyone to drinks today. Park Min-hwan explained that Saminit came here out of concern for her. Saminit asked Ji-won how she was doing, pretending to be concerned. Ji-won couldn't stand her fake worry and casually replied just to get it over with. She ordered food and asked the other two if they wanted anything else. Park Min-hwan asked Saminit if she could eat that dish, suggesting they order something different. She just smiled and said she liked everything Ji-won liked. Ji-won noticed the earrings Saminit was wearing. Saminit had given her a pair just like them, and Ji-won had worn them without realizing they didn't suit her at all. In front of Ji-won, Saminit chatted with Min-hwan without a care in the world. Park Min-hwan remarked that he was surprised the two were such close friends since they looked so different from each other. Saminit winked and said Ji-won had no friends growing up, so she always clung to her. Because she was petite, she could only wear clothes like that. Then she turned to Ji-won and said she was as big as a giant, expressing her jealousy. Saminit was crossing the line more and more. She placed her hand in Min-hwan's hand. She exclaimed that his hand was so big, almost like Ji-won's. Saminit laughed and said she wanted to be like Ji-won, a beautiful giant, standing in front of the demon bin Mig, while Ji-won calmly sipped her drink. Then Ji-won spoke up, hinting that their portions were the same, asking what Saminit was doing while she was growing up like this. Saminit felt a bit flustered and quickly changed the subject, raising her glass with Minute Hwan. The three of them toasted to their first time drinking together. Ji-won really didn't want to clink glasses with that couple. She silently watched how fake the two were going to be. The boneless chicken was served, and Saminit exclaimed it looked gross. Minute Hwan asked her if she just said she liked it. She replied that if Ji-won liked it, then everyone must like it, right? She complimented Ji-won, saying she ate really well, it must be delicious. Ji-won calmly exposed her, reminding her that she had called for chicken last time they ate together, and even ordered 3 bottles of soju. Samin's face turned awkward as she forced a smile and asked if she really did that. At that moment, the staff brought out the fish cake soup. Suddenly, a drunken man stumbled by behind them, causing the server to spill the hot soup everywhere. It splashed all over Ji-won's hand, and she hugged her burned hand while the server quickly apologized, rushing off to get some ice and ointment for her. Saminit asked Ji-won if she was okay, reaching out to check her injury. But Ji-won pushed her hand away. Saminit was utterly shocked. Ji-won coldly stood up, saying she was going to the restroom for a bit. She anxiously rinsed the burn under cold water. Her mood was terrible as she thought about the continuous coincidences. Remembering how she didn't fall in the office this afternoon, but still tripped at the elevator stairs. This burn wound was eerily similar to the one caused by a hair straightener 10 years ago. Could it be that in this lifetime, she still couldn't escape marrying that jerk Minute Hwan? Is it true that what's meant to be will be? Turning off the tap. Ji-won was determined not to let that happen. Returning to the dining table, Saminit was still using alcohol to act out. She was getting more brazen, pretending to be cute in front of Minute Hwan. Ji-won knew all too well that she was putting on a show, 1 drink and she'd be flushed, while Saminit could handle 3 or 4 bottles without breaking a sweat. However, Ji-won didn't bother to expose her. Suddenly, Saminit asked Minute Hwan what he liked about Ji-won. Minute Hwan smiled, praising Ji-won for being kind, smart, and very capable, saying she was a great match for him. Saminit chimed in, nodding in agreement, saying he had a good eye for people. Ji-won silently scoffed. The two of them were such a perfect match in their act. Saminit smiled cutely, opening her mouth to ask Ji-won for a piece of fish cake. Ji-won's expression turned icy as she stuffed a huge piece into Samin's mouth, making her choke. She activated her acting skills, asking if she was okay. "I told you to eat slowly, you seem pretty tipsy. Let me call a taxi for you to head home." Saminit refused, hurriedly explaining that she wasn't drunk at all. At that moment, Ji-won forcibly pulled her up to leave. She boldly pushed her into the taxi. As soon as the door closed, the car sped away. Ji-won felt she had been so cowardly in the past. Clearly, she could have easily kicked Saminit out like this, yet she had lived like a fool, letting her bully her. Minute Hwan sat in the cafe, regret. Feeling so happy when Saminit was around. Ji-won was never that charming. Ji-won returned to her seat, and Minute Hwan still asked about Saminit. He even complimented Samin's cuteness in front of Ji-won. Ji-won didn't care, telling him to drink more since tomorrow was the weekend anyway. While pouring the wine, she accidentally splashed it onto her own glasses. To give Minute Hwan a heads up, she deliberately took off her glasses right in front of him. He was dazzled, praising Ji-won for looking stunning without her glasses. He advised her to go for eye surgery. Ji-won smiled and said she was weighing her options, whether to wait for a raise or dive into buying stocks. She asked Minute Hwan if he could give her a little lesson on stocks. As soon as stocks were mentioned, Minute Hwan perked up with excitement. When it comes to stocks, he could talk endlessly like a never-ending blockbuster. After finishing their meal, as Minute Hwan was driving Ji-won home, she thanks him for bringing the bag back to her. Little did she know, he took the initiative to plant a sweet kiss on her forehead, wishing her a good night. Ji-won suppressed her disgust, urging him to hurry back. After stepping into the house, she slumped onto the sofa, feeling utterly drained. The phone is playing a recording of Minute Huan talking about stocks. Ji-won flashed a satisfied smile. This compensation will be received in full, not a single penny short. The next morning, Ji-won texted Minute Huan saying she was still feeling tired and would be staying home to rest, promising to reschedule their date for another time. Then she lost interest. Clap the phone shut and stash it in your pocket. Ji-won strolled into the bookstore. You want to grab some guidebooks on stocks. She stood there, contemplating for quite a while. But the book is packed with so much industry jargon that she just can't wrap her head around it. Ji-won is still on the hunt for some more basic reads. She spotted a book up there that looked pretty straightforward. But reaching up to grab it was just out of my grasp. What kind of book is stacked so high? I'm already over 1.7 meters tall and still can't reach it. How is anyone else supposed to grab it? Suddenly, a hand reached out, helping her grab that book. Ji-won turned around and thanked that person. But it was a surprise when she discovered that the person who borrowed the book for her was none other than the department head, Jin-hyuk. He held the book in his hand and curiously asked her if she was planning to quit her job. Ji-won was truly taken aback by that question. She stammered and was at a loss for words. Jin-hyuk calmly asked her if she was considering quitting her job. Ji-won perked up, reaching out to grab the book. She told him she wasn't planning to quit her job. She explained that she had noticed Park Minute Huan getting into stock investments and was thinking about trying her hand at it with him. Little did she know, Jin-hyuk's expression turned sour. She thought to herself, why on earth did she run into the department head here? And why did she have to provoke him? She made up an excuse that she had already picked out her books and wanted to leave early. But Jin-hyuk suddenly asked if she was planning to meet Park Minute Huan. Ji-won forced a smile and said she wouldn't be meeting Park Minute Huan today. Plus, could he keep their meeting here a secret from the other staff? Jin-hyuk asked why he should do that. Ji-won hesitated and explained that she had told Minute Huan she was sick. He asked if she was really unwell, and she just smiled, saying she was perfectly fine. It was just the weekend, and she wanted to be alone for a bit. Jin-hyuk seemed about to say something, but when Ji-won asked, he said it was nothing. He turned as if looking for a book on the shelf and told her to head home, saying they would see each other at the office tomorrow. Ji-won prepared to leave. She was still thinking that he seemed to have something to say. Suddenly, he glanced up and complimented her earrings, saying they suited her well, unlike the previous pair. Ji-won was taken aback. Those earrings were likely the ones Minute had given her as a friendship token. In her memory, the department head had also mentioned that the previous earrings didn't suit her. She politely bowed to thank him and asked to leave first. For some reason, she felt a strange discomfort in her heart. She didn't notice the department head watching her thoughtfully from behind. The next day, after arriving at work, Ji-won looked at the clock, which showed just past 7. And the office was completely empty. She sighed, realizing this was the first time she had come to work so early. Suddenly, she spotted Jin-hyuk, who had been there for who knows how long. Curiously, she walked over to him. She saw he was sitting with his eyes closed, looking like he was in a deep sleep. She pulled the curtain shut, commenting that if he was tired, he could have come in a bit later. She stared at him, realizing his skin looked even better up close like this. He looked just as handsome without his glasses. Jin-hyuk suddenly opened his eyes. He was surprised to see her standing so close and asked if she was really at work this early. Ji-won jumped a little. She laughed and replied that she was making up for leaving early last Friday. Then she returned to her desk. Fire up the computer. She recalled what Park Minute Huan had said about the pharmaceutical company GE. Right now, the stock is priced at 8,000 kwon. If I remember correctly, this stock is set to pass the review soon. In a month, the price will skyrocket sixfold. Now is the perfect time to cash in on some investments. Because she was so focused, she didn't notice the boss had sneakily crept up behind her. He said it was convenient to grab breakfast, so he got her coffee and a morning meal. Ji-won hesitated, instinctively preparing to decline. But suddenly she paused, thinking that if she wanted to change, she should stop this habitual rejection right away. She decided to flash a bright smile and thank the manager. "Thanks for treating me to food." From now on, she would embrace life and welcome the care of others. Jin-hyuk furrowed his brow in silence, as if taken aback by something. Then he turned and told her to keep working before walking away, leaving Ji-won feeling bewildered. Did he just blow up? It's true that they are closer, but she still can't quite grasp his character. She turned back to look at the computer. Forget about what just happened, there's something way more important going on right now. It's 8:23 a.m., and she just finished the breakfast that the boss picked up for her. Then dive into the stock market with a sprinkle of fun. She started investing in the stocks of GE Pharmaceuticals. In total, she snagged 2,500 shares, investing her 20 million kwon like a true stock market superstar. Then Assistant Jang arrived at the company, ready to steal the spotlight. Department head Kim also showed up and chatted with the manager in the meeting room. Next up is the dynamic duo of the handsome guy and the green tea, who just so happened to bump into each other right outside the company gate. Seminit casually asked why Ji-won arrived so early, but she coldly replied that at the office, she should call her assistant Kang. Seminit shyly apologizes to Ji-won. Minute Hwan on the sidelines disagreed, saying that no matter what, they were still best buddies. No need to be so stiff like that. Ji-won didn't look at him, still focused on her computer, as she told him he should pay more attention while at the office. Minute Hwan seemed oblivious to Ji-won's unusual behavior. He chuckled and inquired why she was sipping on an Americano today, instead of her go-to cappuccino. Ji-won kept a straight face, sipping her coffee as she mentioned that this was a gift from her boss. 10 years ago, she was all about sweet treats like cappuccinos. While the boss was the only one who enjoyed the bitter notes of an Americano. No matter how bitter it gets, she still prefers sipping on an Americano. What does someone like Park Min-hwan even have to say about that? Ji-won stood up, pretending to stroll past Park Min-hwan's desk. He was currently in the peak phase of stock acquisition, and she wasn't about to let him rake in all the profits alone. Ji-won glanced at Park Min-hwan's computer screen. She saw him selling shares of GE Pharmaceuticals. She was taken aback. Why on earth was he selling at this moment? Could it be that the future had changed? What on earth was his reasoning for selling? Those shares would skyrocket fivefold in a month. What was going on? The only fate she wanted to change was her own. 10 years ago, he invested in GE Pharmaceuticals, and the profits had multiplied. But why? Why had she just seen him sell a total of 3,500 shares? Why was this happening right after she bought those shares? Ji-won bit her lip, completely puzzled by Park Min-hwan's calculations. Suddenly, Min-hwan asked her what was wrong, startling Ji-won. She forced a smile and said it was nothing, reminding him that the stock price of GE Pharmaceuticals was on the rise. Park Min-hwan shrugged it off, saying he had already made a bit of profit, so he sold everything. Just last weekend, he had caught wind of some favorable news. There were whispers that MW Technology would partner with ED Electronics, and he was sure it would explode soon. While Park Min-hwan rambled on about the intel he had gathered, Ji-won was lost in thought. About a company even someone as clueless about stocks as her knew well. After introducing a new technology in mobile phones, the stock price of that company had skyrocketed in no time, only for the CEO to flee abroad a month later, causing massive losses for investors. But why was he planning to invest in such a company? After grabbing the documents, Park Min-hwan winked at her, saying he was sharing that news with her alone, so she shouldn't tell anyone. He left, leaving Ji-won deep in thought. If things that never happened in the past were to occur, then a different future would change. This meant the futures of those involved would also shift. She rolled up her sleeve to check the time. If the events from the past were to unfold, Could it be said that she had snatched away someone's luck? She had to try to find out, but how should she go about it? Minute Huan returned to his desk. Ji-won approached and asked if he wasn't going to have lunch. He replied that he was just about to go eat now. She smiled and told him she was also planning to grab a bite, asking if he wanted to join her. Moments later, Ji-won, Park Minute-hwan, and Seminit stood in front of the elevator. Seminit cheerfully remarked that it seemed like this was the first time the three of them were having lunch together at the office. Park Minute-hwan was surprised and asked why she was inviting them to lunch today. Didn't she usually avoid having others gossip about her love life at work, so they had never eaten together before? Just a moment ago, she had been laughing and inviting him to join her, yet Ji-won remained pensive and silent. Seminit, noticing her silence, asked if Ji-won had just bought that shirt, saying she had never seen her wear it before. She smirked and said the shirt looked great on her, really suited her. Ji-won merely smirked back, thanking her. She was thinking that in just a moment, the white shirt she had just been complimented on would be drenched in soup, turning it into a filthy mess. In the company cafeteria, the three of them were standing in line to choose their meals. Jo Seminit cheerfully told the chefs that she loved kimchi soup, so they should give her a generous serving. The chef happily obliged, serving her a full bowl of kimchi soup. While she smiled and thanked the chef, Ji-won next to her coldly said she only needed a little soup. After getting their food, she and Seminit went ahead to find a table to sit at. Seminit, carrying a heaping plate of rice, pretended to look around for a table. Ji-won silently counted down the seconds, preparing for the moment when Seminit would spill that soup all over her. She noticed Seminit smiling mischievously, then suddenly turned around, pretending to smile at Ji-won, intending to dump the entire bowl of soup all over her. Ji-won had anticipated this, so she swiftly dodged to the side. And as everyone could see, Park Minute-hwan, standing behind, caught the full brunt of the food that Jo Seminit intended to throw at Ji-won. He turned pale, speechless. Jo Seminit babbled apologies, confused as to why he was standing there. She was in a panic, unsure of what to do. Park Minute-hwan forced a smile and said it was fine, thankfully the soup wasn't too hot. But deep down, he was lamenting the loss of his shirt worth over $1,000,000, trying not to lose his cool because it was Seminit. On the flip side, Seminit was asked if she got burned. She said she was fine, claiming she didn't see Ji-won, which is why she turned back and accidentally spilled soup all over him. Ji-won stood to the side, watching the two people checking in on each other. With a frosty expression, she told Jo Seminit to stop lingering around and hurry up to grab some tissues. Surprised, Seminit pointed at herself and asked if she really had to go get them. Ji-won casually remarked, "You spilled it all over them, so if it wasn't you, then who else could it be?" She set the tray down on the table, then turned around to go grab something. Now Ji-won turned to ask if Park Minute-hwan was okay, pretending to lament that this was his favorite shirt, making sure Jo Seminit, who was walking ahead, could hear. This was the very shirt she gifted him on their one-year anniversary. Jo Seminit stormed off with a twisted expression, fuming as she grabbed a tissue. When she brought the tissue back, Park Minute-hwan was nowhere to be found. Ji-won simply mentioned that he had gone to the restroom. "You should just chill and sit tight while I go wash my hands." In the restroom, while Ji-won was washing her hands, you could hear someone calling from the next room. Ji-won paused for a moment, turning back to ask if the person calling her was indeed talking to her. The person in there said they wanted to ask her for a favor. Ji-won instantly gets it, knowing what the person inside is craving. She quickly reassured the person inside, saying she would be right there with it in a moment. The people inside were all buzzing with gratitude for her. Later, Ji-won brought some goodies to the girl inside the room. Make sure to bring an extra shirt for her to avoid any awkward moments. The girl could only express her heartfelt gratitude to Ji-won, lucky to have Ji-won by her side. If not, she wouldn't know how to play the game. When she opened the door, seeing Ji-won made the girl genuinely happy, showering her with endless thanks. The girl is phoneless and hasn't had a bite to eat yet. This place is kind of a ghost town, and I'm worried I might get stuck here, which is giving me some serious anxiety vibes. So it turns out that girl is Hai-jin, who started working with Jung Se-minute a month ago. Hai-jin is still smiling and thanking Ji-won a lot. She mentioned that there were people who came before, but when she asked for their help, they all just ghosted her and didn't lend a hand. Ji-won asked Hai-jin if she wanted to grab a bite together since she hadn't eaten yet. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she instantly agreed. Two people were chatting away as they made their way back to the cafeteria for a bite to eat. Se-minute is having a lively chat with Park Min-hwan about how she's always ready to lend a helping hand. Since childhood, she's been super busy worrying about Ji-won. Then I mentioned how Ji-won wasn't really the social butterfly back in school, just to fill him in. Park Min-hwan praised her, saying she truly is a good person. Se-minute is trying to reclaim her image in front of Park Min-hwan. Just recalled that 10 minutes ago, she went to the restroom to grab some tissues for him. She yanked the paper angrily because Ji-won was just staring at her, making a complete fool of himself. If it were before, Ji-won would have automatically brought tissues, so why has she suddenly been acting like someone else lately? Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, calling out to see who was outside, hoping to get her assistance. She was already fuming over the earlier incident, and now someone was asking her for some ridiculous favor, making her face scrunch up in annoyance. Just ignored the question and dramatically swung the door open, stepping outside. But right now, she's bringing up the time I helped someone stuck in the bathroom. Tell Park Min-hwan to win his favor. Just when the fun was getting started, Ji-won made a comeback. Next to her was Hai-jin, carrying a plate of food. She smiled at Se-minute and asked what they were chatting about. Se-minute was flustered when she saw Hai-jin arrive. Hai-jin cheerfully greeted her and Park Min-hwan, and everyone was on board with having another person join the group. So Ji-won cheerfully invited Hai-jin to take a seat across from her. Hai-jin happily agreed and wished everyone a delicious meal. Se-minute was feeling really uneasy right now. Why was Hai-jin so confident when they were the same age? Was it just because of that face? Park Min-hwan sat next to them, asking how Ji-won and Hai-jin suddenly became so close without him even knowing. Hai-jin cheerfully mentioned that Ji-won had just helped her out with a few things. Then she noticed his shirt was stained and asked if he was okay, since the shirt looked quite pricey. Park Min-hwan just smiled and said it was no big deal, just a shirt after all. Ji-won listened, gripping her chopsticks tightly. The gift she had given him, and he treated it so lightly. Jo Se-minute switched up the topic, saying Hai-jin must be really hungry. How can a girl possibly eat that much? But Hai-jin didn't care. She just thought that if she wanted to achieve something big, whether she was a girl or a boy, she had to eat a lot, just like her grandfather said. Se-minute pretended to laugh and said, "Your grandfather must have done something really grand, huh?" However, Hai-jin seemed oblivious to the jab, munching away while sharing stories about her grandfather selling bean sprouts, tofu, and even kimchi soup. Se-minute looked down on her, realizing it was just selling those side dishes. Ji-won, on the side, was surprised, wondering if Hai-jin was genuinely kind or just clueless. After everyone finished eating, Park Min-hwan said he had to leave early, and Ji-won mentioned she would go grab some coffee, asking the two if they wanted anything. Hai-jin immediately offered to go buy it herself. Ji-won declined, suggesting they could go together another time, saying she couldn't let a junior treat her since she was a senior. Jo Se-minute then linked arms with Ji-won, asking her to get her a hot cappuccino, acting all grateful. Ji-won subtly shook her off and turned to Hai-jin, asking what she wanted to drink. Hai-jin smiled and said she wanted an iced Americano, promising to treat Ji-won next time. Ji-won smiled back, telling them to go ahead, she would catch up later, then turned and walked away coldly. Se-minute awkwardly waved goodbye to Ji-won. Then she turned to Hai-jin, pointing at the jacket she was wearing, asking if it belonged to Ji-won. When did you get so close to G1? You two have never even talked at the company, but here you are together at the cafeteria. It's quite surprising. Hi Jin, while pressing the elevator button, explained that she had just happened to get stuck in the restroom, and G1 helped her out. She even lent her a jacket. That was enough for G1 to be her savior. Saminat was taken aback, realizing that the person stuck in the restroom earlier was Hai Jin. She worried whether Hai Jin recognized her voice from before. She covered her mouth and laughed, saying G1 just liked to meddle in other people's business. She only does that for strangers. She warned Hai Jin not to trust G1 too much since she had known her for a long time. She claimed she was just looking out for Hai Jin by saying all this. Hai Jin, on the side, coldly remarked that it was actually Saminat who was meddling in other people's affairs, and if she liked to meddle so much, why didn't she speak up earlier to say she didn't want to help someone stuck? With that, Hai Jin stepped into the elevator, completely ignoring Jo Samin's stiff expression. Hai Jin pressed the close button, casually asking if she wasn't coming in. And just like that, she went up. Jo Saminat stood frozen in place, panic gripping her, as she realized Hai Jin had recognized her voice. Knowing all the lies she had spun. If these rumors spread throughout the company, what would she do? Suddenly, the voice of manager Kim rang out from behind, asking Saminat what she was doing standing there. She quickly hatched a plan to use him to get Hai Jin out of the company before her secrets were exposed. Saminat tossed her hair, smiling at the manager, complimenting his beautiful tie. He chuckled and said he would only wear that tie to work, praising her for making the company feel more vibrant. He rambled on about how the female employees in the office were quite dull, while Saminat was not only beautiful, but also feminine. Saminat giggled, saying she had been feeling a bit tired lately, but his words were like a boost of energy for her. Hearing this, he became flustered, worried about what was bothering Saminat. Assuring her he would help her sort it out. Saminat pretended everything was fine, deliberately trying to elicit his sympathy. She sidled closer to manager Kim, whispering in his ear, asking if he would like to go out for drinks after work to chat with her. Meanwhile, G1 was ordering drinks at the cafe. And while waiting for her order, she suddenly remembered that the manager hadn't gone out for lunch. So, she ordered some snacks for him as well. She thought about how the future had changed, with Park Min-hwan selling off all his most valuable shares. And how Jo Saminat had spilled soup on Min-hwan's shirt instead of her own, meaning she could snatch away someone else's luck. G1 smiled softly, imagining that assumptions could become reality, and reality would inevitably become the norm. If one could foresee the future, would that create a better world than before? In this life, she was determined not to let anyone take away anything that belonged to her. After grabbing her coffee, G1 headed back to her office. Surprised to find no one had left yet. She glanced over at manager Jin Hyuk's desk, taking soft steps closer to him, where Jin Hyuk was peacefully napping in his chair. G1 just wondered if he used to sleep this much too. As she spoke, she placed the cereal cup she bought for him on the table. She softly urged him to drink it. He looked perfectly fine in the morning, but now he seemed really exhausted. Suddenly, a hand grabbed hers. It turned out to be Park Min-hwan. He was furious, glaring as he pulled her along with him. G1 was taken aback and yanked her hand away from him. She shouted at him, demanding he let go of her. Then a large hand yanked Park Min-hwan's hand away. It was none other than manager Jin Hyuk, who had woken up at some point and was now glaring at Min-hwan. Park Min-hwan stammered when he saw Jin Hyuk. G1 was also stunned to see Jin Hyuk coming to her aid. He had a serious expression as he asked Park Min-hwan what he was trying to do. After recovering from his shock, Park Min-hwan retorted that he wasn't doing anything. He just wanted to have a private chat with G1. Jin Hyuk wasn't backing down either, stating that even though it was lunchtime, this place still belonged to the company, and if there were private matters to discuss, they could wait until after work. The two were exchanging heated words, sparks flying everywhere, while G1 grimaced. She was still in disbelief. Jin Hyuk then turned to grab the cup of water she had left on the table and thanked her for the drink. After that, he turned and walked away, leaving Ji-won deep in thought, wondering why the manager had helped her earlier. Maybe he was just annoyed that someone disturbed him while he was sleeping. When she suddenly turned around, she found Park Min-hwan gritting his teeth, glaring at her. He mumbled that they would talk after work. Ji-won shivered, feeling scared at his expression. It reminded her of the time he had yelled at her when she suggested a divorce. He said her existence made his life miserable, and marrying her was just out of pity. How dare someone like her suggest a divorce, he had said with a fierce demeanor. Thinking about that made her tremble all over. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on her shoulder from behind. Thankfully, it was Assistant Jang. She smiled and asked Ji-won if they could talk for a moment. Then Assistant Jang brewed her a cup of peppermint tea to help her unwind. She kindly asked Ji-won if something was bothering her. Earlier, she noticed Ji-won's face looked pale, and Ji-won simply replied it might be due to overworking herself. Assistant Jang chuckled, saying it was because Ji-won worked too hard, and suggested she take a break now and then. After having her baby, she prioritized her own health. Ji-won suddenly remembered. Assistant Jang had returned to work not long after her maternity leave, but soon resigned. She worriedly asked if Jang was doing okay these days. Jang replied that she was fine, just a bit anxious because team leader Kim wouldn't leave her alone. He used the excuse that he had to endure hardships while she was on leave, so now he treated her like a workhorse. She added that she was lucky to have talented colleagues like Ji-won, which allowed her to learn a lot. Then she playfully told Ji-won not to suffer in silence. Whenever she felt tired, she should just let Jang know because they were colleagues. At that moment, she brewed Ji-won another warm cup of tea just like this one. Ji-won held the cup tightly. Bowing her head shyly, she thanked Assistant Jang, wondering why she hadn't realized 10 years ago that such a wonderful colleague was by her side. As they finished their tea and headed back to the office, they ran into Jin. She was still smiling and thanked Ji-won for buying her coffee. Assistant Jang also inquired about how Jin was doing with her internship. Jin cheerfully replied that everything was going great, with plenty of seniors offering help. Then she turned to ask about Assistant Jang's child, wondering if she had grown a lot by now. Assistant Jang happily showed them pictures of her daughter, and the three of them chatted animatedly. Although Assistant Jang still felt sad about having to send her little one away, while she was still so young, she knew she had to work hard to provide for her child. While the three were engrossed in looking at pictures of Jang's daughter, Suminat and team leader Kim returned to the office. At that moment, Ji-won and the others noticed the two of them. Everyone's demeanor changed, scattering to their own tasks. Even as Suminat returned to her desk, she wondered what everyone had been huddled together discussing that had them laughing so much. Could it be that they were talking about her? Then she glanced over at Ji-won, frowning and thinking, no way, could she really be chatting and laughing with someone else like that? How could that even be possible? Before long, it was time to clock out. The manager stood up and said everyone had worked hard, so finish up your tasks and log off. Everyone got up, tidied their things, and said their goodbyes, promising to see each other tomorrow. Ji-won anxiously left her desk. She worried whether Park Min-hwan was following her. Manager Jin Hyuk quietly watched her retreating figure from behind. Ji-won entered the restroom. She nervously checked her phone for the message Jo Suminat had just sent her. She mentioned she had something to take care of and left early. Scrolling down, she saw a message from Park Min-hwan, saying he was waiting for her at the company entrance and to call him when she came out. She had been in there for 20 minutes, he must have left by now, right? Ji-won stood up, trying to encourage herself not to be scared anymore. After all, she wasn't the gullible girl she used to be. If she wanted to avoid another stroke of bad luck, she had to start by changing herself. As she stepped outside, she immediately ran into the manager. He wondered why she was just now finishing up. Ji-won was surprised he hadn't left yet either. He simply replied that he had some business in the management department, which was why he was still there. The conversation ended, and Ji-won pressed the elevator button. The elevator doors opened, and the two stepped inside in silence. Ji-won was still very anxious. What if Park Min-hwan was still waiting for her? She absolutely did not want to run into him. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk suddenly spoke up, saying if it was convenient, he could give her a ride home since they were leaving at the same time. Once they reached the car, Jin-hyuk asked where she lived. Ji-won couldn't bring herself to look at him, saying her place was in a quieter area, but he could just drop her off nearby. As Ji-won fumbled around, she noticed a designer lipstick by the car door. So, the manager had a girlfriend already. Actually, that wasn't too surprising. As the car approached the checkpoint to exit, Ji-won spotted Park Min-hwan still waiting at the door for her. He was leaning against a car, staring intently at his phone. As the school van rolled by, he suddenly looked up, his curiosity piqued. Ji-won was in the car, feeling tense as she raised her hand to shield her face, fearing he might catch a glimpse of her. The car glided smoothly past Min-hwan. Ji-won was taken aback as she gazed at Jin-hyuk. He explained himself, noticing how she kept covering her face with her hands. She softly replied with a thank you, her heart whispering a sigh of relief, almost had a drama unfolding there. Later, Jin-hyuk escorted her all the way home, stepping up to open the door for her. "Goodbye and see you tomorrow, superstar." She shyly greeted him back and then made her way to open the door to her room. Jin-hyuk stayed behind to watch for a moment. I saw her head up to the room before I hopped into the car. Until she spotted her room lit up. A call just came through, and on the other end was a girl's voice asking why he hasn't clocked out yet. She wondered what was going on since he's been so distracted lately. He just casually said, "I can't make it today, so you'll have to handle things on your own." Without giving the girl a chance to react, he hung up the phone. The car sat quietly parked outside Ji-won's place. Meanwhile, Jo Se-minute is having a drink with the head of the team, Kim. Her expression was one of pure discontent, secretly blaming the cheap, cloying scent of his cologne that clung to her like an unwanted sidekick. While King Ji-won is out on a date with that handsome guy in designer clothes, she's stuck sitting with this smelly old dude. The head of the committee, blissfully unaware of her inner musings, finished his drink and began to compliment how sipping wine with a beauty like her was simply a match made in heaven. Every now and then, grab a few drinks with him like this. Jo Se-minute playfully covers her mouth while laughing at him. At that moment, he asks her if she has something on her mind, encouraging her to share her thoughts with him. She just said it was a little complaint of hers, then grabbed the bottle of wine from the table. Seeing the head of the committee smile, I thought if we downed a few more drinks, she'd spill the juicy details. Then, while pouring a generous glass of wine for him, she casually mentioned Hai Jin, and assistant Jang, deliberately implying that they weren't fond of her. She pretends to be a damsel in distress, claiming they have the right to make her do this and that. She wants to snap back at them but can't. If she decides to quit, he shouldn't take it to heart. The head of the committee, hearing this, immediately blew a gasket and snapped that Se-minute wasn't taking a break, he would handle them himself. In the company with a chairman, he couldn't do anything, but here he was number one. Se-minute smiled and thanked him, but she didn't forget to add a little fuel to the fire, saying she really wanted to get along with everyone, but they were being too harsh on her. The head of the department comforted her, suggesting she drown her sorrows in some drinks tonight, and he'd handle everything else. Then he turned to cheerfully clink glasses with Se-minute. Se-minute took a sip of her drink and shot a glance at him. She secretly smiled to herself, thinking how foolish and easily manipulated he was. Now she just had to sit back and enjoy the show. Meanwhile, at home, Ji-won had just finished her shower, towel in hand, while scrolling through her phone. On her screen was a message from Se-minute, pretending to care, and asking why Ji-won had turned off her phone. She even mentioned how Ji-won had been making her sad lately. But she still cherished her, wishing her a good night and saying they'd meet again tomorrow. Then came the missed calls from Park Min-hwan, who was really getting on her nerves. Just as Ji-won was about to change her number, her phone rang. On the screen, Park Min-hwan was calling her again. Ji-won reluctantly answered, and the first thing he asked was where she was. She replied calmly that she was at home and asked if he needed something. Min-hwan was shocked and incredulous, asking when she had gotten home. He insisted he would come over to talk. But Ji-won declined, saying they could talk over the phone. She was really tired. After a pause, Min-hwan asked why she had bought coffee for Jin-hyuk today, something she never did. She explained that Jin-hyuk had bought her coffee in the morning, so she just returned the favor. Min-hwan still wouldn't let it go, questioning why Jin-hyuk would buy her coffee in the first place. Ji-won tightened her grip on the towel and countered, asking if he would drink coffee alone if they were the only two in the office. He was left speechless and changed the subject to why she had turned off her phone. She frowned and simply explained that it was because he had been angry with her. And she felt hurt, so she turned it off. If there was nothing else, she said she was going to sleep. Min-hwan then told her to go ahead and sleep, wishing her good night and saying he loved her. Ji-won, hearing that, got furious and threw her phone onto the couch. Exhausted, she slumped into the chair, angry and deep in thought. Both of them claimed to love her, but was there ever a moment when it was genuine? 10 years ago, she also had good friends by her side. But perhaps she was afraid that her own misfortune would be discovered by everyone, so she couldn't face those around her. There had been worried glances directed at her before. She suddenly remembered Assistant Jang. The image of the head of the department scolding her flashed in her mind. Throwing documents at her. She recalled how she could only cry silently by herself. Ji-won jolted up in shock. She remembered that in the past, she had ignored her own suffering. At that moment, Assistant Jang had just returned home. As she opened the door, her daughter ran up to her with a bright smile, calling out Mom. Assistant Jang sank down to embrace her daughter, who must have been waiting for her for a long time. Her husband was sitting on the sofa, remote in hand, grumbling about why she was home so late. He was starving. Assistant Jang hugged her daughter and told her husband to stop watching TV, and why he didn't just go to the kitchen to make something to eat instead of starving. She urged him to bathe their daughter while she whipped up something to eat right away. He turned off the TV. Then he shoved his hands in his pockets and said he had plans already, that he had to go out now. You just eat and bathe her, he said. Assistant Jang asked why he was out so much. Didn't he see how hard she was working overtime? He walked out the door, putting on his shoes while saying he had been taking care of their daughter all day, and was exhausted from submitting job applications. Hearing this, she got angry. You left her like this. Her hair is still in the braid I did for her this morning. And her diaper hasn't even been changed. Her husband snapped back, telling her to stop nagging. It's because of you that I have to go out. Assistant Jang was frustrated. She still wanted him to stay home and bathe their daughter. But he just slammed the door behind him and left without looking back, leaving Assistant Jang alone with her daughter, speechless. Ever since she got pregnant, he had used the excuse of having a year's salary to quit his job halfway through. Now he didn't want to come home anymore. Was he the only one who knew what exhaustion felt like? She was also very tired, dealing with the head of the department's constant nagging while trying to manage the mess of her daughter's food on the table. She still hadn't finished her work, balancing her daughter on her back while trying to get things done. She was determined to do a great job on this project so that the head of the department wouldn't pick on her anymore. Suddenly, her daughter, who had been sleeping on her back, started to cry. She turned her head to look at the little one and comfort her. It's already 3 a.m., and she's so caught up in her work that she lost track of time. Putting her work aside, she lays her daughter down on the mattress. She tells fairy tales to the little one, soothing her back to sleep. Suddenly, she reminisces about how, as a child, she wished her life would be just like a fairy tale. Sleepiness hits her like a wave, making her nod off. She stretches, yawns, and decides to just close her eyes for a moment. With that thought, she lies down next to her daughter and shuts her eyes. But just as she drifts into slumber, her nose starts bleeding unexpectedly. And she's completely oblivious to it. The next morning at the office, team leader Kim starts yelling at assistant Jang. He's criticizing her project, tossing the proposal right at her, saying her skills are worse than an intern's. With a fierce expression, he berates her, asking if being at home with her child has drained her creativity. Assistant Jang bows her head, hoping team leader Kim will point out what she's done wrong. But he just angrily jabs a finger at her, questioning if he really has to spell it out for her. After years in the company, she can't even produce a decent proposal. Assistant Jang squats down to pick up the papers he just threw on the floor, apologizing and promising to fix it and submit it. Again. Team leader Kim isn't letting up. He's still furious, ordering her to start over and have it ready by tomorrow morning. Ji-won sits at her desk, frowning, feeling annoyed watching team leader Kim take advantage of his position to yell at employees when the department head isn't around. Turning to Jo Se-min's desk, she sees her smiling happily, looking quite pleased with herself. Meanwhile, assistant Jang is still bowing and apologizing to team leader Kim, promising to redo the project and submit it on time. He's still not calmed down, waving her back to her desk. Finally, assistant Jang returns to her workspace. As she passes Ji-won's desk, she looks at her with concern, worried since Ji-won has been working overtime for days. She wonders if she's okay. Ji-won follows her outside, calling out to her with care. But when assistant Jang turns around, she sees Ji-won with a nosebleed. Trying to hide her distress, she asks if Ji-won wants some coffee, just as she's about to brew some. Ji-won quietly thought to herself that she had been working too hard these past few days, but she smiled and offered to make the coffee since assistant Jang had made it for her last time. She was genuinely worried, wondering if changing someone else's fate would have consequences. After all, she had died once and come back to life, so whatever happens, happens. Only she knew the rules of this world. If something that had never happened in the past occurred, it would change something in the future. Suddenly, Ji-won reminded assistant Jang about the project she was working on and insisted that she absolutely should not redo it. Instead, she should follow Ji-won's lead and create a new project. Ji-won told her it wasn't about changing the content of the project, just changing the font and layout would be enough to submit it again. She believed that Chief Kim hadn't thoroughly read the content of assistant Jang's project. He was just looking for an excuse to criticize her. Assistant Jang hesitated a bit. Submitting an identical version felt a little off. But Ji-won urged her to trust her just this once. With a bright smile, she told her that if Chief Kim complained about the project being the same, she would redo it, and, of course, submit it under assistant Jang's name. Assistant Jang thought to herself, is Ji-won really like this? She reluctantly agreed, saying that if the chief found out, they could just say it was a mix-up. Then Ji-won slipped something into her hand, and assistant Jang asked if it was related to the project. Ji-won replied that it wasn't, it was a voice recorder. Whenever Chief Kim scolded her, she should record it. Assistant Jang looked at the recorder. Even though Chief Kim often scolded her, he had worked hard during her maternity leave, so she felt she should have some conscience. Ji-won countered, who said Chief Kim worked hard while she was on leave. She sighed, recalling that during assistant Jang's maternity leave, she had to handle half of the workload. The other half was divided among the other staff members. Remembering the scene where Chief Kim angrily threw documents and made employees redo their work, she thought he probably only worked hard throwing reports around. Ji-won reminded assistant Jang to keep acting normal and remember to record everything. It might come in handy in the future. After that, the two returned to the office. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Chief Kim yelling at Hae-jin again. He was loudly pointing his finger at Hae-jin, berating her, and she could only bow her head and accept the blame. According to Ji-won's memories, Hae-jung would soon be transferring to another department. And of course, the reason was Chief Kim. He only waited for moments when the department head was absent to act like he owned the place. Ji-won stared at Head Kim, frowning and thinking, just wait and see. The one who wrote the proposal was not Assistant Jang, but it would be him. The next day, still using the excuse that the project was worthless, Head Kim threw the proposal at Assistant Jang. He threw it while shouting at Assistant Jang to start over from scratch. The following day was no different. He continued to nitpick Assistant Jang's proposal, saying she had all this time to work on it and this was all she could come up with. 3 days later, without even looking, he tossed the proposal back, demanding a redo. 4 days later, it was still a demand for a redo. A week later, this time Head Kim pretended the proposal looked better, and he would let it pass. He told Assistant Jang to print it out and bring a copy to the meeting, while the original should be submitted to the department head, reminding her that the promotion evaluation was coming up. He wouldn't be so lenient next time, so she better get it right. Assistant Jang sighed in relief and thanked him. She returned to her desk, thinking that he hadn't even read the proposal closely. She had only changed the font and layout, and he didn't even notice. Looking back at Ji-won behind her, who was giving her an okay sign, she smiled, realizing Ji-won was right. Suddenly, a notification pinged. It was Ji-won, saying she would submit the proposal to the department head, while Assistant Jang should just print and distribute it to the other staff. She was surprised. Ji-won was going to submit it to the department head. She was holding the original, but who knows, maybe Ji-won had her own plan. Meanwhile, after grabbing the prepared documents, Ji-won brought them to the department head's desk and handed them over, saying this was the proposal for today's meeting, approved by Head Kim. The department head took it and told her to prepare for the meeting, saying Jin had already gone to buy coffee, so no need to prepare anything else. Ji-won complied, but she was curious about Jin buying coffee, and soon the table was filled with Americano that Jin had brought back. Everyone was grateful and praised Jin for being so thoughtful. Just as everyone was in high spirits, she smiled brightly and said it was nothing, that it was the department head treating them, not her spending her own money. Suddenly, Head Kim's voice boomed, asking who had brought coffee to the company. Hearing this, Jin immediately said it was her who had bought it and cheerfully handed him a cup. He not only refused to take it, but also yelled at her for bragging to him. He shouted loudly, criticizing the coffee she bought as being overpriced and mediocre in taste. Who drinks coffee before a morning meeting anyway? There's plenty of coffee piled up in the break room, and how dare a contract employee use the company card so recklessly like that? Little did he know, manager Jin Hyuk had been standing behind him the whole time. With a furrowed brow, he informed the man that it was he who had given the company card to Jin to buy the coffee. The man was taken aback, stammering that he had also intended to use the company card to buy coffee. Jin Hyuk coolly replied that it was his card, and since he didn't like instant coffee, he had asked her to go get some. Ji-won and Seminit, standing nearby, were astonished. Jung had used the manager's personal card to buy coffee. No one had ever done that before. Jo Seminit, with a displeased expression, turned away to another spot. After that, the meeting commenced, with Jin Hyuk sitting at the head, asking if this project was from Assistant Jang. Assistant Jang held the project proposal, and began to present her work. Everyone focused on the copies in their hands, listening intently to her presentation. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk interrupted the presentation. He flipped through the proposal he was holding and pointed out that it didn't match what she was presenting. Seeing this, Head Kim got furious and scolded Assistant Jang. He had told her to submit the original document to the manager, yet here they were. She hesitantly apologized for submitting the wrong proposal that Head Kim had returned. Head Kim turned pale, then handed Jin Hyuk his copy of the proposal to review, not forgetting to scold Assistant Jang a few more times. Jin Hyuk took the document and began to examine the proposal. As if he discovered something, he asked Assistant Jang if this was indeed the proposal that had been returned. She looked at the stack in her hands and confirmed it was. Jin Hyuk then turned to Head Kim and asked why he had returned the first proposal. The man fumbled, trying to cover up by saying the proposal wasn't clear enough. Assistant Jang had hastily patched together some content from the internet and submitted it to him, which is why he returned it. He then pretended to shake his head, claiming that since this time it was done well, he was approving it today. Jin Hyuk coldly asked how many times it had been returned. He then tossed the proposal onto the table, telling him that both proposals only differed in structure, the content was identical. In the end, what had he read that made him return it and then approve it? Head Kim looked pale as a ghost. He turned to scold Assistant Jang for daring to play him. Assistant Jang stammered. Then Ji-won stood up and apologized. She explained that the first proposal was written by Assistant Jang, while the one submitted was her own. Jin Hyuk questioned her, asking what she meant by that. She bowed her head to explain that she had seen Assistant Jang unwell earlier and had helped her out, but she thought the proposal she received was just a reference document. So she based her submission on that. Since Assistant Jang didn't have time to redo it, she submitted that version to the department head. Ji-won bowed to take responsibility in front of the department head, admitting that submitting the wrong proposal was her fault, and she sincerely apologized. Department head Kim, seeing this, pointed at Ji-won and scolded her, questioning if she was even aware of what she was doing. Mistakes can happen, but how could she mix this up? If she knew it was a mistake, she should have asked for an extension to write a new one. Department head Jin Hyuk adjusted his glasses. He frowned and shot a glare at Department head Kim, asking if he was trying to pin the blame on someone else. Suddenly, the fierce reprimand from earlier vanished, replaced by a stiffened posture, as he stammered that he might have been tired and confused. Jin Hyuk tapped the proposal folder and echoed the question that Kim had just asked Ji-won, how could this be mixed up? He stood up, met the gaze of the bowing man, and promised that he would never let this happen again. Jin Hyuk looked at him with a cold, wolf-like glare, telling him he didn't need to apologize to him, he should prepare a written self-reflection for him by tomorrow. At this moment, department head Kim trembled in fear at Jin Hyuk's intensity, unable to utter a word. Ji-won, seeing this, brought the new proposal folder to Jin Hyuk. He accepted it and addressed everyone. For future proposals, they should skip the first confirmation and bring them directly to him for review. The meeting continued, and everyone in the room had their own expressions. Ji-won and Assistant Jang smiled cheerfully. Department head Kim looked both anxious and furious. Meanwhile, Jo Se-minute bit her lip in annoyance. The meeting wrapped up, and everyone filed out of the conference room to return to their desks. Ji-won let out a sigh. She had been really scared, but thankfully, she managed to resolve the situation smoothly. She hoped Assistant Jang wouldn't be asking for leave anymore. A message came in for her. It was Assistant Jang thanking her for the help. From now on, she would be less harassed. Another message popped up, and Ji-won clicked to open it. It turned out to be from Jo Se-minute, reminding her not to forget their appointment this weekend. Ji-won thought to herself, did she have any plans with her this weekend? Either way, she wasn't going to go with her. She glanced at her calendar. Her mouth suddenly froze mid-drag. Ji-won's face went pale all of a sudden. Wasn't this weekend the day of their class reunion from years ago? She really just wanted to erase all memories of that reunion. That day, Jung Se-minute had promised to take her to a famous restaurant. But unexpectedly, she led her to the reunion instead. As soon as her old classmates saw her, they looked down on her and whispered about her, thinking she must have begged Jo Se-minute to take her along. No one here welcomed her. Ji-won stood frozen, unable to say a word, while they continued to gossip about her. Jo Se-minute smiled, linked arms with Ji-won, and introduced her as her best friend, so of course, she was there. Ji-won, feeling shy, excused herself to the restroom. In there, they were still talking about her. They even thought Se-minute was too kind-hearted and had suffered a lot because of her, yet still took care of her. In their eyes, Se-minute was such a sweet girl, always having to put up with Ji-won. Ji-won sat in the restroom, feeling despondent, stunned by their words. They even thought she was a bad friend. While they were chatting, one friend suddenly remembered seeing Ji-won go into the restroom, so they hurried outside. Inside, Ji-won burst into tears, memories flooding back. She recalled locking herself in the restroom for 30 minutes, and when she finally came out, there was no one left, not even Saminat. Lost in her thoughts, Ji-won suddenly heard someone call her name. Turning around in shock, she recognized it was assistant Eun-ho. Ji-won's assistant, Hae-jin, called her name, jolting her back to the present. Hae-jin asked what was wrong, why she was so deep in thought in the restroom. Ji-won awkwardly replied that she was thinking about work. Hae-jin joked that she was like a busy bee, advising her to relax her mind for a bit. Hae-jin asked if Ji-won had any plans for this Sunday, as she wanted to invite her to hang out at Gajiasudi. Ji-won remembered she had a date with Saminat on Sunday, so she told Hae-jin that she was already booked for that evening. Hae-jin felt a bit down upon hearing Ji-won's response. But then she suggested rescheduling for the morning instead. Ji-won happily agreed. Both of them were excitedly looking forward to their Sunday morning date, and Hae-jin was thrilled. You told Ji-won to hang tight, because you're about to plan an epic adventure. But suddenly Ji-won realized the lipstick that Hae-jin used. It's the lipstick she spotted in manager Jin Hyuk's car. Ji-won suddenly recalled that she had once heard a rumor circulating in the company. Hae-jin and manager Jin Hyuk are dating. That's why Hae-jung decided to use the manager's personal card to grab some coffee. Maybe the rumors are actually true. In Ji-won's eyes, department head Jin Hyuk is a cold, distant figure, while Hae-jung is outgoing, vibrant, and friendly. Ji-won wonders how two people with such contrasting personalities, like fire and water, could possibly be a couple. She speculates that perhaps Hae-jin's lively and energetic nature is what led her to agree to date. As for Hae-jin, she was just buzzing with excitement about her Sunday date with Ji-won. Two people exited the restroom together, and as they walked, Hae-jin couldn't stop introducing to Ji-won about the station. Ji-won confesses to Hae-jin that she's never been there before, and Hae-jin, with a cheerful and confident vibe, tells Ji-won that she's a regular at a few spas in the area and knows quite a bit about them. Manager Jin Hyuk just stepped out of his office and caught wind of their conversation. He asked where they were planning to go this Sunday morning. Ji-won was about to respond when Hae-jin swooped in, completely dodging Jin Hyuk's question and whisking Ji-won away in a flash. Ji-won hesitated to glance back at the manager, thinking to herself, can I really just walk away like this? If she did, the rumors about manager Jin Hyuk and HW Jung dating would definitely be true. That's why Hae-jin was acting like that just now. Early Sunday morning, Ji-won got a call from the Seoul eyewear shop. They informed Ji-won that her ordered contact lenses had arrived, inviting her to come pick them up. This time, Ji-won decided to reinvent herself and show up to the class reunion looking completely different. This is Ji-won's first time trying contact lenses, and she's not sure if it'll hurt. Ji-won squeezes her eyes shut, and wow, putting in contact lenses for the first time is definitely no walk in the park. All set, Ji-won hopped on a ride to Gajiasudi station. At the shopping mall, Ji-won noticed that Hae-jin had been waiting for her for quite a while. Hae-jin was utterly amazed by Ji-won's stunning new look. Ji-won felt a bit embarrassed by Hae-jin's exaggerated expression. She told Hae-jin that it was her first time wearing contact lenses, and Hae-jin was very excited because she thought Ji-won looked beautiful wearing them. Hae-jin firmly believes that even Kim Tae-hee looks better in contact lenses than in frames. Suddenly, Ji-won remembers something and changes the subject. She turned to Hae-jin and said she had seen manager Jin Hyuk wearing contact lenses, and he looked way more handsome. Hae-jin was taken aback, her face lighting up as she realized Ji-won was casually bringing up the manager right in front of her. Ji-won secretly thought that maybe she wasn't a fan of others praising her boyfriend. Hae-jin didn't deny it, she skillfully dodged Ji-won's comment and switched the conversation to their plans for today's outing. Ji-won was surprised. There's actually a whole plan in place. The first stop Hae-jin took Ji-won to was a hair salon. Hae-jin introduces her boss Ji-won, someone she really admires, to the cafe owner. Ji-won is also looking to reinvent herself, so she asks the owner for advice on a hairstyle that would suit her. After a bit of admiring, the shop owner told Ji-won that she would rock a curly hairstyle. Under the magic touch of the cafe owner, Ji-won is eagerly anticipating a totally transformed version of herself. First, the stylist trims Ji-won's hair a bit, then continues to curl the ends for her. Finally, it's all about the glam. Just became the boss lady, and didn't forget to introduce the salon, and the perfect hairstyling steps for Ji-won's face shape. Finally, it's done. Hae-jin was the first to rush over, roaring with excitement at Ji-won's transformation, while the owner beamed with pride and satisfaction over her masterpiece. But the most surprised of all was Ji-won. She almost didn't recognize herself in the mirror. Suddenly, the phone rang out like a dramatic plot twist. Saminat called to remind her about their date tonight, and especially reminded her to wear the earrings that she gifted her. Of course, Ji-won knew those earrings didn't suit her at all, but she still agreed with Saminat. Ji-won smiled as she thought about her original plan. She would have Saminat marry Park Min-hwan in her place. Next on the agenda, she invited Hae-jin for a shopping spree. Of course, Hae-jin happily agreed right away, as this was part of the fun outing she had been eagerly anticipating for the past few days. On Sunday night, at the class reunion, everyone was thrilled to finally catch up after such a long time apart, and the atmosphere was buzzing with laughter and lively conversations. Saminat couldn't help but bring up Ji-won during the chats, fully aware that everyone thought Ji-won was the reason behind her many embarrassing moments. While Saminat plays the noble card, totally unfazed by all that drama, her classmates think she's just being a total airhead. Some people are curious about what Ji-won is up to these days, but they can't resist throwing shade at her down-to-earth fashion choices. Saminat continues to defend Ji-won in front of their friends, and she also shares with everyone that Ji-won will be joining the event. Saminat pulled out her phone to call Ji-won, but the real reason she wanted Ji-won to come to the class reunion was something only the two of them understood. Ji-won picked up the phone, and Saminat eagerly asked where Ji-won was, offering to come pick her up. Ji-won coolly replied, "No need." She quickly stepped inside, ready for the show to begin. Everyone present was left in awe. Everyone was taken aback. Ji-won cheerfully waves hello to everyone. She's no longer the everyday plain Jane. She's completely transformed into a showstopper. It's been ages, and Saminat is the most surprised one of all. Ji-won was totally in sync with Saminat, casually asking her about their date while pretending to be completely clueless about the class reunion. Saminat rushed over to Ji-won, introducing her to the whole class as her best friend and the one who brought her along. The whole class was buzzing with whispers. A guy even jumped up in surprise upon seeing Ji-won transform into a stunning beauty. But Ji-won didn't recognize him. She asked who he was. He clearly answered me as Kim Tae-song. Ji-won recalled that he was the one who teased her all the time back then. He noticed that Ji-won and Saminat were wearing matching earrings, and Tae-song couldn't help but emphasize how perfectly they suited Ji-won, while Saminat looked like she had borrowed her mom's pair. Tae-song even asked Ji-won for her phone number and casually inquired if she had a boyfriend yet. Ji-won glanced at Saminat, who was biting her lip in silence. The classmates were buzzing about Tae-song's actions, claiming he had no conscience. Ji-won got up and headed to the restroom. Out here, the whole class is whispering and gossiping about Ji-won's transformation, even comparing Samin's look to something straight out of a fashion faux pas. Saminat was fuming over the gossip, completely baffled by the situation unfolding around her. Everything was spiraling out of control, far from what she had anticipated. In the restroom, Ji-won slipped in because she found the class reunion utterly boring. She opened the door on the left, and in the third bathroom, she pondered as she gazed inside, vividly recalling the memories from this day 10 years ago. Saminit, someone she once considered a close friend, had always been spreading rumors and bad-mouthing her. She couldn't understand why Samin's friends hated her so much. Remembering the story she had heard while sitting in the bathroom 10 years ago, she finally understood the real reason behind Samin's actions. This was precisely why she was revisiting that dreadful memory once again. Ji-won gritted her teeth. Even now, she couldn't believe it. Suddenly, a notification pinged on her phone. It was her manager, Jin Hyuk, texting to ask what she was up to. She replied that she was at a class reunion, unsure if there was an urgent matter since it was the weekend. She snapped her phone shut. She heard footsteps approaching. It was still the same gossip about her. She had heard these words a decade ago. She remembered every single word, as if it were etched in her mind. Their conversation played back in Ji-won's head like a tape rewind. But this time was different. She couldn't let herself run away like a fool anymore. She pushed the door open. Surprising them all, Ji-won asked them if they wanted to hear what she had done to Saminit back in high school. Samin's friends were taken aback by Ji-won's sudden appearance, but they still defended Saminit, claiming she was just pretending to be clueless. They asked if she remembered Park In-hwan. Ji-won was equally shocked to hear them mention that name. It turned out it was because of him. Her friend criticized her for liking Park In-ho, which supposedly prevented Saminit from confessing to him. But she knew that wasn't the truth. She had always thought that Park In-ho had a crush on Saminit throughout their 3 years of high school. Back then, Ji-won received a love letter. But Saminit told Ji-won that Park In-ho had confessed to her, even claiming she had no feelings for him. So, Ji-won assumed that the letter was meant for Saminit, only to realize now that it was actually for her. She didn't deny that she liked Park In-ho, but she had no idea that Saminit liked him too. Yet, those friends continued to defend Saminit, even suggesting that Samin's failure to get into college was Ji-won's fault. They demanded that Ji-won leave Saminit alone, especially since Saminit was about to work at the same company as Ji-won. Hearing this, Ji-won could no longer hold back. She pulled out her business card and told them that Saminit got hired as a contract employee because she had referred her. All of Ji-won's friends were skeptical about what she was saying. They snatched the business card from Ji-won's hand. And after reading the information on it, they realized Ji-won was right. She emphasized that as a contract employee, Saminit was super busy and had no time for beauty care. She even sarcastically remarked that the handbag her friend Ji-won was using was a knockoff. Hearing Ji-won say that, the whole group panicked. They demanded she apologize immediately, but they had no idea Ji-won had changed. She knew the whole truth now. She had come back to get revenge on all of them. The ones who should be apologizing were them, not her, because throughout their high school years, they had blindly followed Saminit in bullying her without checking if it was right or wrong. The group fell silent because the truth was undeniable. Ji-won asserted that if she saw the receipt for the handbag from the mall, she would apologize for calling it a knockoff. However, the more they heard, the angrier they got. Ji-won pointed out that while they were feeling wronged, she had felt the same way all those years. Ji-won told them if they didn't believe her, they could go ask Saminit. Then, she turned and walked away with a fierce attitude, hoping they would never have to cross paths again. As she quickly exited the restroom, Ji-won couldn't shake off her disappointment in someone she once considered a close friend. It turned out Saminit had always been slandering her. Remembering her high school days, Ji-won was sure that her isolation was also due to Saminit. And today, she finally understood the reason. The sound of Saminit calling her snapped her out of her thoughts. Saminit asked what she was doing standing there, and Ji-won gave a half-hearted answer. Saminit was curious about what Ji-won and her friends had been talking about. Ji-won didn't beat around the bush. She recalled Park In-hwan. He was the most admired student council president in school, always surrounded by a dazzling aura. And Ji-won was no exception. She had a crush on Park In-hwan. Park In-hwan was always gentle with her, making her feel warm and cherished. But he had responded to her confession with disdain, and not long after, he confessed to Saminit. Well, it was all in the past now. Ji-won encouraged herself. Thinking back, she realized she hadn't seen Park In-hwan at the class reunion, which she thought was for the best. Outside, Park In-hwan had just gotten out of the car, and was calling a classmate to let them know he had arrived. Meanwhile, Ji-won was still reminiscing about the past with Park In-hwan, wondering if he was even more handsome than before. Park In-hwan is totally taken aback when his buddy announces that Ji-won is also coming, and she's looking absolutely stunning. He insists that when Park In-hwan sees Ji-won, he'll be completely blown away, because she's no longer that girl from back in the day who wore glasses. But in Ji-won's eyes, she has always been the beautiful girl. He never expected that they were just separated by a glass door. Ji-won, feeling down, was getting ready to leave. She tried to pep herself up and shake off the gloom, but the tears just kept flowing. The door swung open, and she dashed past Park In-hwan as he walked in. Wait a sec, Park In-hwan, while on the phone, suddenly has a light bulb moment. He realizes that the girl who just zipped past him is none other than Ji-won. Hey, Ji-won. Ji-won turned around and recognized Park In-hwan. My first love during my years. Park In-hwan happily gazed at Ji-won, instantly recognizing her. Finally, Park In-hwan had found Ji-won after searching for her for so long. As for Ji-won, upon seeing Park In-hwan, the part of her memory she least wanted to recall came rushing back. Ji-won turned and ran, wondering why on earth she had to bump into him at this very moment. But how could Park In-hwan let Ji-won walk away like that? Yu hurriedly chased after Ji-won, shouting loudly. You're here to meet Ji-won, you just need her to pause for a moment and chat with you. Inside the cafe, Samin's friends were eagerly waiting for her to return. They were furious when they heard Ji-won's words. They wanted to get the real scoop from Saminit. On Park In-hwan's side, he once again suggested having a quick chat with Ji-won, just for a moment. Ji-won stood still. Suddenly a car screeched to a halt right in front of her. The person stepping out of the car is manager Jin Hyuk. Hearing his voice left Ji-won in shock, wondering what the department head was doing here. Park In-hwan shouted, he wanted to talk to Ji-won. Ji-won frowned, she tightly shut her eyes, unsure of what to do next. Clearly, in the past, Park In-hwan was the one who walked away first. He said there was nothing left to discuss with her, after all. So now what do you even want to talk about with her, huh? With that thought, Ji-won turned away, leaving Park In-hwan standing there. She hopped into the boss's car to make her grand exit. She was done with this place. Park In-hwan still wouldn't give up, shouting loudly that Ji-won absolutely had to check the messages on that forum. Ji-won suddenly recalled the forum. Since graduation, she hadn't logged in there anymore. Jin Hyuk drives off into the sunset. Ji-won glanced in the mirror and saw Park In-hwan still standing there, wondering why he had said that to her. As for Jin Hyuk, he remained silent, stealing glances at her. In the restroom, the conversation between Saminit and her friends was still going strong. They were asking Saminit if it was true that she was a contract employee and if Ji-won had introduced her to the job, as she claimed. Hearing this, Saminit turned pale and wanted to dodge the question, but her friends weren't letting her off the hook. They were furious for being played. Saminit explained that she had confused it with another company and hadn't meant to say that. As she spoke, she silently blamed Ji-won, thinking that everything happening was because of her. At that moment, her friends began to realize that everything Ji-won had said was true, including the fact that he couldn't confess to Park In-hwan because Ji-won hadn't either. Saminit turned pale again, thinking Ji-won had lost her mind for bringing that up. Back then, they were all just kids. She had forgotten about that incident. One friend angrily pushed Saminit, accusing her of deceiving them to gain their sympathy all this time. Saminit shoved the girl away, shouting that she wasn't lying. Nevertheless, Saminit tried to explain that she had hidden the company details, but it was because she was worried Ji-won would get scolded by everyone. However, Samin's friends no longer believed her. They realized that it was Samin's lies that had caused Ji-won to be scolded. In a last-ditch effort, Saminit turned the tables, accusing them of being the ones who had picked on Ji-won. She never wanted that. Why were they now turning against her? Feeling utterly disappointed in her friends, they had nothing left to say to Saminit. They left, hoping that Saminit would cut off contact with them in the future. As the restroom door closed, Saminit felt as if she had lost everything. She trembled and sank to the floor. She didn't want this. She didn't want things to turn out this way. In the past, it was Ji-won who was looked down upon and mocked, and Saminit still couldn't accept what had happened today. Previously, she had always let everyone misunderstand Ji-won while portraying herself as the noble one. In everyone's eyes, she was the obedient and gentle one. Only by doing so could she receive love and affection from everyone. But now, Ji-won had completely shattered that facade. Saminit sat trembling in the bathroom, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. By the time she calmed down, she had no idea how long she had been sitting there. Slowly getting to her feet, Saminit wobbled. Her legs were numb from sitting for so long, and she had no clue how to face everyone outside. She thought that if she just cried softly and spouted some nonsensical excuses, everyone would let it slide. But when she stepped into the dining room, the sight before her sent her into a panic. The room that had been bustling just moments ago was now completely empty. Meanwhile, Ji-won was sitting in the car with manager Jin-hyuk when her phone rang. Jin-hyuk glanced at Ji-won, noticing that after everything that had happened today, she was so exhausted that she had dozed off. He didn't want to wake her, but the phone rang again. In the past, the bullying had been absolutely outrageous. They even took pleasure in throwing trash at her. During those times, Saminit was always the one to step in and protect her. Back then, Ji-won believed that Saminit truly considered her a good friend, which is why she didn't want her to be hated by everyone else. Ji-won had once thought that everyone despised her, but everything changed when Park In-ho showed up. He came and sat next to her. Park In-ho insisted that sitting next to her would help him see the board better, so starting tomorrow, he would sit there. With that, he flashed her a warm smile. Ji-won's feelings for him began to blossom from that day on. From then on, whenever Ji-won was bullied by her classmates, Park In-ho was the one who stood up for her. Ji-won couldn't understand why Park In-ho treated her so kindly. It all started when Park In-ho told Ji-won to smile more because she looked so much prettier when she did. After that, her classmates stopped throwing trash at her through the window. Her heart began to race every time she arrived at school. With the positive encouragement from her friend Saminit and the fluttering of her heart, Ji-won wrote a love letter to Park In-ho. And it was Saminit who helped her slip that letter into In-ho's personal locker. But Ji-won completely forgot how she looked and the situation at that moment. That's why there was a conversation between her and In-ho at that time. In-ho had said he had nothing more to say to her and turned to walk away. Watching her letter crumpled in In-ho's hand shattered her completely. She sank to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Ji-won increasingly affirmed that aside from Saminit, who cherished her, everyone else despised her. She was the girl who received no love and was neglected. At that moment, she had no idea that everything happening to her was intentionally caused by Saminit. The person she considered her only friend was always plotting behind her back. Memories of the past still made Ji-won cry unconsciously, and the painful past jolted her awake. It was then that Ji-won realized she had dozed off in Jin-hyuk's car. Looking at the jacket draped over her, she remembered she had fallen asleep in the manager's vehicle. Jin-hyuk, noticing she was awake, casually asked her a question. Ji-won hurriedly apologized and asked the manager what time it was. Jin-hyuk glanced at his watch and saw it was already 10 o'clock. Ji-won couldn't believe she had slept for a full 3 hours. Feeling embarrassed, she thanked the manager and quickly opened the door to get out of the car. Suddenly, a hand grabbed hers, shutting the car door again. Jin-hyuk reached across her to grasp the door handle. At that moment, the distance between them was incredibly close. She had never been this near Jin-hyuk before, and her heart raced wildly. Jin-hyuk apologized to Ji-won for meddling, but he thought she wouldn't want to see Park Min-hwan right now. Hearing Jin Hyuk's words, she looked up and saw Park Min-hwan. She wondered why he was standing in front of her apartment building. Unable to reach Ji-won, Park Min-hwan got back in his car and drove away. Watching Park Min-hwan's car leave, Jin Hyuk confirmed with Ji-won once more. Ji-won sighed in relief, realizing the manager was quite perceptive since he knew she was avoiding Park Min-hwan. Ji-won thought to herself that she would have to move soon. She explained to Jin Hyuk that she and Min-hwan had a falling out over company matters, which was why things were like this. Remembering that the manager's hand was still on hers, Ji-won quickly pulled her hand away. Both of them felt awkward and shy as they looked at each other. The distance felt too close, and Ji-won hurriedly apologized. The manager calmly asked Ji-won if she loved Park Min-hwan. Ji-won candidly admitted to Jin Hyuk that the truth was indeed so, as he was her boyfriend after all. She also told Jin Hyuk that she felt uncomfortable answering such personal questions. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji-won suddenly felt flustered, thinking she had sounded too cold. Jin Hyuk apologized for making her uncomfortable, his words tinged with a hint of sulkiness. Ji-won bid farewell to Jin Hyuk, wanting to leave since it was getting late, but she still wanted to express her gratitude to him. "Manager, thank you for all the help you've given me so far." She reminded him to drive safely. Jin Hyuk remained silent, not saying a word. Ji-won feared he was upset, so she thought to compliment him. She told Jin Hyuk that he looked much more handsome without his glasses. Hearing this, the corners of Jin Hyuk's mouth curled into a smile. He put on his glasses, not forgetting to tell Ji-won that she didn't look good in that outfit today. With that, he drove away. Ji-won didn't think much of it. She figured the manager was just like that. As she walked up to her house, she couldn't help but wonder if that outfit really was that bad. Jin Hyuk continued to watch Ji-won through the rearview mirror. His heart raced as he recalled the moment Ji-won smiled brightly at him. But he was puzzled as to why she had cried in the car earlier. Was it really because of some loser? Jin Hyuk had once accidentally overheard a conversation between Uncle Min-hwan and Saminit. At that time, Uncle Min-hwan had praised Saminit for being prettier and cuter than Ji-won. Jin Hyuk was furious, unable to understand why Ji-won would love someone like that. Did she really love him just because he was her boyfriend? Jin Hyuk dismissed that as a lie and drove straight home. Upon arriving home, Ji-won picked up her phone and saw a ton of missed calls from Saminit. She felt sad and didn't even feel like calling back. Ji-won recalled Uncle In-ho's words from earlier. She opened her blog to see why Uncle In-ho was upset with her. What could a friendless person like her find interesting on a blog anyway? Ji-won was surprised to find several messages. All the messages were from Uncle In-ho. He really wanted to get in touch with her, and even left his phone number for her to reach out. All these messages had been sent to her over time, and she had no idea. Even though he hadn't received a reply from her, he still kept messaging. Ji-won didn't understand why he would do that. He even mentioned that he kept using that phone because of her. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. It was a strange number calling. Ji-won answered, and it was G.R., a friend of Saminit calling. She called using the number on the business card Ji-won had given her. Ji-won asked G.R. what the call was about, wondering if they wanted to argue with her over the phone. But no, she called to apologize to Ji-won. Because of them, Ji-won had to endure a lot of hardships. They only knew to listen to Saminit and think poorly of her, hoping she would forgive them. Ji-won's eyes welled up with tears as she heard those words. She candidly replied that even if she accepted their apology, she didn't have the courage to meet them again. But she still thanked them for reaching out first, and she would try to be stronger. The three classmates thanked her for forgiving them. By the way, while talking, they reminded Ji-won that In-ho wanted to get in touch with her. Ji-won had no idea that In-ho was sitting with them at that moment. The next morning, at the office, as she walked through the door, she ran into Hai-jin. Hai-jin asked who picked out the shirt for Ji-won, saying it suited her perfectly. She also complimented the department head for looking really cool without his glasses, saying they looked like a couple straight out of a movie. Jin Hyuk felt embarrassed and asked Hae Jin to keep it down and focus on work. Just as Hae Jin sat down at her desk, she saw Park Min-hwan and Min-hwan approaching. Both of them were surprised when they looked at Ji-won. Min-hwan couldn't believe his eyes. He instinctively smiled at Ji-won's transformation. She looked just like a famous actress. Min-hwan felt annoyed when she saw Min-hwan. Min-hwan rushed over to Ji-won, asking what had happened and why her style had changed so much. Min-hwan looked at Ji-won without answering, only asking him if he thought it didn't suit her. When Min-hwan said it suited her very well, Min-hwan angrily turned and walked away. Min-hwan leaned closer to Ji-won, telling her that although she looked beautiful, she shouldn't dress like that at the office anymore. He was worried someone might be watching her. Min-hwan was hinting at department head Jin Hyuk. He noticed that the head usually wore glasses and a tie, but today looked really cool, thinking he was trying to charm Ji-won. He turned to ask Ji-won out after work like usual. Ji-won declined, saying she already had plans. After work, Ji-won went to a nearby cafe, and as she pushed the door open, she saw Uncle In-ho had arrived. He was waiting for her, and Ji-won sat down across from In-ho. She hesitantly asked him why he had been sending her messages on the blog for years. In-ho honestly replied that he had been in unrequited love with Ji-won throughout their 3 years in high school. Ji-won was taken aback. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. In-ho knew that his misunderstanding had ruined everything, and he apologized for hurting Ji-won. Seeing Ji-won silent, he realized she had a boyfriend, and he wanted to meet her not to make things difficult. He just wanted to be friends again, occasionally checking in on each other's health, grabbing coffee, sharing meals, and chatting. If they were friends, that would be perfectly normal, right? Ji-won smiled and agreed with him. After they rekindled their friendship, Ji-won learned the truth from that year. Back then, Min-hwan had intercepted the love letter she wrote. And it turned out, In-hwan had deeply liked her. Ji-won couldn't bring herself to tell him that. In fact, she had also liked him a lot. If that venomous Min-hwan hadn't done what she did, maybe she would have been married to Park In-hwan, the one she liked. She wondered if she would have been happy, feeling miserable, and whether he would have held her and cried for her. Suddenly, someone called her name. She felt tears welling up as she realized it was manager Jin Hyuk. Why did he always show up when she was feeling down? She curiously asked why he was there at this hour, and the manager politely apologized for not informing her beforehand. He mentioned he had seen Park Min-hwan come by for a while before leaving. The manager reminded her to be careful, and that's when Ji-won called out, "Manager Joe. Min-hwan is my boyfriend and has nothing to do with you, so please don't wait outside my apartment because of this." The manager hesitated for a moment before saying, "Ji-won. The person you fear and want to avoid is also called your boyfriend. You don't love him, you see that every day. Don't you know why you endure and tolerate Min's jealousy?" Ji-won directly asked the manager what he really wanted to say. The manager turned away, and said he hoped she wouldn't cry alone anymore. He couldn't bear to see that. Ji-won felt annoyed and asked, "Are you this concerned about another girl? Does Hae Jin know?" The manager froze and asked, "What?" Ji-won angrily stated that she knew the two of them were in a relationship. Didn't he feel guilty towards Hae Jin? The department head looked a bit flustered, and Ji-won mentioned that even though it was just a hunch, it seemed like that was the case. "So please don't pay any more attention to her, or else she'll spill all the tea to Hae Jin." Little did Ji-won know, the boss was about to reveal that the relationship between the two was nothing like she imagined. Hae Jin is the boss's little sister. Ji-won's face went pale as she asked again. The department head urged her to keep this under wraps at the company since it was a bit of a sensitive situation. He doesn't show any favoritism towards Hae Jin, even though she's his sister. He just hopes Ji-won doesn't get the wrong idea. Ji-won just realized that they are actually siblings. The department head added that, even though he's got a crush, he's still flying solo. A moment later, the phone rang with a cheerful beep. Hae Jin's voice, tinged with exhaustion, asked, "Why are you calling me at this ungodly hour? I still have to finish my plan." Jin Hyuk told her that Ji-won already knew they were siblings, which made Hae-jin extremely unhappy. Jin Hyuk suggested she could pretend not to know. Hae-jin retorted, "Is it really the right time for you to meet my benefactor?" She scolded her brother for putting the pressure on girls and warned him that if he keeps it up, he might end up in the long-term singles club. Jin Hyuk asked back, "What's the difference between them?" Hae-jin inquired if he was going on a business trip next week, and she promised to help him in every way possible, but reminded him not to act recklessly. The reason she helped her brother is because she thinks that Minute Hwan guy is just a total loser. Everyone in the company knows about that guy and Semin's little romance. But since Seminit is Ji-won's best friend, she decided to let it slide. However, this is definitely something we can't overlook. Ji-won has made her grand return home. She flopped down on the bed, utterly exhausted. Lying on the bed, replaying the scene from earlier. The words of the department head echoed in my ears. Ji-won buried her face in her hands, tears streaming down, as she wondered why she had done that back then. It's like going on an adventure solo, isn't it? Park In-hwan's story really took her by surprise. Turns out there are so many people who care about her, including Hae-jin, and assistant Jang too. If she had been braver back then, would the plot have twisted differently? Suddenly, she reminded herself to stop daydreaming. Love was a luxury she couldn't afford. She will stop at nothing to get revenge on the couple who ruined her life. And absolutely will not live like before. The next day, Park Minute Hwan was surprised to receive the food package that Ji-won sent over. She smiled beautifully, thinking he hadn't had breakfast, so she bought him a portion of egg sandwich, not knowing if he would like it. Minute Hwan joyfully moved closer to her. Of course he liked it. He wasn't angry at all and kindly asked if she got home late yesterday. Ji-won smiled apologetically, saying she was so tired that she just went to sleep as soon as she got home. Minute Hwan thought to himself, she had been distant for a while, but now she seemed back to normal. However, since she was so beautiful, he let it slide. He suggested that if she was going to be late in the future, she should just call him to come pick her up. At that moment, Seminit chimed in, asking Ji-won if she had a date today since she was all dressed up and made up for work. Yesterday, she had also dressed elegantly, thinking Ji-won was meeting her boyfriend, but when she saw him looking lost, she decided to go with Ji-won. "Hey Ji-won. Who are you all dressed up to meet?" Ji-won replied that she was just meeting a few old classmates. The two of them flirtatiously made plans for dinner, making Jo Seminit green with envy. She secretly cursed Ji-won for being a little dressed up and acting all high and mighty, thinking no matter what, she would always be beneath her level. Ji-won had clearly noticed that attitude. Seminit couldn't charm him as she wanted, so she wanted to snatch Park Minute Hwan for herself. Her nature was to take whatever she wanted, and Ji-won knew this well, so she decided to use that trait to her advantage. Seminit was now completely in her grasp, with no way to escape. Just then, Hae-jin appeared and apologized for being late due to traffic on the bus today. She cheerfully wished Ji-won a good morning, and Ji-won smiled back at her. It was only now that she realized, upon closer inspection, that Jin Hyuk and Hae-jin looked quite similar. Just then, Jin Hyuk glanced over. Ji-won blushed and quickly turned away. His comment about not having a girlfriend, but liking someone yesterday, was full of implications. A little later, Jin Hyuk announced in the meeting that Assistant Jang's proposal had been selected for the new product project, set to launch in the summer. Everyone should prepare for overtime. And once the design department finishes the prototype, they should start field surveys. Team leader Kim below felt extremely annoyed. Assistant Jang thought to herself, although this was good news, if she had to work overtime, no one would be able to take care of her child. Jin Hyuk also announced that he would be absent soon due to a business trip, and Assistant Jang would be in charge of his work. Assistant Jang nodded, thinking that if she did well this time, she would get promoted soon. But she would probably be much busier, and her child was surely waiting for her to come home. First and foremost, she will strive to provide her child with a fulfilling life. She cannot let this project slip away. At that moment, she unexpectedly received a message from Ji-won, who had a favor to ask of her. Assistant Jang was taken aback when Ji-won expressed her desire to join the team, but why was Saminit involved too? She knew the two had a great relationship, but this project was crucial. She understood Ji-won's intentions to promote Saminit to a full-time position, but she feared that Saminit still had many shortcomings. Ji-won replied, "It's not that. I'm convinced that Manager Kim will try to sabotage the project." Assistant Jang, confused, asked how that related to Saminit. Ji-won responded that it seemed Manager Kim had feelings for Saminit. Assistant Jang was utterly shocked, that old man, 40 years old, with a 20-year-old girl. Ji-won nodded, "That's why his head is balding like that." Assistant Jang concluded, "So, Ji-won, you're saying that if Saminit joins the team, Manager Kim won't recklessly sabotage the project, right?" Ji-won nodded, "If we want to succeed this time, we need Saminit." A little while later, the assistant stood before everyone, presenting herself as the team leader for this project. This project would be a collaboration between the marketing department and the development department, so they would work hard to launch it by summer. Ji-won also introduced herself as the assistant who would take on the overall support role. Another person introduced himself as Lee Dong-suk, the head of the second team in the development department. Their department had crafted prototypes within a limited time frame, totaling 3 types for field testing. Assistant Jang was pleased, thanked them, and praised the beautiful designs, suggesting they could go into testing right away. Ji-won thought to herself, "Thank goodness the prototypes are visually appealing." The issue was Saminit. Worried about Manager Kim, they had included her in the team, and Ji-won was concerned that Saminit might tarnish Assistant Jang's reputation. Soon, Saminit was directly assigned by Assistant Jang to conduct surveys at the supermarket, but she immediately requested a different task, as she wasn't good at interacting with people. Assistant Jang refused, stating that this was an important job, and who knows, Samin's bright smile might leave a good impression on others. With no other choice, Saminit reluctantly agreed. She was also afraid that Jin would snatch the opportunity to become a full-time employee from her, and besides, working with Assistant Jang meant collaborating with Park Min-hwan. So, she had to go along with it. However, Saminit felt that inviting customers to try and evaluate the new product was humiliating for her. Saminit was furious. "How could Assistant Jang assign me this task? You thought I would just obediently do this, huh? You pull out your phone to play games. Ignoring the customers who came to try it out, you answer their questions half-heartedly. You think that just because it's a free sample, you don't need to invite anyone, people will still come to eat, and it won't be hard to get a lot of social media buzz." A couple also stopped by the counter where Saminit was sitting. The wife asked her if the dishes contained any nuts. Saminit still didn't take her eyes off her phone. She said no. The wife introduced the new product to her husband and handed him a bite. Just as he took a bite, the husband suddenly felt uncomfortable. The food box he was holding fell to the ground. His body broke out in red spots. The wife panicked and shouted, "He's allergic to nuts." Meanwhile, Saminit was still glued to her phone, unable to look up, annoyed that they were making noise and interrupting her record-breaking fish cake game. Seeing Samin's attitude, the woman couldn't hold back anymore. She yelled. She asked why Saminit said those dishes didn't contain nuts, and how she planned to take responsibility for this. Saminit folded her phone and indifferently asked what the woman wanted her to do now, claiming it wasn't her fault since they ate recklessly just because it was free food. This made the couple furious, demanding to see the manager. Not only that, but she also said if they were in pain, they should hurry to the hospital. Just then, Dr. Min-hyung witnessed this scene. He rushed over to ask Saminit what had happened. The couple recounted the incident to Dr. Min-hyung. Min-hwan bowed his head in apology, saying he would take them to the hospital immediately. He turned to Saminit and said he would take them to the hospital first, and she should follow behind. Saminit felt scared, secretly blaming Assistant Jang for making her do this to humiliate her. At the hospital, Park Min-hwan asks Minute if Ji-won had reminded her that the trial products contained allergens. Minute cried, saying Ji-won might have mentioned it, but she hadn't heard, and she apologized to him for that. Min-hwan felt a headache coming on. He was about to marry Ji-won and didn't want her to face disciplinary action. But he also didn't want Minute to get fired. He suggested that Minute shouldn't talk about this with anyone. He told her to go apologize to the customers so they wouldn't file a complaint with the supermarket. Hearing Min-hwan agree to help her, Minute hugged him tightly to thank him. Minute said that even if she got fired, it wouldn't matter, but she was worried about Ji-won. Min-hwan comforted her, thinking that Ji-won had truly found a great friend. He urged her not to worry and to trust him. Min-hwan reached up to wipe her tears, and in that moment, Minute was determined to win this man over. Meanwhile, Ji-won was working while thinking about how Minute and Min-hwan were managing their business. Just then, her phone rang. It was Uncle Min-hyung calling. He asked her why she hadn't told Minute that the third sample contained peanuts. Luckily, he arrived just in time to resolve the issue, or it could have turned into a big problem. Ji-won remembered that she had already discussed this with Minute. She realized everything and didn't want to say anything more. Ji-won instructed him not to tell Minute that she knew about it and asked him to comfort and reassure her on her behalf. Ji-won chuckled to herself, as Minute had truly lived up to her expectations. That evening at Assistant Jang's house, as soon as she walked in, she asked if her child had been well behaved at home, and if they had troubled the grandparents. She asked her mother if the baby had been a handful, and her mother replied that the child was very well behaved. Her father and husband asked if she was hungry and urged her to shower and come eat, saying they had prepared kimchi soup. She obediently went to take a shower. It had been a long time since she had bathed with such a light heart. It felt right to follow Ji-won's advice. Remembering a few days ago, she had shared her worries with Ji-won about not having anyone to look after her child. Ji-won had suggested she ask her biological parents. But her parents thought she was living happily, and didn't know that her husband had lost his job. She didn't want them to worry. Ji-won encouraged her to reconsider this, saying that parents often think of their children, and would do anything for them. She hoped that she could have an honest conversation with her parents. Who knows, they might become a solid support for her. She had thought a lot about it and couldn't give up on this project. If she got promoted, her family could live a happier life. Just as she finished her shower and stepped out, her husband rushed over to ask why she was calling her parents and talking about him losing his job. He told her she was crazy. Didn't she just need to go to work early and do overtime? She told him she had to work overtime with the staff at the company, and if he was uncomfortable, he could just leave the house. This house is under her name, and she's the one who put down the money for both the mortgage and living expenses. He raised his voice, questioning if she was trying to show off just because she had money. Furious, she told him to either go out and earn some cash or stay home and take care of the kid. If he didn't want to be kicked out of this house, he better get his act together. The next morning, as soon as she stepped into the office, Ji-won received a call from Assistant Jang. Listening to her, Ji-won said she was doing great, and from now on, she could finally breathe easy. Assistant Jang thanked her, and Ji-won felt happy for her since everything seemed to be settling down. While they were chatting, manager Jin-hyuk approached her, causing Ji-won to jump a little. He asked if she was done talking with Assistant Jang. She replied that she was finished, but if she remembered correctly, today was his business trip day, so why was he here? Jin-hyuk explained that his flight was in the afternoon. He mentioned he had a few things to discuss with her, so he stopped by the office for a bit before heading out. Ji-won was puzzled as to why he would come all this way to talk when he had a trip coming up. The two of them headed to a cafe on the first floor. As she followed him inside, she muttered to herself that she should have just kept talking to Assistant Jang. Jin-hyuk asked Ji-won what she wanted to drink, and she shyly replied that she'd like an Americano. When the cashier mentioned a free sandwich, She recognized that voice as very familiar. Ji-won looked up over Jin Hyuk's shoulder and realized it was Park In-hwan. Jin Hyuk pulled out his card to pay. In-hwan greeted Ji-won with a bright smile, surprised to see her there. Ji-won was taken aback. Jin Hyuk was equally surprised, not expecting Ji-won to know him. He shot In-hwan a not-so-friendly look. In-hwan recognized him as the guy who picked Ji-won up at the class reunion and asked if he was Ji-won's boss. Ji-won felt confused when Jin Hyuk asked In-hwan if he was the one who yelled at her to check the block. In-hwan admitted it, saying he was running a cafe here and suggested they meet up more often in the future. Ji-won awkwardly agreed. When their drinks arrived, she wondered why, out of all the cafes, it had to be this one. Jin Hyuk asked if they were classmates. He pointed out that In-hwan hadn't mentioned he was opening a cafe here. She told him she didn't know why either. But she was aware it was because of his unrequited feelings for her. She asked Jin Hyuk if there was something he wanted to tell her. Jin Hyuk sipped his coffee and mentioned that while he was on a business trip, manager Kim would take over managing the work. He informed her that Assistant Jang's project wouldn't go through manager Kim, but would report directly to the higher-ups. Ji-won asked if he knew about the poor relationship between the two of them. He told her that was a personal matter for both of them. As a superior, it wasn't appropriate for him to interfere. But if the man was fair in his dealings, things would be different. Ji-won inquired if, in a situation like the last time, manager Kim could face disciplinary action. She smiled and thanked the manager for his concern. Such a hint was indeed not a waste of time over tea. She reminded him to be careful on his business trip. When work hours began, she headed to the office. Suddenly, Ji-won stopped in her tracks. She spotted manager Kim chatting with Jin. He was laughing and talking with her. Ji-won sat down and pondered why it had to be today. She was sure he was up to something. A moment later, Jin rushed up to her. Jin said something had upset her. Ji-won stood up and offered to make her a coffee. As she passed by manager Kim's office, Ji-won saw him on the phone with someone. After handing the coffee to Jin, she asked what had happened. Jin revealed that manager Kim wanted her to give him the plan she had written earlier. Ji-won was taken aback when Jin mentioned he said he would let her join the project team and become a full-time employee if she put his name as the author. This morning, Jin was also confused when the manager called her in. He said he usually held her in high regard. He always wanted her to become a full-time employee. He asked if she remembered the plan she submitted when she first joined the company, and of course, she did. Back then, he had criticized her plan harshly. Thinking of this, she decided to act as if she had never heard the earlier proposals. Manager Kim told her to reconsider. He asked if behaving this way would really help her become a full-time employee. Jin angrily turned back and asked if he was trying to threaten her. He calmly replied that she should think carefully if she didn't want to be fired. Jin can't stand the thought of her brilliant idea being snatched away by someone else, even if it means risking her job. Ji-won sees Jin's project as a goldmine, so the head of the department is scheming to steal it. Jin asks Ji-won if she knows which religion ranks second among the most followed and believed in. The answer is Islam, boasting over 1.3 billion followers, yet they don't indulge in fast food. If one wants to gain a foothold, targeting the Muslim community could be a savvy strategy. Ji-won suggests Jin hand over the plan to the head of the department, confident he won't be able to pull it off. Jin questions why Ji-won is so sure about that. Ji-won explains that there will be risks involved. She wants them to follow his orders for now, and later, she'll find a way to reclaim that idea for Jin, but not just yet. Jin agrees and hands over the plan to the head of the department, who immediately submits it to the CEO. The CEO is highly impressed with the proposal. It's been ages since he's seen such a creative project. He mentions that if the project gets the green light, they'll need to send someone to Arabia for market research. The head of the department instantly thinks of Jin. He plans to find a way to ship her off there, telling the CEO that their team is also working on another project about salads. The CEO ponders and decides to prioritize the head of the department's project first. He secretly rejoices. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for him to regain power. Only then will Saminat trust and lean on him. She'll date and marry him. Meanwhile, G1 heads up the stairs to the rooftop. She brings the documents to meet the head of the department. Just as G1 predicted, Assistant Zhang's project has been temporarily shelved and pushed back behind the head of the department's project. She told Assistant Zhang to wait by the seaside for the enemy's body to surface. G1 remarks that for that to happen, someone needs to toss that body into the sea. And she's ready to be the one to do it. The head of the department is standing outside, smoking, waiting for her. He asks her what's up. She presents the stack of documents in front of him. G1 says this is the report she has reorganized, and it will be beneficial for the project he's working on. This is the first step in G1's plan to send him to the depths of the sea. Head of the department Kim received the report and skimmed through it. He asked her if she had done it all by herself. G1 told him that this industry has great potential. Many businesses are targeting it, so they need to act faster than the competition. She suggested starting with advertising on social media, and she had clearly analyzed this in her report. Head of the department Kim was pleased. He thought that department head Jin Hyuk wouldn't be able to refuse. He cheerfully asked G1 if she wanted to join the project team. She replied that as long as he remembered her when he got promoted, she was in. In the following days, everything unfolded just as she had planned. When the project information was made public, the company's stock price soared. The director praised him for achieving great success. Once the project wrapped up successfully, he would definitely get promoted, and head of the department Kim was over the moon. Shortly after, news about the company's branch opening in Arabia was splashed across several newspapers. In the morning, at U&K Company, head of the department Kim was walking and singing, greeting every employee he encountered. The employees were whispering among themselves, puzzled by his sudden change in demeanor. His phone buzzed with a message from Saminat, who said she had overslept and hadn't had breakfast. Head of the department Kim offered to buy her some food, and Saminat thanked him, adding that she wanted some strawberry milk too. Head of the department Kim beamed. He found Saminat really adorable. Suddenly, he received a call from Secretary Han. She informed him that the director wanted to see him. He happily rushed to meet the director, feeling like everything was going his way. At the door, he knocked and waited eagerly. He joyfully stepped inside, completely unaware of the storm brewing. The director was furious and threw a stack of reports at his head. He asked if he knew what was going on and how he planned to take responsibility for this mess. Looking at the newspaper reporting on the kidnapping of South Koreans by Islamic extremists, he realized the company's stock had plummeted. At that moment, head of the department Kim understood the gravity of the situation. He bowed his head in apology and suggested they halt the project for now. The director angrily asked if he knew how much money the company had already invested in this, demanding that he quickly come up with a solution. At this moment, he nervously rubbed his bald head and confessed to the director that the plan was actually from an intern on his team. He babbled on about wanting to give the new intern a chance, so he claimed the plan as his own. He suggested publishing an apology, saying it was the mistake of a 26-year-old intern, which might calm the public outcry. Hearing this, the director seemed to recall something and asked what the intern's name was that team leader Kim mentioned. He told the director that her name was Hai Jin. He even proposed to publish an article calling her the Holla Girl, thinking that if he threw Hai Jin under the bus, everything would be fine. The company would also avoid this crisis. The director asked team leader Kim if he had told Hai Jin that he was the one who initiated this project. Of course, he had already said that. Immediately, the director demanded that he go tell Hai Jin that he had nothing to do with this. Everything was his own doing, the director shouted so loudly that everyone outside the office could hear. All of this was because of him, and now the branch in Arabia was also in danger. Team leader Kim walked out dejectedly, and everyone looked at him, whispering, because of him, everything was in chaos. At this moment, team leader Kim could only hang his head. He didn't dare say anything. Pulling out a strawberry milk box from his bag, he tried to cheer himself up, reminding himself that he still had Saminit by his side. Together, they would get through this tough time. But when he brought it to Saminit, she said she didn't drink strawberry milk. He asked her why she had told him this morning that she wanted to drink it. Saminit turned away without answering. Team leader Kim couldn't understand why she had changed her mind like that. Everyone in the office looked at him with sympathetic eyes. He gritted his teeth. It was all Ji-won's fault. She definitely knew Hyejin had connections, which was why she befriended her. If he hadn't listened to her and leaked the documents to the press beforehand, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. He used the excuse of needing to submit a report today to blow up at her. But of course, Ji-won was already prepared. She had placed the report on his desk and texted him about it. With nothing he could do to Ji-won, he yelled out loud. She said she had pranked him on the street, and seeing Ji-won's attitude only made him more furious. He was being overly dramatic when he said Ji-won's rudeness was a result of her parents' upbringing. Hearing this, Ji-won's expression darkened. Her hand clenched tightly. He can say whatever he wants about her, but she just can't stand it when he disrespects her parents. But the head of the committee isn't stopping here, because for him, everything that has escalated to this point is all Ji-won's fault. He raised his hand, ready to strike Ji-won. Department head Jin Hyuk witnessed everything unfold and swiftly intervened to stop the guy. Jin Hyuk grabbed the collar of the head of the finance department. To Ji-won's surprise, he lifted the head of the committee, Kim, up high. Jin Hyuk demanded that he immediately apologize to Ji-won. The head of the department anxiously asked when he would be back from his business trip. Jin Hyuk ignored him, demanding that he quickly apologize. Head of the committee Kim apologized to Ji-won, telling him to stop what he was doing. Jin Hyuk listened to her and let go. This move of his sent the committee head crashing to the ground. Seeing a scene like that, Ji-won felt a twinge of sympathy. Jin Hyuk said he would send a disciplinary notice to the company's disciplinary board. This incident is definitely not just going to end with a salary cut. A few days later, the head of the committee received the company's disciplinary report that had been sent over. In addition to the failed assault and the defamation of assistant Ji-won, he's also facing extra penalties for making threats. Stealing Hyejin's ideas. Head of the committee Kim was taken aback when he overheard Saminit chatting with Park Min-hwan. She told him that she and the boss had no relationship, and she planned to transfer to another department. Min-hwan said she didn't need to do that. He didn't believe it either. The head of the committee was stealthily trailing behind, eavesdropping on their conversation. Saminit asked Min-hwan how the head of the department would face disciplinary action, and he said it's likely the High Council will take some serious measures. The head of the committee's expression darkened when he heard what Min-hwan said to Saminit. He bought her a drink and said from now on she didn't need to butter him up anymore. He asked him if he got demoted and suspended for 6 months. It's like getting kicked off the stage. Hearing this, the head of the committee rushed in and threw a punch straight at Park Min-hwan's face. He berated Park Min-hwan as a dimwit. Do you want to get choked by him? Saminit asked why he would do that. He shouted loudly that he and Saminit were about to get married, even though he already had a girlfriend and was still flirting with Saminit. Saminit felt extremely embarrassed when manager Kim announced this to everyone. She definitely didn't want Park Min-hwan to know about her relationship with him. Manager Kim wasn't giving up. He told Saminit to clarify whether their love was real, and she panicked, denying everything. Everyone in the company witnessing this scene believed the rumors about her and manager Kim were true. Saminit told manager Kim he wasn't thinking straight, which flustered him. He asked if she was acting cold towards him because of Min-hwan. Seeing so many people in the company whispering, Saminit hurriedly ran away, feeling embarrassed. Now everyone in the company would know all about her and manager Kim. Saminit ran into the restroom and locked the door. She thought manager Kim could no longer take advantage of her, and it would be very difficult for her to become a permanent employee. What would she do from now on? Suddenly, she smiled as an idea popped into her head. If there's no manager, there's still a department head. The next day, during the meeting, Department Head Jin Hyuk announced to everyone that Manager Kim had been suspended and had his salary cut. He also asked if Minute Hwan was okay after being hit by him. Minute Hwan felt shy. Why was he bringing up that he got hit before the meeting? He announced that the Hala project would be temporarily halted, and he mentioned that this plan was written by Hai Jin. The company would continue with the project that Assistant Jang had paused, and she felt very excited upon hearing this news. Jin Hyuk also mentioned that since Manager Kim was suspended, the team needed to add more personnel. He introduced that someone from the development department would be sent to support them. That person was none other than the head of the marketing department, Mr. Lee Dunsut. Ji-won was surprised to see him. In her mind, Seminit should have been the one transferred to another department. Ji-won didn't understand why Seminit could still smile brightly while the rumors about her and Manager Kim had spread so widely. Finally, Jin Hyuk announced there would be a party on Friday. He assigned Hai Jin to choose the venue and inform everyone later. Before leaving, Seminit intentionally said loudly that she had heard everything clearly. She even smiled brightly. Deliberately ran her fingers through her hair for the manager to see. She thought there was nothing easier in this world than seducing a man. After work, Hai Jin pulled Ji-won into a cafe on the first floor. She asked how she knew about these things. Ji-won said she assigned the Hala project to Manager Kim because she knew there would be issues, right? Ji-won denied it, taking a sip of her coffee. Of course, this was something she couldn't let anyone else know. In her memory, the incident of Koreans being captured around this time of year. She remembered Minute Hwan was very angry when the government spent a lot of money to rescue the kidnapped hearts, but of course, she couldn't talk about that with Hai Jin. She made up an excuse about the tense situation with the Taliban, so she guessed that. Hearing this, Hai Jin admired her even more. While they were chatting, Hwan brought free pastries to the two of them. He asked Ji-won if this was the first time he met her colleague. Ji-won introduced them so they could greet each other. Hwan placed the pastries on the table. Hai Jin realized this was her brother's rival. She told him she didn't like sweet pastries. Park Minute Hwan smiled and told her to give it a try. He only added a little sugar, so it's not too sweet. He introduced a lot about the pastry. He was sure Hai Jin wouldn't regret trying it. Hai Jin focused on the pastry in her hand. She took a bite. Her eyes lit up. She couldn't believe it had such a sweet flavor. Hai Jin exclaimed, "Does this flavor really exist?" She didn't expect Hwan to invite her to such a delicious pastry. He really was a good guy. He told her that if she wanted to eat, she could drop by the cafe anytime. Because he would always save one for the person he had been secretly in love with for all these years. That person was Ji-won. She understood but pretended not to hear. Meanwhile, Seminit was sitting alone in her office. Lately, she couldn't figure out Ji-won's moves. Just a moment ago, she was out with Hai Jin, who knows where. Suddenly, she heard footsteps nearby. Turning around, she saw the manager going to get some water. Seminit thought this was a perfect opportunity to make a move on the manager. She suddenly ran over to ask if he wanted coffee. She could make it for him. Hearing him say he drank soda, she snatched the bottle from his hand and helped him open it. She asked if you seem to prefer soda over coffee, and she feels the same way. After pouring the glass of water, she handed it to the manager. As Jin Hyuk reached out to take the cup, Seminit pretended to lose her grip and exclaimed. The entire cup of water in her hand splashed dramatically to the ground. Seminit gasped and quickly crouched down to ask Jin Hyuk if he was okay. Jin Hyuk casually said he was fine. Seminit winced as she pricked her finger on a shard of glass, pretending to cry out. She called the department head, saying her hand was bleeding. Jin Hyuk asked her if she was okay, then turned and walked away. Seminit continued to tell him she was in a lot of pain, but Jin Hyuk coldly brushed past her, who was sitting there injured. He mentioned there was a first aid kit on the shelf. He also reminded her to clean the floor once she finished her tasks. She couldn't wrap her head around how someone could be so emotionally detached in this world. As Jin Hyuk stepped out the door, he bumped into Park Minute Hwan coming in. Park Min-hwan rushed over to Saminat, concerned and eager to check if she was okay. Saminat spotted him and burst into tears, saying she had hurt her hand. Park Min-hwan was worried about her, reminding her to be careful and asking if she had any other injuries. Saminat thinks this is the typical reaction of a guy, totally different from Jin Hyuk. She asked Park Min-hwan if he could blow on the spot where her hand hurt to help her. Park Min-hwan immediately agreed with her. He gently took her hand and blew softly on the spot where she was hurting. Saminat said to him, "Good thing you're around." Jin Hyuk was hiding by the door, watching as Park Min-hwan held Samin's hand, complimenting her delicate and charming fingers. He even secretly compared her to Ji-won. Two people have no idea that someone is watching them from outside the door. He tightened his grip, he couldn't hold back any longer. You can't let Ji-won keep dating a loser like Park Min-hwan. If Ji-won finds out the truth, she'll have to endure more heartbreak. Just then, he spots Ji-won and Hae-jin returning. Hae-jin is still engrossed in talking about the cake she got to enjoy today. She said it was the best cake of her life. Ji-won spotted the manager, and she walked over to greet him. Jin Hyuk asked Hae-jin if she often visits the Bielo cafe, and Hae-jin felt a little flustered. Your uncle warned you to steer clear of that coffee shop owner, and encouraged the relationship between you and Ji-won instead. But thinking about that delicious baked pastry, she reluctantly apologized to her brother. At this moment, she decided to stay out of sight so the two could handle things on their own, which might be more effective. Hae-jin made an excuse to head to the development department and slipped away from there. Ji-won also asked the department head for permission to leave early. Jin Hyuk immediately called her back. He pulled her back and stood in front of Ji-won, asking where she thought she was going. Ji-won told him she was going to the break room to get a water bottle, and Jin Hyuk offered to help her. She awkwardly declined. He couldn't let her run into Park Min-hwan right now, he needed to come up with some excuse. So, he invited her to dinner with him that evening. He told Ji-won that he had something important to discuss with her. Ji-won replied that she was free tonight, but asked if what he wanted to discuss was work-related. Hearing Jin Hyuk say it was about Assistant Kim, she agreed. He informed her that the break room was having plumbing issues, and suggested she go to the room across the hall instead. Watching Ji-won leave, he let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want her to witness anything that would hurt her. That evening, Jin Hyuk took Ji-won to dinner at the EO11 hotel. She asked him what the issue was regarding Assistant Kim. Why was he taking her to a 5-star hotel for dinner? Jin Hyuk explained that she had worked hard due to this incident, so he wanted to thank her. He then asked if she still intended to see Park Min-hwan. He mentioned that she might find it uncomfortable, but it was a very important question for him. Ji-won replied that she had made it clear before that she didn't want to discuss her personal life. Therefore, she had no reason to answer his question. She and Min-hwan were dating quite well. She hoped he would stop. He agreed, and they continued their meal. Jin Hyuk couldn't understand why it had to be Park Min-hwan. As they were leaving, he reminded Ji-won to be careful on the stairs. Just as he finished speaking, she slipped. Ji-won lost her balance and fell forward. Jin Hyuk panicked, he didn't manage to catch her in time. Ji-won fell to the floor, and her shoe had broken. Ji-won hurriedly ran over to ask if she was okay. She sadly said she had just gotten her shoes repaired, and now they were broken again. He helped her up and asked if she could walk. Ji-won wanted to walk on her own, but her foot was throbbing. She told him that she might have twisted her ankle, feeling a bit lost in the moment. Jin Hyuk politely excused himself and swiftly scooped her up in his arms. He said that continuing to walk would only make her pain worse and advised her to hold onto him tightly. Jin Hyuk gently set Ji-won down on a chair in the hotel lobby and told her to wait for him there. Ji-won's heart was racing from the sudden action of her boss. She glanced down at her foot. If she had been more careful, this wouldn't have happened. The lobby door swung open, and Jin Hyuk rushed in, asking Ji-won if she had been waiting long. Seeing him out of breath, she asked if he had run to get a first aid kit for her. Jin Hyuk replied that he borrowed it from the hotel lobby. He carefully treated Ji-won's injury. He told her to toss those shoes away because even if they were repaired, they would just break again, and that could lead to more injuries. Ji-won mentioned that she only had one pair of shoes, but he insisted that there would come a time when she needed a new pair instead of just fixing the old ones. He added that once shoes break, they can easily break again. Then, Jin Hyuk pulled out a shiny new pair of shoes, thinking they would fit her perfectly. He carefully slipped them onto her feet. He told Ji-won that she absolutely deserved to wear better shoes. Ji-won's heart raced at Jin Hyuk's gestures. Suddenly, her phone buzzed in her bag. It was Manhwa calling. He was on his way to Ji-won's apartment. He was driving and calling, but Ji-won stubbornly refused to answer. Remembering that afternoon when he thought he had misheard, he wondered why she had agreed to dinner with Jin Hyuk. Park Manhwa was quite annoyed. If he had finished his work earlier, he wouldn't have let her go with Jin Hyuk. How dare he flirt with her? Manhwa was glad Ji-won was looking more beautiful, but it also brought a lot of trouble. He was sure the coffee shop owner on the first floor of their company had feelings for Ji-won too. Just taking the elevator made everyone look at her. There were even rumors in the company that she was the most beautiful in the marketing department, not only skilled but also capable in her work. He thought that at this rate, someone else would steal Ji-won away from him. He called her many more times before Ji-won finally picked up. He asked her why she hadn't answered his calls, and Ji-won explained that she had just finished dinner with her boss and had just gotten home. Park Manhwa never expected there would come a day when he would worry about Ji-won, the girl he was dating, just to snag a bottle of wine. He recalled that when it all started, it was just a prank between him and a colleague. They had bet that if Manhwa could win her over, his colleague would gift him a bottle of wine. So Ji-won had once been a simple girl that Manhwa won through that bet. He had confidently told his colleague that he only needed 3 days to pull it off. The very next day, he approached Ji-won to get to know her. He asked for her phone number and kicked off his plan. He bombarded her with sweet messages, thinking that would be enough to win her heart. But things didn't go as he had hoped, and he started to lose his patience. By Saturday, he called her to see if she was busy. Manhwa invited her out for dinner. He asked Ji-won where she lived, saying he would come pick her up. And just like that, he and Ji-won started dating. At that time, Park Manhwa only intended to get the wine and then find an excuse to break up with her, but everything took an unexpected turn. The more he got to know her, the more he realized how kind and gentle she was. In fact, she was so good-hearted that it bordered on foolishness. She always helped him with his tasks. Meanwhile, he was out partying with his friends, never suspecting him of anything. That was what Park Manhwa liked most about Ji-won. But lately, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was acting differently, and he wondered if she was cheating on him. Regardless, he didn't care about the reasons. He had become a much more capable man than before. Park Manhwa opened his computer to check the stock market today. Seeing the numbers surge, he thought it was time to put his plan into action. The next day, he would take Ji-won on a boat ride on the Han River. On that boat, Park Manhwa planned to execute his scheme. He absolutely wouldn't let anyone else take her away, even if it cost him everything. She had to be his. Fireworks exploded, lighting up the sky. Under that sparkling sky, Ji-won held the bouquet Manhwa had given her, looking stunning. Park Manhwa took out the ring he had prepared and knelt down to propose to Ji-won. He told her that he loved her. As long as she agrees, he will make her happy for the rest of their lives. Ji-won beams with joy. Of course, she agrees. Park Manhwa pulls her into a tight embrace, declaring that from now on, she is forever his. He adds that she doesn't need to worry about their honeymoon home. He's made a lot of money this time and will take care of everything. Ji-won smiles. Everything is going according to her plan, including the day when the MW company unexpectedly declared bankruptcy. Park Manhwa kneels on one knee. Ji-won, will you marry me? In his hand is the ring he has prepared for a long time. He promises to make her happy for the rest of their lives. I love you. Ji-won is taken aback by his proposal. Then Ji-won smiles and says, I agree to marry you. Park Min-hwan is overjoyed. Am I dreaming? Thank you. From now on, Ji-won is forever Park Min-hwan's girl. The two embrace happily under a sky filled with fireworks. Oh right, you don't need to worry about our honeymoon home. I've made a lot this time, just let me handle it. Congratulations, Park Min-hwan. The next morning, it's back to work as usual. While having breakfast with everyone in the office, she shares that her boyfriend proposed to her, and tomorrow night she will meet his parents. Hae-jin asks if the shirt she's wearing and her new bag were also gifts from Assistant Park. Ji-won replies, yes, he wanted to make a little from stocks, so he bought them for me. He also said he would take care of the honeymoon home. Really? Assistant Park is quite impressive, haha, but don't you think getting married so soon is a bit hasty? Saminat asks Ji-won if she's really going to marry Park Min-hwan. Ji-won laughs and tells her, who else treats me with love and kindness while having a stable job and a business mind like him? She tells her that marrying Min-hwan will definitely make her very happy. She also asks everyone to keep this a secret for her, and Saminat happily congratulates Ji-won. Looking at the ring on her finger, Saminat thinks to herself that she must have it at all costs. Seeing Samin's expression, Ji-won knows she will be so jealous she might go crazy. Even after finishing breakfast, Saminat is still fuming. She wonders what Ji-won has that makes her worthy of marrying Park Min-hwan. She's frustrated. She has always waited on Ji-won. Whatever Ji-won wanted, she always gave it to her. Always by her side, she thought she had treated Ji-won well without any ulterior motives. She was determined to take everything from Ji-won, dumping the leftover food from the tray into the trash. She absolutely could not let Ji-won live happier than she did. Back in her office, Ji-won opened her account to check the pharmaceutical stocks. Currently, the stocks she held were up by 170 million won. Ji-won thought this money would be enough for her to move out and quit her job right after breaking up with Park Min-hwan. She looked up the tech company MW stocks, which were continuously dropping in value, holding the financial newspaper in her hands, reading about the stock market situation. Park Min-hwan couldn't hold back and threw the paper down on the table. He angrily called the MW securities staff for advice, but no one picked up. Clearly, he had told himself this was a great opportunity that no one knew about. So he had invested all his money into buying these stocks. Now, his 40 million won was just a pile of worthless paper. If Ji-won found out, she would definitely not agree to marry him anymore. He decided to hide this from Ji-won, planning to make profits from other stocks instead, and for now, he would call his parents to borrow money. He regretted buying her that expensive designer bag. He wished he had just bought her a knockoff instead. Ji-won came looking for him. She said everyone was waiting for him to go celebrate Assistant Jang's project. Park Min-hwan said he had forgotten and casually tossed the newspaper he had just read into the trash, fearing she would see it. He told her to ride in his car, and Ji-won agreed, even suggesting that Saminat join them, which Park Min-hwan naturally accepted. Ji-won glanced back at the newspaper Park Min-hwan had thrown away, secretly smiling, knowing this would happen even before he did. Today, their office was going out for a barbecue, a place chosen by Hae-jin. Hae-jin told everyone to just focus on eating, as she would take care of grilling the meat. Everyone praised her grilling skills, saying they were truly amazing. Saminat told Hae-jin that she thought she was more suited for a part-time job at the barbecue place than being an office worker. Hae-jin wasn't having it. She claimed to be multi-talented and asked Saminat what she was good at. Saminat shyly looked at Hae-jin, thinking how dare this younger girl tease her. Watching the two of them, Ji-won felt very happy. Jin-hyuk sat across from her, looking at Ji-won with a sad expression. This morning, he received a message from Hae-jin saying that Ji-won told them she was about to marry Park Min-hwan. Hae-jin asked her brother if he was just going to stand by and watch this happen. He heard Park Min-hwan remind Ji-won that tomorrow was the introduction ceremony for both families, so she shouldn't drink too much. Jin-hyuk didn't know what to do now. He kept pouring and drinking continuously. Could he stop Ji-won's marriage? Seminit raised her glass and invited Park Min-hwan to drink. She hoped he would care for her more in the future. Watching Park Min-hwan down his drink, she told herself she would definitely claim him. No matter what, he would have to belong to her. The two of them kept switching glasses. It seemed that Park Min-hwan was also getting tipsy. In the dining room, Ji-won and the two of them were present, while the manager stepped outside to take a call. And Hai-jin and assistant Jang had gone to the restroom and hadn't returned yet. Ji-won didn't like watching the two of them having fun together. She thought her chance had come, a chance to get revenge on them for all the pain they had caused her. She would return to them what she had to endure. Thinking this, Ji-won immediately stood up to stop them from drinking anymore. She told Park Min-hwan it was time to go home. Ignoring Semin's insistence to keep drinking, she told Park Min-hwan she would help her into his car first. Park Min-hwan handed Ji-won the keys and told them to wait in the car for him. He would call a driver and come out later. Watching the two girls leave, Park Min-hwan finished the last sip of his drink, thinking to himself that Seminit was still cuter. She was sweet and knew how to entertain while drinking. Ji-won took Seminit to the car, where she kept complaining about how hard her life was at the company. Ji-won said she used to feel the same way. She mentioned that it was thanks to Min-hwan's help that she got through it. Hearing Ji-won say that Park Min-hwan was so perfect made her want to marry him. Ji-won searched for her phone, and just then, Park Min-hwan came out and asked her why she hadn't gotten into the car yet. Ji-won made an excuse that she forgot her phone in the restaurant and asked Park Min-hwan to keep an eye on Seminit for her. Ji-won hurried back inside. Park Min-hwan peeked into the car to check on Seminit, who was starting her own plan. She pretended to shiver and told Park Min-hwan she felt very cold. Seeing this, he took off his jacket and draped it over her, then went to turn on the heater for her to warm up. Seminit thanked him, her voice warm and inviting. She secretly thought that the bait had been taken. Park Min-hwan told her to hang in there for a bit, as Ji-won would be back soon. But little did he know that this was a dinner table Ji-won had set up for the two of them. So how could she possibly return at this moment? Seminit raised her hand to cover Min-hwan's mouth. She told him not to mention Ji-won right now, it was just her and him here. Park Min-hwan looked at Semin's expression, his heart racing wildly. Indeed, he had found himself liking her much more than Ji-won for a while now. Yet, he had always restrained himself from crossing the line. Looking at Semin's sweet face at that moment, combined with her playful demeanor, made him truly lose his composure. Seminit pulled Park Min-hwan closer to her. She suggested that he could take her inside the house. With her proposal and her charming antics, Park Min-hwan could no longer hold back. He jumped into the car, wrapped his arms around Seminit, and kissed her. And just like that, they had truly lived up to Ji-won's expectations. Both of them had different motives. Seminit wanted him out of jealousy towards Ji-won, not wanting Ji-won to be better than her. Meanwhile, Park Min-hwan was just a scoundrel, a jerk. One was her fiancé, and the other was someone she had considered a close friend for a long time. At that moment, both had betrayed her. Seminit suggested that Park Min-hwan hold her tightly. She felt satisfied, as she had achieved her goal. She was about to have the man in front of her, the one who was about to marry her friend, Ji-won's boyfriend. They truly matched well, two utterly shameless individuals. Ji-won stood behind, witnessing everything that had just unfolded. They couldn't know that she hadn't forgotten her phone, that was just a part of her plan. She watched the two of them embracing each other, and it seemed like this could finally put an end to everything. At last, Ji-won could take her revenge on them. Even though everything had gone according to her plan, why were her tears still flowing? Clearly, they were the ones who had betrayed her first. She gripped her phone tightly, ignoring the incoming calls. Memories of the two of them flashed back in Ji-won's mind, memories she wished to forget, even just for a moment. At that moment, she returned home from the hospital looking for Park Min-hwan. When she arrived at the door, she spotted two pairs of shoes, Park Min-hwan's and a woman's. Although she had a gut feeling that something was off, she never expected that the person lying in bed with Park Min-hwan was her friend, Min-hwan. She was truly heartbroken. Now they would have to endure the pain she once suffered. The nightmare was just beginning. Even so, seeing them betray her once again, Ji-won's tears flowed endlessly. At that moment, the driver Park Min-hwan had called earlier arrived. She watched as the car slowly drove away. Ji-won stood there frozen, clearly everything had gone according to her plan. She should have been happy to toast to their new beginning. Wiping her tears, Ji-won told herself not to cry. They were clearly in the wrong. If she cried, wouldn't that mean she was losing to Min-hwan? With that thought, Ji-won headed to a late-night bar. She planned to drink herself into oblivion to forget what was happening. At that moment, Ji-won finally opened her phone to check. She noticed several missed calls from her boss, Jin-hyuk. Just as she thought of him, her phone rang again. He really cared, didn't he? This time Ji-won answered, and Jin-hyuk asked where she was and why she had left without telling anyone. She told him she wanted to get drunk, so she was sitting alone at a bar. When Jin-hyuk asked which bar she was at so he could come, she hung up. Ji-won continued to drink. Of course, she wouldn't tell him where she was. If she did, he would definitely come, and right now, she just wanted to be alone. She thought if she had made different choices in this life, maybe those two would have changed. But even now that she was living again, Park Min-hwan and Min-hwan were still the same. They still chose to betray her. And she, despite having died at their hands, still clung to hope like a fool. Suddenly, a hand snatched the bottle of alcohol from her grasp. Jin-hyuk had arrived. He told her to stop drinking, that was enough. Ji-won was surprised. He was really something. She asked how he found her. When Jin-hyuk asked where Park Min-hwan and Min-hwan were, and why she was sitting there alone, she told him they had left, and those two were very close, so he should just pretend he didn't know anything. Jin-hyuk felt that he might have discovered the relationship between Park Min-hwan and Min-hwan. He said she wanted to sit and drink as long as she wanted, and he would take her home. Ji-won told him not to worry about her. She was really tired of love and dating now. Jin-hyuk ignored her and sat down next to Ji-won. He asked if she wasn't going to date him. How did she plan to take advantage of him? Ji-won didn't understand what Jin-hyuk was talking about. Jin-hyuk suggested that she should date him if she didn't want to look more haggard. Ji-won panicked, wondering if she really looked that bad. The manager thought he would be very useful to her. Thanks to Jin-hyuk, Ji-won's mood improved a lot. She didn't hate him at all. She set her glass down on the table. Then she suggested he turn to face the door, if that was okay. He immediately agreed to Ji-won's request. Ji-won leaned against Jin-hyuk's back and thought. If she just leaned for a moment, it would be fine. In that moment, she felt his back was as broad as a giant tree trunk. They sat there for a long time without saying a word. This was all Ji-won needed right now. Being next to Jin-hyuk made her feel like she was comforted in some way. The next morning, at the Happy Inn, when the bright sun shone through the window, Park Min-hwan felt a terrible headache. He wearily opened his eyes, trying to remember what had happened. Sitting up suddenly, he realized he had completely lost his mind. He looked over at Min-hwan, who was still asleep. Then he glanced at the messy room. Park Min-hwan was genuinely worried. If this got out, the employees at the company and Ji-won would cut ties with him for good. At that moment, Min-hwan woke up and continued to act cute with him. Park Min-hwan awkwardly said that they had both gotten drunk the night before, so she should just pretend nothing happened. Min-hwan, confused, asked how they could just ignore the fact that they had slept together. Min-hwan pouted, clearly knowing he was aware of her feelings for him. Did he really not have any feelings for her at all? Park Min-hwan was flustered. He told her he didn't mean it that way, but he had to meet his future in-laws today. Min started to cry, saying she wouldn't interfere in his relationship with Ji-won. She also promised not to tell anyone about this at all. Instead, he would still have to continue going back and forth with her. Park Min-hwan obviously couldn't refuse this offer, not with him, just like Ji-won anymore. Saying that, Min-hwan embraced Min tightly. He thought to himself that his luck with romance was quite extravagant. Suddenly, the phone on the wall rang. It was Ji-won calling him. Ji-won asked Min-hwan if he had woken up yet, and why he returned before her yesterday. Park Min-hwan explained that Min wasn't feeling well, and since the hired driver arrived right on time, he couldn't wait for her to go back together. Ji-won, while doing her makeup, asked if he had booked a restaurant for the two families to meet. Park Min-hwan told her he had reserved a spot at the traditional Lahung restaurant at 5 p.m. on the first floor. Ji-won said she would come to meet him after finishing her makeup. Hearing about her conversation with her boyfriend, the makeup artist said she would try her best to make Ji-won look stunning. Ji-won insisted that she wanted a bold look that would leave others mesmerized and unable to forget her. Surprised, the artist asked if she wasn't meeting her boyfriend today, why she wanted such a dramatic style. Ji-won recalled her life with her mother-in-law before she passed away. She had once said that she didn't accept Ji-won for her beauty, but because she took good care of her son. One morning, she even yelled at Ji-won for serving breakfast with leftovers from the day before, saying that on weekends, one should wake up early to prepare nourishing meals for their husband. Not only that, but she also belittled Ji-won, saying that those without parents were worthless, and she understood why Ji-won's parents had died young. Therefore, this time when she met them, she would completely change her approach to see how they would react. Meanwhile, Min, after Park Min-hwan left, was pacing angrily in her room. Why did he leave her here to meet Ji-won? To Min, Ji-won could never be on her level. So why was Park Min-hwan abandoning her to marry Ji-won? Fueled by jealousy and rivalry with Ji-won, she was determined to win Park Min-hwan at all costs. Yet, why was everything still not going as she wished? She remembered lying next to him when Park Min-hwan had mentioned over the phone to Ji-won that the two families would meet at 5 p.m. at the traditional Lewin restaurant. She couldn't let things stay like this, she couldn't just let them get married. Min sat down to fix her makeup. All her efforts up to this point, would they really end up being overshadowed by Ji-won? Surely, before the grand wedding day, she will manage to keep Park Min-hwan by her side. Once there's a first time, a second is definitely on the way. At exactly 5 p.m., Ji-won hopped into a cab to the meeting spot. The whole family was chatting joyfully together. Her cheating husband was still sweet-talking his parents. Completely at ease. A knock on the door echoed through the room. Ji-won stepped in, politely greeting Park Min-hwan's parents. Upon seeing Ji-won, Park Min-hwan's parents were genuinely startled by her appearance. Ji-won introduced herself as Park Min-hwan's girlfriend. She smiled, and everything in this room felt just like her past life. Park Min-hwan's parents were taken aback. They mentioned they had heard a lot about her from Min-hwan, who described her as a simple girl. Ji-won pretended not to understand the question from his mother, asking if she was referring to the handbag, which was a new release that Min-hwan had gifted her. Remembering the past, Ji-won realized that even though she hadn't done anything wrong, she used to feel terrified meeting them. But now it was different. She wondered if Park Min-hwan cared for her. He must care for his mother even more. His mother asked if she knew how to handle household chores, saying that if no one cooked in the morning, Min-hwan wouldn't eat. Ji-won found it quite amusing. She had never seen him eat breakfast. She assured his mother that she would take charge of nutritious meals for Min-hwan, and if he had to work overtime, she would personally prepare lunch boxes to bring to his office. Min-hwan's mother cheerfully suggested that every weekend, she would prepare some side dishes for Ji-won, and they could just pick them up. Ji-won agreed, saying she would come to collect them during the week, because she wanted Min-hwan to rest on weekends. His mother worried about Ji-won overworking herself since she also had a job. Ji-won surprised her by saying she planned to quit her job after getting married and become a devoted housewife. Hearing this, his mother was taken aback, asking how she could so decisively decide to quit her job. She questioned if Ji-won wanted to enjoy life at the expense of her son's earnings, saying other daughters-in-law managed well, so why couldn't she? Raising children would be even more expensive. Ji-won countered, asking if it wasn't enough for one person to earn money if they didn't have kids. At this moment, Min-hwan was sweating. He couldn't understand why Ji-won was acting so differently today. Hearing her response, Min-hwan's dad, who had been sitting silently, could no longer contain himself and slammed his fist down on the table. He raised his voice, asking if they wanted this house to be without a legitimate heir, insisting that only a son could take care of the ancestral offerings. He questioned how she dared to stand before the elders and declare she wouldn't have children. Ji-won boldly replied that her father, despite having only her as a daughter, still used the offerings she prepared for worship. He argued that once a daughter is married, she must perform the rituals for her husband's family, and how could she possibly stomach that? Min-hwan's mother chimed in, saying that Ji-won's father's crime was giving birth to a daughter. Hearing this, Ji-won wondered why being born a girl was considered a crime. Furious, she shouted back, calling Min-hwan's mother an old hag. Park Min-hwan nearly choked at her words. Everything that had happened was beyond his wildest imagination, and he couldn't understand what was going on with Ji-won today. His father's face darkened, confused as to why his son had brought home such a girlfriend. Min-hwan's mother was shaking with anger, demanding to know why Ji-won dared to speak to her like that. Ji-won stood up, leaving the three of them in shock. With her back straight, she declared that she had decided not to marry her son, so calling her mother would sound strange. Old hag seemed more fitting. Park Min-hwan was taken aback, asking what nonsense she was talking about. At this point, Min-hwan's parents were furious, claiming they knew her true nature would be like this, saying that those without parents were all spoiled. Ji-won's expression changed suddenly. She coldly asked why, if the mother had no parents either, she would insult Ji-won's parents when they were in the same situation. Min-hwan's mother was taken aback by Ji-won's words, telling Min-hwan that she would never agree to him marrying her, and would never allow her to become part of their family. Ji-won replied that she would surely regret that decision, and with that, she walked away. Park Min-hwan called out to Ji-won, confused and unable to understand why she had changed so much, but she ignored him. Ji-won stepped outside, realizing she could never become the daughter-in-law they wanted her to be after everything she had heard. If it had been just once, she could have brushed it off as a misunderstanding. But after being insulted twice, she couldn't take it anymore. Ji-won hurriedly walked out. Suddenly, she spotted Saminit getting out of a taxi, looking like she was dressed up for a boyfriend's family introduction. Ji-won smiled at her. "Saminit, you arrived just in time. You should marry that jerk for me." Meanwhile, in the dining room, Park Min-hwan's mother was still fuming, wondering how he dared to bring that disrespectful girl here. She demanded he end it all. She would not approve of the marriage. Saminit stepped up to the door. She feigned surprise and asked him how it was possible to run into him here. Saminit cheerfully greeted Park Min-hwan's mother, introducing herself as his junior at the company, and she even threw in a few compliments about him. Mother Min-hwan confirmed he took after her. Park Min-hwan asked Saminit if she didn't say she had an appointment. She replied that her parents had urgent matters and couldn't make it, and she intentionally mentioned her love for cooking so that his mother could hear. Upon hearing this, Mother Park Min-hwan smiled and invited Saminit to dine with their family. Naturally, Saminit agreed. This was exactly what she wanted when she came here. She asked if it was reasonable, and Mother Min-hwan seemed to forget everything that had just happened. She thought Saminit was much better than Ji-won, and even said that meeting such a straightforward girl was a blessing for their family. Sitting down at the dining table, Saminit secretly rejoiced that Ji-won's debut had gone horribly wrong. She happily dined with the Min-hwan family, deciding that coming here was indeed a wise choice. Ji-won was on her way home, reflecting on the disastrous debut that afternoon. At that moment, her phone buzzed with a message from Park Min-hwan. He asked where she had gone, why she hadn't answered his calls, and expressed his desire to marry her smoothly, wondering if she intended to let things continue like this. As she walked and read his messages, Ji-won thought that he and Seminit were truly a match made in heaven. Thinking of Seminit, who had always coveted everything she had for the past 10 years, she decided it was time to give her everything. The next morning, Ji-won arrived at the office acting as if nothing had happened. She didn't expect things to go more smoothly than she thought, she just nudged a little, and they were already stuck together. They were even sneaking out during work hours to flirt. Now, her job was to end this twisted fate, and then she would have a brighter new life. Ji-won had finished her resignation letter. She planned to wrap everything up and leave this place. Assistant Jang and Hai-jin called her, inviting her to grab some coffee. Ji-won agreed to go with them. Hai-jin turned to invite department head Jin-hyuk to join them. Although he couldn't go, he handed Hai-jin his card, telling them to consider it his treat. He added to Ji-won, "There's still plenty of time, so she should order something delicious to eat." Ji-won thanked him, truly reluctant to leave, thinking she might wait until the company's new product was completed before heading out. At that moment, Park Min-hwan and Ji-won were sneaking around in a nearby motel. Before leaving, Park Min-hwan told her to just pretend they were out meeting a partner for an hour. Seminit disagreed, saying he had promised to stay with her all day. Park Min-hwan explained he had a lot to prepare for the wedding. Seminit quickly asked him, thinking the wedding had been called off. He replied that his mother and Ji-won were just having a minor disagreement, and everything would smooth over. Seminit then asked if that meant he planned to break up with her. Park Min-hwan said their relationship was just a casual fling, nothing serious enough to break up over. With that, he kissed her forehead and said goodbye. He left her in shock. Seminit gritted her teeth, wondering why, even on the brink of bankruptcy, he still wanted to be with Ji-won instead of her. Seminit picked up her phone, determined not to let all her efforts go to waste. A high school friend of Ji-won called to tell her that Seminit had asked for Kim Tae's number. Ji-won thanked her for the heads-up. Ji-won suddenly remembered that he had previously bothered her. She wondered why Seminit would want his number now, it surely couldn't be for anything good. She needed to prepare to deal with this, so Ji-won submitted the report her manager had assigned her. She pondered whether she should ask him for help again. Ji-won didn't understand why she thought she could trust the man in front of her. Jin-hyuk asked if she needed his help with anything. She asked if she could take advantage of him one more time. Jin-hyuk folded the report. He looked at her intently, telling her she could take advantage of him as many times as she wanted. In fact, he was quite happy about it. On her way home that evening, Ji-won suddenly heard someone. As soon as Kim Tae finished, she knew he would come looking for her. He said that as soon as he saw her reach out, he rushed over immediately. Ji-won told him she hadn't contacted him at all. Meanwhile, Park Min-hwan was sitting in his car across the street. He was watching them closely. He wondered who this guy was this time. He had prepared flowers and gifts for her, but when he called, she didn't pick up. How could she dare to meet someone else behind his back? Just then, Seminit approached and knocked on his car door. She smiled and asked why he was there before getting in the car. Seminit told him that she was a high school classmate of Ji-won, and she intentionally mentioned that since their class reunion, they had been inseparable. She warned Park Min-hwan not to think Ji-won was only into him. She was deliberately trying to rile Park Min-hwan up, and he was getting heated. He insisted that Ji-won only loved him. Seminit ignored his attitude and kept rambling on about how Ji-won's mother had cheated and abandoned her father, so surely Ji-won would end up like her mother. Park Min-hwan was shocked to learn that Ji-won's mother had left for another man. Seminit said she hadn't mentioned it before because Ji-won was her best friend, but she couldn't stand how Ji-won was treating him. She comforted him and suggested they move to another place. She said if they stayed there any longer, he would definitely see some unpleasant things. Ji-won watched Minute Hwan's car drive away, knowing this was all Semin's doing. She told Tae-song she hadn't contacted him at all. Tae-song immediately showed Ji-won the messages. Ji-won opened her phone to show him, clearly revealing someone had impersonated her to message him. Kim Tae-song was stunned. He couldn't let anyone play him like that. He asked Ji-won if she thought she was so valuable that she could be so bold. He grabbed her hand, intending to drag her away to confront the culprit. He demanded she be quiet and follow him. Ji-won insisted he let go of her hand. She said this had nothing to do with her at all. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his from behind, and he was confused about who was doing this. Jin-hyuk declared he was her boyfriend and asked what he was doing with her. Jin-hyuk asked Ji-won if she was okay. At that moment, Kim Tae-song realized what was happening and demanded Jin-hyuk let go of him. Jin-hyuk was furious. He swung his fist straight into the guy's face. The guy fell to the ground in pain. With that, Jin-hyuk took Ji-won away. Walking beside him, she felt incredibly safe. She thought that as long as this man was by her side, she could bravely stand up to anyone else. Why hadn't she noticed him before? Ji-won got into the car and he drove off. Ji-won thanked him for everything that happened today. Jin-hyuk told her she was just exercising her right to take advantage of him. This was exactly what he had requested. He stopped the car and told her they had arrived, leaving Ji-won surprised. Why was he bringing her to a hotel? He said she should rest here for the night. He would take her home in the morning. Jin-hyuk mentioned that the guy from earlier knew her home address, so it would be dangerous for her to go back. Ji-won shook her head in refusal. She said she could go up there by herself, but Jin-hyuk disagreed, stating that what kind of boyfriend would drop his girlfriend off at a hotel and leave her to fend for herself? Ji-won replied, well, if he brought his girlfriend to a hotel and then just left, that would be pretty strange too. As soon as she said that, she clamped her mouth shut, not understanding what on earth she was talking about. Jin-hyuk told her he would also be sleeping here tonight. Jin-hyuk led Ji-won to the front desk to check in. She asked him, weren't you supposed to drop me off and leave? He repeated her earlier words. Ji-won panicked and said that was just her blurting out nonsense. Jin-hyuk told the receptionist to get him 2 adjacent rooms. She jumped and asked him why 2 rooms. He suggested they could just book 1 room. She felt embarrassed, admitting that 2 rooms were probably better. She didn't think he would actually stay. Does it help him sleep better? Jin-hyuk watched Ji-won step into her room. Ji-won wanted to scream. She had no idea what was going on with her today. She decided to take a shower to clear her head. Jin-hyuk stood at the door, watching Ji-won's room. He vowed to protect her for a lifetime, as long as she agreed. Then he turned and walked away to meet up with his crew. And pulled out his phone and set up a meeting on the other end. To meet in the lobby on the 1st floor. They told him they had taken care of everything. From now on, he wouldn't dare come near her again. Jin-hyuk told them not to call him boss, but to call him director. They weren't part of the mafia, so why call him that? One of them said to him. Meanwhile, Park Minute-hwan had already driven off. Jin-hyuk quickly guessed that Seminit was behind all of this. She had impersonated Ji-won and messaged that guy. And perhaps Ji-won had known about it all along. Which is why she suggested he pretend to be her boyfriend. He looked at his watch. It was already 9 p.m, he wondered what she was doing at that moment. Suddenly, he jumped up. He remembered she hadn't eaten anything. How could he forget about this? He immediately went to her room and knocked on the door. If only he had taken her out to eat before bringing her to the hotel. Ji-won had just finished showering, and when she heard the knock, she rushed to open the door. She asked him if he needed something. He calmly asked if she hadn't had dinner, and if she wanted to eat something. He asked what she usually liked to eat. Ji-won thought of pork soup sprinkled with sesame and added green onions. Then with some pickled radish, it would be delicious. At that moment, a butterfly landed on her head. Ji-won panicked and suddenly screamed. Jin-hyuk was confused, not understanding what was happening. She pointed to her head, and said she was really scared of insects. He offered to catch it for her. He warned her to be careful. Ji-won stumbled. In that moment, she grabbed Jin-hyuk's tie. She lost her balance and fell backward. Her back hit the light switch. The room was now pitch dark. Once again, the distance between Jin-hyuk and Ji-won was very close. They looked at each other. Their hearts were pounding. Jin-hyuk gazed at her passionately. At that moment, the room was completely silent. The clock struck 2 a.m. Ji-won lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She recalled the earlier moment between her and Jin-hyuk. Ji-won felt so embarrassed, she pulled the blanket over her head. If only there hadn't been her issues with Park Min-hwan. Perhaps she could have opened her heart to Jin-hyuk by now. In this room, Jin-hyuk was feeling just like Ji-won. He was reminiscing about the moment they both fell into each other's arms. Jin-hyuk was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The image of her kept flashing in his mind, making it impossible to forget. Two people in separate rooms, yet their feelings were eerily similar. They both longed for each other, their hearts racing wildly. Who knows how long it took for the dawn to break? Indeed, staying up all night makes one realize just how long the night can be. Ji-won was yawning repeatedly at this point. The feeling of being awake all night was exhausting. Early in the morning, Jin-hyuk called her to invite her for breakfast. Didn't he feel tired? Jin-hyuk went to grab some food to bring to Ji-won. As he sat down, he casually remarked that a boyfriend should fetch food for his girlfriend. Ji-won panicked, saying that was just a favor from yesterday. Jin-hyuk replied that she only asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend, but she never specified how long that would last. Looking at Ji-won's flustered expression, he smiled and wished her a good meal. Seeing him like this, she blurted out that when he smiles, he looks just like a puppy. The moment those words left her mouth, Jin-hyuk's face went pale. He had no idea what she was talking about. Ji-won explained she was referring to a big, cute dog named Labrador Pacheva. Ji-won described it as a beautiful, adorable dog that was obedient, big, and smart. While she was rambling on, Ji-won suddenly covered her mouth in panic, scolding herself for what she was saying. Jin-hyuk asked her if that meant she thought he was cute. He then inquired if she had chosen an apartment to move into yet. She mentioned she would be moving into the apartment that Hae-jin recommended, which was the one she had previously lived in. After breakfast, Hae-jin took her to see the apartment she had suggested. She said Ji-won just needed to sign the contract to move in right away. Ji-won thought it was a beautiful apartment and apologized to Hae-jin for bothering her over the weekend. Ji-won felt she needed to move into this apartment as soon as possible. Hae-jin was very pleased to have helped Ji-won. She mentioned that the apartment had good security, CCTV monitoring, faced south, and had low management fees. Basically, it was fantastic. Most importantly, it was within the budget Ji-won had set, and she could move in immediately. Ji-won, of course, was aware of this and asked if they could go sign the contract right away. On their way to the real estate office, Ji-won suggested to Hae-jin to keep her move a secret from everyone at the company. She asked how Hae-jin knew about such a great apartment. Hae-jin replied that she had recently studied at a university nearby and asked Ji-won which university she graduated from. Upon hearing Ji-won's answer, Hae-jin was surprised to find out that they attended the same university as her brother. Ji-won was equally surprised. She had never seen him on campus and had never met him at all. Later that evening, at Ji-won's old apartment, Park Min-hwan came looking for her. He rang the doorbell repeatedly, but no one answered. It seemed Ji-won wasn't home. He was furious that she was ignoring his calls, and now that he had come to her place, she was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, he heard a man's voice calling out to ask who it was. Park Min-hwan angrily shouted if Ji-won was in the room and demanded to know who this guy was, intruding in her apartment. He then started banging on the door, yelling for the person inside to come out. The door swung open, and a man stepped out, asking who the hell he was and why he was making such a racket at his door at night. Park Min-hwan bowed apologetically, saying he must have the wrong apartment. He asked the man if he knew where the girl who used to live there had moved to. The man replied with a sneer, saying that searching for her like that wouldn't make her run away any less. He claimed he didn't know anything and slammed the door shut. Park Min-hwan was left shaken, feeling furious that Ji-won moved without telling him. Remembering that night, he regretted not chasing after her to clarify her rude behavior. But then Saminit showed up and ruined everything. He pulled out his phone to call Ji-won, but couldn't get through. He left her a message asking when she moved, saying he would forgive everything, even her disrespect towards his mother. Hearing those messages, Ji-won guessed he had come looking for her. She thought to herself how lucky she was to have decided to move early. Suddenly, she felt hungry. She hadn't eaten anything the night before, and even during breakfast with Jin-hyuk that morning, she barely touched her food. Then, being busy with the move made her forget about dinner. Just then, she received a message from Jin-hyuk. He asked if her move went smoothly, and if she wanted him to deliver some pork soup. Before she could even reply, the doorbell rang. Ji-won opened the door. She was quite surprised to see Jin-hyuk standing outside. He said he brought her some pork soup because he heard she liked it. Ji-won thanked him and invited him inside. Suddenly, she heard a meowing sound at Jin-hyuk's feet. She thought it was a stray cat, and as she crouched down to pet it, she found the little furball adorable. Jin-hyuk mentioned that it was his pet cat, named Pang. Ji-won was delighted as it snuggled up to her, but if this was his pet, did that mean he lived here too? Jin-hyuk replied that he was her neighbor. Ji-won was taken aback. How could this be? She glanced at the open door of the opposite room and suddenly had a realization. Jin-hyuk looked a bit flustered and apologized for not giving her a heads up. Ji-won had moved here to avoid bothering Park Min-hwan and Saminit. But the fact that she and he were in the same apartment complex had never crossed her mind. Ji-won felt confused. How could the head of the department be her neighbor? Jin-hyuk explained that Jin had lived in this apartment before, and he didn't feel comfortable letting her live alone outside, so he moved in. Jin-hyuk held out the bag of food towards Ji-won, urging her to eat before it got cold. Ji-won thanked him and asked if he had eaten dinner yet. Jin-hyuk said he had already eaten, and was about to take Pang back to his room. Ji-won gave the cat a gentle scratch on the head. She truly found this cat to be incredibly cute. Jin-hyuk said if she liked, she could play with it for a while. Of course, she was thrilled and invited him into her home for a bit. Jin-hyuk followed her inside with his cat, realizing that having a pet really brought meaning to his life. Ji-won sat down at the dining table. Looking at the steaming dishes in front of her, she asked if this was really the food he ordered. She wondered if they really delivered the whole pot and bowls too. Jin-hyuk felt a bit guilty and explained that this was the trendy new style of food delivery, adding that these dishes were from a very famous restaurant. Ji-won enjoyed the delicious food. Jin-hyuk anxiously asked if the food was good. She told him it was very tasty, reminding her of her hometown. And it was very similar to the flavors she and her dad used to enjoy in Busan. Jin-hyuk sighed in relief, glad that she found it delicious. Remember earlier, when he called his little brother to ask him to bring him a bowl of pork soup? He even carefully instructed him. Just a little while later, the food that Jin-hyuk brought was devoured by Ji-won. As he was leaving, he told her that whenever she wanted to see Bang, she could just come over to his house to hang out with him. Ji-won was overjoyed, and she promised she would visit him often. Jin-hyuk was quite surprised and worried that she actually agreed to come to his house. Jin-hyuk hugged his cat and returned to his apartment. He fed the cat while praising it for being so clever. It had only just met him, yet it already knew he liked her. He asked the kitten if it liked Ji-won just like he did. Of course it did, because she was his lifesaver. Jin-hyuk petted his cat's head, thinking that thanks to it, he would probably get to see Ji-won more often from now on. The next morning, Ji-won and assistant Jang went to survey at a Mart supermarket to check customer reactions and see how the new products were displayed. Assistant Jang told her that for this project, she had caused quite a bit of trouble for her parents, so she was really worried. Ji-won encouraged her, saying that after this, she could get promoted and repay them. She and assistant Jang entered the supermarket. They were both astonished by what they saw. The two noticed not only the new products, but that all the products from their company were missing. They found this very strange, so they decided to directly ask the supermarket staff. When they introduced themselves as representatives of UNK, the staff became very cold towards them. They asked why they still dared to show their faces here after what had happened. After hearing what the supermarket manager told them, the two immediately returned to the company. This was no small matter. How could Park Min-hwan and Suminit let this happen? As soon as they entered the office, Assistant Jang immediately called Suminit in to ask about the situation. Assistant Jang loudly asked Suminit if she was still sane after causing trouble, and then running away, as if nothing had happened. Suminit stammered, asking what Assistant Jang was talking about. Assistant Jang reminded her about the incident where she gave a sample food with peanuts to a customer who was allergic and didn't even apologize, not to mention failing to report it to the company. Suminit jumped up to explain that it was just a misunderstanding. Assistant Jang told the manager that during the recent market survey for the new product, Suminit had caused a major incident but didn't report it. Suminit panicked, wondering how she could shift all the blame onto Ji-won. She sobbed uncontrollably, explaining that her actions were driven by her deep concern for Ji-won. Suminit admitted she totally spaced on reporting the allergic reaction, because Ji-won didn't give her the heads up about it, so she was completely in the dark. Suminit was crying while looking at Ji-won, saying that as she revealed that, she was afraid Ji-won would get into trouble. Jin-hyuk turned back to ask Ji-won if what Suminit said was true. At this moment, Ji-won felt the weight of doubt and disdainful glances from everyone once again directed at her, while Suminit was constantly surrounded by sympathy and comfort from the crowd. But now she's so used to it that it no longer hurts her. She just replies that she doesn't quite remember. At this moment, Suminit is still playing the role of the supportive friend, telling Jin-hyuk that if the company decides to impose any penalties, it should only be on her. Jin-hyuk asked Ji-won to really think it over, and see if she truly doesn't remember clearly. Ji-won bowed her head and mentioned that it had been quite a while, so she really couldn't recall clearly. She suggested checking the size TV footage from that day. Hearing that, Suminit suddenly felt a pang of guilt. If that's the case, wouldn't everyone know that all the blame falls squarely on her shoulders? Ji-won handed out the USB to everyone, saying it contained the size TV footage from that day. Since it was an important project, she always kept it on her. Everyone, take a look and know that Ji-won has already given the heads up to Suminit. You've already given Suminit a thorough rundown on the key points to focus on, and Ji-won really stressed that this is super important. Suminit apologizes to everyone, saying it's probably because her memory is just so bad that she forgot. Jin-hyuk asked why both Suminit and Park Min-hwan didn't report the incident to the company. Suminit thought that for now, she needed to escape this situation. She told everyone that Park Min-hwan had advised her to keep this under wraps. She said he said that as long as she and he stayed quiet, no one would ever know, and she followed his lead. Park Min-hwan jumped in surprise and asked her what she was talking about. He really wanted to slap her across the face right now. Why does she have the audacity to pin all the blame on him? He had to bow his head and apologize to everyone, explaining that since Suminit was the new recruit, he stepped in to handle the situation. Jin-hyuk asked Suminit and Park Min-hwan to write their individual scripts and submit them. Finally, Suminit managed to pin all the blame on Park Min-hwan to save her own skin. He asked Suminit if she knew how hard he had worked to handle that situation, and why she dared to stab him in the back. She told him that since he was the assistant, all he needed to do was write the report, and as for her, if anything went wrong, she wouldn't be able to become a full-time employee. Park Min-hwan told her that after all this, signing a contract would be tough, let alone becoming a full-time employee. He reassured her that in this incident, she wouldn't face any reprimands or punishment because it wasn't necessary. With that, he walked away, leaving Suminit all alone. Suminit thought to herself, if she were to die, she would take everyone down with her. She pulled out her phone and called the customer, who had an allergic reaction to the new product. She inquired about their health and whether they had recovered, mentioning that the company wanted to send a gift to make up for the previous mistake. Of course, she wouldn't just sit back and let things unfold like this. After that, Saminat casually focused on her beauty routine, convinced that everything she did was perfectly fine. Suddenly, her phone rang, and she quickly answered, asking if the customer had received the gift the company sent. On the other end, she was met with a furious tirade from the customer. He exclaimed that he had nearly lost his life after eating peanuts, so why on earth did she send him a peanut salad? She nonchalantly replied that she thought he liked free food and that he needed to try harder to adapt. The man, now fuming, demanded to know where she was. Saminat told him that if he wanted to find her, he should come to the company headquarters. The next morning, in the lobby of the company building, Ji-won ran into Assistant Jang and Hai-jin. Hai-jin asked if she had seen Saminat at work today. Suddenly, they heard a man's voice shouting loudly, asking who the marketing assistant Jang was, as he wanted to see her. The security guard stepped in to stop him, saying he couldn't act like that here, but the man insisted he had to meet Assistant Jang. He then threw all the food he had brought onto the floor. Assistant Jang decided to check it out. She addressed the man in front of her, introducing herself as Assistant Jang. Looking at the sender's information on the package, it indeed had her name on it. She was taken aback and told Ji-won that she had never sent a package like this. Someone had definitely impersonated her, and Ji-won was sure that Saminat was behind this prank. Assistant Jang told Ji-won and Hai-jin to stay out of it. She would handle everything here. The man heard this and shouted loudly, saying that she was the one who told him to come find her, yet now she treats him like a thug. He raised his hand towards Assistant Jang. Ji-won was stunned, recalling her memories. Back then, Park Min-hwan had also intended to do the same to her. But now, with a second chance at life, she couldn't just stand by and let things unfold naturally. She rushed forward and stood in front of Assistant Jang, telling the man to calm down. He asked her who she was. She bowed and apologized, explaining that the person who sent that package was definitely not Assistant Jang, but someone else. She promised him that she would find the person who spoke to him on the phone and bring her to apologize, and she also vowed to come up with a compensation solution for him soon. The man seemed calmer after hearing Ji-won's words. He angrily asked her if she was just talking nonsense, and if she was the one responsible. Just then, Jin-hyuk arrived and told her she didn't need to do that. He introduced himself as the head of the marketing department, the one responsible, so the man could talk to him. He suggested moving to a more comfortable place to discuss things. Before taking the man away, Jin-hyuk told Ji-won to get in touch with Saminat. Ji-won replied that she probably wouldn't come to the office anymore, but she would find a way to make her show up. All of this had been witnessed by the chairman. The chairman questioned why Jin-hyuk was only now stepping in when Assistant Jang and Ji-won had almost resolved everything. The chairman's secretary told him they had to move on. Meanwhile, Saminat was at a beauty salon getting pampered. She thought everything she was doing was going according to her plan. The phone on the table buzzed, notifying her of a text from her mother asking if she had been fired. The company had been making a fuss at home, and she recalled the person she called mother, who had spent her life just yelling at her. Just thinking about that person sent shivers down her spine. She stood up, planning to go get her hair washed, determined to live a leisurely life and be a beautiful lady for them to see. Suddenly, her phone rang with In-ho calling. She answered and asked what he wanted. In-ho asked her if he could meet her to talk about Ji-won and Min-hwan. Saminat agreed to meet him in the evening. They arranged to meet at the fidgety bar. Saminat pushed the door open and stepped inside. She was startled to realize that the person waiting for her was Ji-won, not In-ho. Ji-won casually remarked that she finally got to meet her. If it weren't for In-ho's phone call, she definitely wouldn't have shown up to meet everyone. Saminat expressed that she was already exhausted from work. She was only familiar with Ji-won, yet Ji-won was always busy with others, completely ignoring her. Ji-won really didn't want to hear this again. She told her not to say such things anymore. Now was not the time for her to be so relaxed. Ji-won presented Saminit with her termination notice. The reason was for taking leave without permission and being absent without notice. She also added that the paperwork would soon be in her hands. Ji-won asked if the product containing peanuts was sent by her to the customer, and Saminit shook her head repeatedly. She claimed there was no reason for her to do that. Ji-won coolly replied, "If it wasn't you, then lucky. Because that customer had contacted a lawyer, and if the company's legal department got involved, they would submit her call history to the investigators as evidence." Hearing this, Saminit began to feel genuinely anxious. She told Ji-won that she did send a package. She explained that she had removed the products containing peanuts and sent them under Assistant Jang's name, but due to a mistake, she accidentally sent the wrong items. And the customer had been terrifyingly persistent in calling. She was so scared that she acted that way. Ji-won held Samin's hand tightly and apologized to her. She said if she had cared about her more, perhaps these things wouldn't have happened. She wanted the two of them to resolve this together and suggested that the next day, Saminit should accompany her to the hospital to apologize to the customer. Ji-won told her that if it was just a mistake, she would help. The next morning, Saminit went with Ji-won to the hospital where the customer was being treated. Ji-won held Samin's hand tightly, insisting that she kneel and beg the customer for forgiveness. Saminit asked Ji-won what she was doing. She gritted her teeth and said sorry to the customer, even though she didn't want to apologize at all. The customer did not accept it. He said, "Is this really the attitude of someone who regrets their actions?" Saminit shouted, "She doesn't remember what she said on the phone. He was the one who raised his voice at her first, so why should she be the only one to apologize?" Ji-won shouted for Saminit to stop talking. Just then, department heads Jin-hyuk and Park Min-hwan walked in. Saminit looked at Park Min-hwan with a pleading gaze, thinking he would definitely help her. But Park Min-hwan ignored her. Jin-hyuk asked the client if he felt any better, but he was still fuming. Saminit sobbed and said she truly knew she was in the wrong, hoping he would forgive her. She explained that being pregnant made her emotions uncontrollable, which was why she said such things. Everyone in the room was now focused on her. Ji-won was equally shocked. "She's pregnant." Park Min-hwan went up to the rooftop. He wanted to meet Ji-won to clarify everything. He took out his phone and called Ji-won. He said he wanted to talk to her for a moment. She replied that today was her day off, and she wanted to rest. Ji-won asked if he intended to discuss the baby in Samin's belly, or the fact that they were planning to get married. Ji-won stated that whether the baby was his or not had nothing to do with her. She hoped they would only be colleagues in the future, and asked him not to call her again. Park Min-hwan hesitated, wanting to ask her to keep this a secret from the company staff. He told her that if everyone in the company found out, it would be very troublesome for her. Ji-won said she didn't care about any rumors, but she didn't want to make everything so ambiguous either. With that, she hung up the phone. It turned out he was still only thinking about his own reputation. She couldn't understand how she ever dated such a selfish person. Ji-won found it ridiculous. What fiancé? He was just someone who used to be her fiancé. Meanwhile, Park Min-hwan was also in a tangled mess. He continued to call Ji-won, but she didn't pick up. He then called Saminit. Park Min-hwan shouted at Saminit, asking what she had said to Ji-won. On the other end of the line, his mother's voice rang out. His mother asked why he dared to raise his voice at the woman carrying his child. She told him to hurry home and prepare for their wedding. She also said that from now on, Saminit would live with them. They couldn't leave her alone while she was pregnant. She instructed Saminit to stay temporarily in Min-hwan's room while looking for a new home. Saminit was secretly thrilled. Of course, she couldn't let Park Min-hwan abandon her like that. Earlier at the hospital, Ji-won had pulled her into the stairwell and asked how she could use the excuse of being pregnant to justify everything she did, questioning who the father of the baby is. Her belly was. Siminit put on a pained expression, saying she would reveal the truth, but hoped Ji-won wouldn't get angry. With tears streaming down her face, Siminit confessed that the child was Park Min-hwan's. She asked Ji-won if she could forgive her since they were best friends. Upon hearing this, Ji-won was stunned. Unable to believe what was happening. She stormed out, while Siminit continued to apologize profusely. Even after Ji-won left, she kept pretending to cry pitifully. Thinking about Ji-won's shocked, speechless face made her burst into laughter. Wasn't Ji-won just acting all high and mighty, claiming she could handle everything on her own? In the end, she couldn't even utter a word to her anymore. Siminit clenched her fists, reveling in the sight of Ji-won sobbing alone, feeling elated that she had taken everything from her. At Park Min-hwan's house, Siminit asked his mother why she kept feeding her grilled meat, feeling it was a bit wasteful. The mother cheerfully replied that the elders say eating lots of meat will help her have a son. She told her that it was the first time in her life she had tasted such delicious soybean paste soup. Park Min-hwan's mother happily said she would teach her how to cook it for Min-hwan in the future. At that moment, Siminit felt like they were truly a family, and she could finally have a happy life. Siminit thanked her, saying she had enjoyed the meal very much. Park Min-hwan's mother continued to bring her carp soup, saying it was very good for having a son. Siminit looked at the smelly liquid, covering her mouth and saying she couldn't drink it. But the mother insisted that it was precious and she had to finish it. Hearing this, Siminit closed her eyes and pinched her nose, downing the entire bag of that concoction. Park Min-hwan's mother said that when she gave birth, he didn't get to drink such nourishing things, so she had to make sure to finish it. Outside, the sound of a delivery person calling for Min-hwan's mother could be heard. She told Siminit that the wedding invitation was absolutely beautiful and asked her to help fold the invitations with her. Siminit was surprised. Clearly, she hadn't placed any orders, but Mother Park Min-hwan said that as soon as she heard the news of Simin's pregnancy, she immediately made arrangements. She asked if Siminit thought it was beautiful. Siminit gritted her teeth in anger. Why should their wedding invitation be according to her wishes? She didn't like this tacky invitation at all. Siminit was even more startled when she said she had already chosen several wedding dresses for her. She was worried they would be tired, so she prepared everything in advance. How lucky she was to have such a good mother-in-law. Siminit panicked and said she wanted the two of them to choose the wedding dress together. Mother Park replied that her son had been working very hard, so why should he have to go with her? If she insisted on doing things her way, then there was no need for a wedding at all. She also added that she wanted Siminit to get rid of those awful red fake nails. They wouldn't be good for the baby. Late at night, Park Min-hwan finally returned home from work. Walking into the room, he tiredly looked at Siminit lying on the bed reading a book. Siminit asked him if he was still mad at her. Park Min-hwan couldn't understand. After all, she was quite capable. He wondered what she had said to make his father give her money to buy a house. Park Min-hwan then came up with a plan. He would use that money to fix the mess from the recent failed vote. Thinking this way, he said that since everything happened unexpectedly, he didn't know how to handle it. Siminit asked him who he liked more, her or Ji-won. He immediately replied that of course, he liked his wife the most. Siminit felt satisfied. She was about to become the owner of this house. Meanwhile, Ji-won was returning home from her company. As she was opening the door, she saw Jin Hyuk stepping out of the elevator. She asked him where he had just come from. Jin Hyuk said he had just taken Bang to the hospital. Ji-won panicked and asked what was wrong. Was it because of the food she brought him the other day? Jin Hyuk told her to calm down. He only took him for a routine health check. He explained that Bang was already 7 years old this year, so he needed to be taken for a checkup every year. Ji-won suggested that he let her hug Bang before he took him home. She thought to herself that he looked so cold on the outside, but she didn't expect him to be so affectionate with his pet. Jin Hyuk gave Ji-won the password to open his house. He told her that whenever he wasn't home, she could just enter the code and play with Bang. Ji-won wondered why the code was 0227, was it his birthday? Ji-won excitedly asked Jin-hyuk if he really agreed to let Bang sleep over at their place today. Jin-hyuk shyly mentioned that Bang is also quite fond of her. In the evening, Ji-won had Bang lying next to her. She mentioned that she once had a cat, but it decided to go on its own adventure. Her little cat is so cute and tiny that someone must have whisked it away. Ji-won pulled out her phone to check. Saminat asked her if she's free after work tomorrow. She wants to hand over the wedding invitation to her. Ji-won reminisced about the time she handed out her and Park Min-hwan's invitation cards to everyone at the party. At that moment, hearing everyone congratulate her made her so shy that she couldn't utter a single word. Looking back, it was truly a wedding with not a single soul to offer their congratulations. Ji-won texted Saminat to invite her out for dinner, promising to reserve an extra table at the restaurant under her name. Saminat immediately agreed. She also mentioned that she would be eating a lot because there's a little one in the belly too. Ji-won finds it hilarious that Saminat keeps bringing up the baby bump with her. There's one thing she has no clue about: Park Min-hwan is infertile. The next day, Saminat arrived at the restaurant where Ji-won had made a reservation. She was feeling quite annoyed because her mother-in-law wouldn't let her wear a short dress or any flashy clothes. But she still felt that a beauty like hers could pull off anything, looking stunning like a scene straight out of a movie. She stepped into the restaurant and told the server, "Your friend used the name Ji-won to make the reservation," and she followed the server into the room. She thought that when Ji-won saw her wedding invitation, his face would definitely change. When Saminat opened the door, she was surprised to find not just Ji-won, but a whole crowd of people waiting for her inside. Park Min-hwan was stunned to see her here too. Jin-hyuk looked at her in surprise just as much. Hae-jin was astonished and asked how she knew they were having a party here. Saminat asked Ji-won what was going on with this. At this moment, Ji-won stood up and gently tapped Saminat on the shoulder. Ji-won told everyone that, although Samin's departure wasn't exactly a fairytale ending, she has some exciting news to share with everyone. Saminat sat down next to Min-hwan. She felt really embarrassed, and Park Min-hwan signaled to her. He wants her to grab the key to the bathroom and head home first. He didn't want her around, spouting off nonsense, and Saminat was fuming at his attitude. So he feels really embarrassed about marrying her. Saminat decides to stop thinking about it. She stands up and apologizes to everyone for her sudden resignation, announcing that she and Park Min-hwan are getting married. Everyone in the room is shocked and angry. They can't believe their ears and ask who Saminat is marrying. Saminat pulls out the wedding invitation from her bag to show everyone. She reiterates to everyone that she is marrying Park Min-hwan. At this moment, everyone in the room is stunned as they gaze at the wedding invitation. Hae-jin angrily questions whether what Saminat just said is true. Ji-won, the calmest person in the room, congratulates Saminat. She says that the two of them really make a beautiful couple. Except for Hae-jin, everyone else chimes in to congratulate Saminat, who excitedly thanks them all. She declares that she and Park Min-hwan will live happily ever after. Park Min-hwan, who has been silent until now, can't let Saminat ramble on any longer. He stands up, bids farewell to everyone, and pulls her away. Before leaving, Saminat insists that Ji-won must catch the bouquet at her wedding, and Ji-won accepts the wedding invitation. Cheerfully, she says she will definitely attend. Saminat thought Ji-won would be heartbroken, but seeing her calm expression, she can't understand why she seems so unfazed. On the way home, Park Min-hwan asks Saminat why she came and why she's so determined to embarrass him. Saminat explains that it's all Ji-won's fault. The one embarrassing him isn't her, but Ji-won. Park Min-hwan angrily retorts that if she mentions Ji-won's name in front of him again, there will be no wedding. Saminat shows Park Min-hwan Ji-won's message. She says if Ji-won hadn't told her, how would she know where the company party was? Park Min-hwan asks Saminat if Ji-won called her without mentioning it was a company party. He angrily states that it's all Samin's fault because Ji-won is someone who can't live without him. So it must be very painful to see Park Min-hwan like this. Saminit doesn't understand and feels that something is off. She starts to worry. If things continue like this and they get married, her life could very well spiral back into the hell it once was. When she was little, Saminit always had to witness her mother yelling at her, constantly questioning why she was even born. She sadly admitted that she knew she was wrong and promised not to speak of such things again. Saminit leaned back in her chair, exhausted, and asked Park Minute-hwan to take her home to rest. She had tried every possible way to escape that house, so she was determined never to return. She was absolutely going to live a happy life. At the company party, Ji-won still tried to sit and eat with everyone for a little while longer. She stood up and asked to leave early, waving goodbye to everyone as she headed out. Hyejin was still fuming, even though she didn't know the full story, but this situation was truly beyond words. She felt incredibly angry on Ji-won's behalf. Clearly, Park Minute-hwan and her friend were supposed to be getting married. Yet, not long after their breakup, he was marrying her best friend. Ji-won reminded her that this was Ji-won's personal matter, and they shouldn't gossip about it too much. He stood up to follow her and waited for her to get home. He couldn't let Ji-won go home alone at this moment. Ji-won felt very guilty, she always made him take her home. But for some reason, while she used to feel a bit shy about it, now he felt so familiar to her. Jin-hyuk told her that he would bring Pang over to her house to sleep later. She joked with him, asking if he was bringing it over to comfort her because he was worried she'd be sad. Jin-hyuk replied that it wasn't exactly that, but because Pang really liked her. Ji-won took the wedding invitation that Saminit had given her to look at, realizing she needed to plan for that day. She couldn't let them get married peacefully after everything they had done to her. Thinking about this, Ji-won turned to Jin-hyuk and asked him. She looked at him, suggesting that she wanted to take advantage of him one more time. Jin-hyuk didn't understand what she was talking about. But as long as she needed him, he would always be willing to follow her lead. Before they knew it, the day of Park Minute-hwan and Samin's wedding had arrived. His mother was still overly concerned about Saminit and the baby in her belly. Everything had to go according to her wishes. She said the most important thing is still her precious grandson, so anything unnecessary won't be done if it affects the child. Saminit reluctantly agreed to her wishes. The makeup artist told Saminit that she has a mother-in-law who cares for her a lot. Saminit replied that her mother-in-law cares for the grandchildren even more than her own parents do, so she must live happily without feeling jealous of anyone else. So that her mother can no longer call her a worthless child. Looking at herself in the mirror, the conservative wedding dress and this layer of makeup, nothing seemed to please her at all. The wedding photographer walked in and asked Saminit why none of her friends had arrived yet. Saminit brushed it all aside, no matter what, she had to look her best. She was determined to live happily. Today, she was the star of the show, and she had truly won over Ji-won. Outside the gate, Park Minute-hwan was busy welcoming the esteemed guests. The wedding organizer walked over and asked him why Saminit was alone in the waiting room, wondering when her friends would arrive. Park Minute-hwan replied that she didn't have any friends, so it was pointless to ask. At that moment, everyone was focused on the couple making their entrance. They wondered if the girl was a friend of the bride, as she looked stunning and had come with her boyfriend. But many people showed regret when they saw her arriving with her boyfriend. That was Ji-won, who linked arms with Jin-hyuk and slowly walked up to Park Minute-hwan. Park Minute-hwan was surprised to see them. He had thought Ji-won wouldn't attend their wedding. Ji-won told him she came to congratulate the couple. She had come with department head Jin-hyuk. Ji-won looked just like the main character today. Park Minute-hwan blushed, even though he didn't want to admit it. But they really did make a beautiful couple. Jin-hyuk extended his hand and congratulated Park Minute-hwan, mentioning that other colleagues might not be able to attend, so he was glad to see everyone come to celebrate. The wedding host rushed over to ask why Park Minute-hwan had such a beautiful colleague and hadn't introduced her sooner. He boldly approached Ji-won to get acquainted, asking if she could share her name. Ji-won cheerfully introduced herself as a colleague from the same company as Park Minute-hwan. Park Min-hwan's friend grinned widely, saying even her name was beautiful. As he recalled the name she just mentioned, he remembered hearing it somewhere before. Instantly, he realized and asked Ji-won if her company had 2 assistants with that name. She replied that there was only her as assistant Ji-won. Once Ji-won and Jin-hyuk went inside, he was surprised to ask Park Min-hwan if he hadn't broken up with a girl like that and married the one inside that heavenly room. Park Min-hwan was so furious that his fists clenched tightly. Ji-won was supposed to be his girl. Now he was regretting it to the point of madness. Ji-won said she wanted to go to the bride's room to see Saminit for a bit. Ji-won opened the door and stepped in. She didn't see anyone at all. Looking at Saminit, she resembled her from before, a lonely bride just staring at the floor like a doll. Saminit saw Ji-won come in and cheerfully asked why she was late. Ji-won explained that she and Jin-hyuk got stuck in traffic. Saminit told Ji-won that she absolutely had to catch her wedding bouquet today. She asked Ji-won if she thought she looked beautiful, and Ji-won told Saminit. She looked very beautiful. Ji-won admired Saminit, and thus her plan had successfully taken its first step. Saminit was now the one wearing the wedding dress chosen by Park Min-hwan's mother. Back then, on the day Ji-won had her wedding, Saminit was just a guest. Now the roles had reversed. Suddenly, Ji-won heard Uncle In-hwan calling her. Perhaps he was also invited to the wedding by Saminit. In-hwan told her that Saminit was very worried. She had instructed him to always keep an eye on Ji-won. In-hwan mentioned he had seen her with Di-hyu. It seemed he was a step too late. In-hwan said he only came to deliver a wedding gift for Saminit. Ji-won thanked him for his concern, saying that since she and Park Min-hwan had broken up, she didn't mind at all. In-hwan thought she was really strong, but perhaps he had run out of chances. He took out his phone to call a friend. He told Ji-won that earlier he had said he was almost there, but now he still hadn't arrived. Ji-won asked In-hwan if he had told them anything about Samin's husband. And of course, In-hwan had shared everything. He had mentioned that Samin's husband was Ji-won's former fiancé. Ji-won thought to herself, with their personalities, she was definitely about to witness some drama. Just as she mentioned the devil appeared. All the esteemed guests at the wedding were whispering at the sight of them. Even though they were friends, she was utterly taken aback. The 3 of them looked like they were ready to hit up a music festival. One by one, they stepped in, leaving everyone gaping in disbelief. Just by looking at their outfits, it was clear they had no intention of being polite at this wedding. Ji-won wondered why they were dressed so bizarrely for the occasion. To attend the wedding, of all places. She complimented Ji-won, saying she looked stunning today. Ji-won replied that if she had known they were coming, she would have arranged to go together. They told Ji-won to pretend she didn't know them, to play the demure lady and just sit quietly. They were there just to see the face of Samin's precious husband. The 2 people, who could never disappear from Ji-won's life, were now hand in hand, stepping into the fiery pit she had created. In this lifetime, they would have to endure the suffering she had faced in her past life. Everyone present at the wedding applauded for them, but Ji-won secretly thought congratulations were in order for the 2 of them as they walked hand in hand into hell. She clapped sincerely, wishing them to feel as much pain as possible. Because that was the hell they had once thrown her into. At that moment, the 3 of them were causing a ruckus in the hall. Saminit wondered why they were there to stir up trouble since she hadn't invited them. The photographer, seeing the chaotic scene, asked if they were the bride's friends. They all chimed in, claiming they were her friends. Ji-won and In-hwan looked at them, feeling utterly speechless at their antics. Seeing the guests' reactions, Park Min-hwan was furious. How could Saminit invite such a crowd and ruin his family's reputation? The photographer called for anyone wanting to catch the bouquet to step forward, eager to wrap things up and get out of there. Only Ji-won stepped forward, making Saminit feel utterly embarrassed. At that moment, she wished she could throw the bouquet right at her. 1, 2, 3, the bouquet was tossed by Saminit. Naturally, it landed squarely in Ji-won's hands. Ji-won beamed and told Saminit. that she genuinely wished the two of them happiness. Ji-won looked so stunning that Park Min-hwan was left in awe. He gazed at her with a look full of regret. Semin's face immediately darkened. Even at this moment, all he could see was Ji-won. The ceremony concluded, and Jia followed Seminit into the waiting room. She candidly told Seminit that she wasn't there to congratulate her on the wedding, but had something to say. Jia leaned in close to Seminit and said she congratulated her for picking up the trash that her friend had thrown away, adding that this action was no different from that of a beggar. The photographer called the bride out for a photo shoot. He requested the bride and groom to hug and kiss, claiming that only then would the picture turn out beautifully. Seminit immediately placed her hand behind Park Min-hwan's neck. She told him to kiss her. She wanted everyone to see that she had snagged a wonderful husband and that they were very happy together. In front of everyone, they exchanged a kiss to testify to their love. This love, this marriage, was not something she picked up, but rather something she had fought tooth and nail to steal. She snatched it from the hands of a friend who once considered her unique, but she was determined to outshine her. After the wedding photos were done, the bride and groom invited all the guests to dine at the restaurant. The group of D also stayed behind to enjoy a meal, and when they asked why D wasn't staying, she replied that of course, if she stayed and had to look at Semin's face, she wouldn't be able to swallow a bite. They looked on as Seminit walked by, deliberately complimenting her beautiful handbook outfit, and asking if it was something her mother had left her. Park Min-hwan's father asked Seminit if they were her friends, to which she immediately denied, claiming she didn't know them. D excitedly shouted that they were friends, and Park Min-hwan's mother was furious. She told the staff to kick those three out. If not, she wouldn't pay the remaining bill. The staff approached the group of D, explaining that the host had complained they were disrupting the party and hoped they could leave. The three jumped up, claiming they had put in the effort to come and congratulate, but were being disrespected, which was typical of someone who dared to take her friend's fiancé. Seminit was mortified and shouted for the staff to hurry up and get rid of them. But they argued that since they had already given a wedding gift, how could they be kicked out? At that moment, a man appeared. He called the staff over, handed them his card, and said he would cover the bill for the three of them. So there won't be any more issues then. Turns out he's one of Jin Hyuk's underlings. The waiter took the card from him and said he would take care of it. After the waiter left, he gently approached Ji-ah and told them to enjoy their meal. He knew they were friends of Ji-won, and Ji-ah felt shy. She found the man in front of her to be very strong. By the time the party ended, they all met outside, and Ji-ah thanked Jin Hyuk's underling, Seng Ji-yu. Ji-ah winked at him, and said she hoped to share a drink with him next time they met. Jin Hyuk suggested that he would treat everyone then. Seng Ji-yu offered to drive Ji-won's friends home, while the two of them should go on a fun date. Both of them blushed and felt shy. Jin Hyuk said he would take Ji-won home. Ji-won asked Jin Hyuk if he wanted to invite her to dinner. She mentioned that she had received a lot of wedding gifts today, but hadn't eaten anything at all. She had received 5 million won in wedding gifts, which would go towards Semin's cancer surgery. Meanwhile, Park Min-hwan and Seminit were on their honeymoon. He tiredly asked her if she felt satisfied with how everything turned out. Seminit replied that it wasn't her fault. Jia had shown up uninvited, and she hadn't invited them. Park Min-hwan angrily said that all this chaos was because she sent an invitation to Ji-won, and when she stepped out to receive the wedding flowers, his mother almost fainted. Seminit was very upset, and told him to stop yelling at her. When their car stopped at a red light, Park Min-hwan looked out the window and couldn't help but exclaim how beautiful the car next to them was. Seminit heard this and leaned over to ask him how expensive it was. Park Min-hwan told her that even if he sold her, he couldn't afford that car. Just then, the window of the car next to them slowly rolled down, and it was none other than Jin Hyuk and Ji-won inside. Ji-won didn't want to see them, so she turned her face away. Jin Hyuk sped off, leaving Park Min-hwan in shock. He exploded in anger, cursing that shameless dog who lusted after someone else's girlfriend. Siminit observed that the man in front of her was doing everything he could to marry her, yet he was still fuming at the sight of another man with his ex-girlfriend. Did he really love her? Siminit recalled what that person had said to her during the wedding. Clearly, that's not true. She was so angry she was shaking. She glanced at her husband sitting next to her. The man she had gone to great lengths to win over. Surely, she would live happily with him. He absolutely could not be the trash that Ji-won had thrown away. Speaking of Hai-jin at this moment, she had just stepped out of the restaurant, patting her belly. She exclaimed, spending 3,000 won to enjoy an all-you-can-eat buffet until she could barely breathe. Was truly a top-notch revenge. She spotted In Hwan waiting for a taxi by the roadside. She quickly approached to greet him. Hai-jin scrutinized him and asked why he looked so downcast. In Hwan awkwardly replied that Ji-won had rejected him again, and from now on, he would really have to end this relationship. He mentioned that he probably wouldn't even get a chance to see Ji-won from afar anymore. He asked Hai-jin if he looked that terrible, and she told him that no matter what, he still looked very handsome in her eyes. In Hwan stared at her in shock, asking if she really thought he was handsome. Hai-jin replied that he should know that himself. He burst out laughing and thanked her, saying that she had made him feel much better. She felt flustered, waving her hands and saying goodbye as her taxi had arrived. In Hwan curiously asked if she was calling a taxi. Hai-jin hurriedly jumped into the car and closed the door. She looked back at In Hwan, thinking he was a good person. She waved at him. For Hai-jin, she had a strong impression of him from their first meeting at his cafe. He was both friendly and sincere. She remembered the first time he brought her pastries, he had flashed a warm smile. She felt frustrated that he couldn't be with Ji-won. Hai-jin sighed, thinking that at least this was better for her brother. Now, she just had to trust her brother. Jin-hyuk took Ji-won to a traditional restaurant for a late-night meal. Ji-won sat down at the table and thanked him very much for everything he had done for her. Jin-hyuk asked her what she was thanking him for. Ji-won suggested that if he ever needed her help, he should just let her know, and she would do her best. She told him that whenever he needed her, he could take advantage of her just like she had done with him. The two clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. Jin-hyuk said that whenever she needed his help, even at 3 a.m., he would fly over. But if you ask for her help, she should think it over carefully before coming. Ji-won didn't understand and asked him why he said that. Jin-hyuk replied that it might just be his desire to satisfy his own cravings. After saying that, he downed his drink in one go, leaving Ji-won coughing and spluttering. She was surprised that such a composed man could joke around with her like that. Just as they were about to leave, the rain started pouring down. Jin-hyuk told her to wait there for a moment, he would be right back, and Ji-won stepped outside the cafe to wait for him. She couldn't understand why he would go out in such heavy rain at that moment. A moment later, Ji-won saw him returning with an umbrella, his tall, striking figure radiating a cool demeanor that caught the attention of all the girls on the street. Anyone who looked at him would agree he was quite the catch, but why would a guy like him be interested in her? Jin-hyuk approached Ji-won and held the umbrella over her. He mentioned he had called a cab, and they would head to the parking lot to go home. Ji-won quickly ran under the umbrella to stand next to him. She asked him why he liked her, and Jin-hyuk replied that it was for no particular reason. Ji-won inquired when he started liking her, but he said that was a conversation for another time. He added that if she gave him a chance, he would answer her question. Soon, the cab arrived, and they were driven back to the apartment. The two of them stepped out of the elevator on their floor. Ji-won told him she was a bit thirsty and wanted something refreshing to drink. Jin-hyuk mentioned he had some cans of beer in his apartment and asked if she wanted to stop by for a drink and to see Pang for a bit. Ji-won gently petted the cat Pang, who nuzzled against her hand. Jin-hyuk took off his outer jacket and told her to make herself comfortable. Ji-won opened his fridge and found it stocked with expensive imported beers. She asked if she could drink one. He told her she could have as many as she wanted and reached for a can similar to hers. Being so close to Jin Hyuk, Ji-won could smell the intoxicating scent emanating from him. He asked if she needed anything else. Noticing her flustered expression, he said if she didn't need anything, he would close the fridge. He warned her that leaving it open for too long could lead to catching a cold. Ji-won blushed in embarrassment, feeling like her limbs were utterly unnecessary at that moment. Four gazes locked in a dramatic stare down. Maybe Ji-won has also developed feelings for Jin Hyuk, as he gazes at her flushed face. His heart was racing wildly. At this moment, Jin Hyuk could no longer hold back. He leaned one arm against the fridge and moved in closer to Ji-won. He told her he was dying to kiss her, and he asked if she could make that happen. Ji-won reached her arm around Jin Hyuk's neck. She could no longer resist his charm. The beer in her hand slipped away. And what was meant to happen, happened. The two embraced tightly and shared a passionate kiss. That year, at the Hope University enrollment consultation event, a tall and dashing young man, a handsome guy, is casually strolling home. As he strolled past the soccer field, a group of friends called him over. That's Jin Hyuk. They invited him to shoot some hoops, but he said he was tied up today and suggested they reschedule for another time. As Jin Hyuk strolled through the schoolyard, he spotted a girl sitting beneath a tree. He wondered who she was because this place usually had very few visitors. He wondered what she was doing there. That girl was Ji-won back in her college days. He leaned in and asked her what she was so intently staring at, making her jump in surprise. She turned back and signaled him to keep it hush-hush. Turns out she was gazing at a tiny kitten, peacefully snoozing on the grass. Hearing a sound, it slowly opened its eyes. Ji-won asked the cat. It seemed like it had been abandoned too. She said it looked so fragile. She suggested Jin Hyuk stay and keep an eye on it for a while to help her out. She went to the convenience store to grab some snacks for him, and would be back in a jiffy. At that moment, he thought to himself, this girl is such a handful. He pulled a sausage out of his pocket and handed it to her, asking if it would be okay to feed that to the cat. Ji-won took the food from his hands and said thank you to him. At that moment, I was really curious why she was chatting away, but couldn't bring herself to look me in the eye. The cat devoured the sausage she handed over with gusto. She introduces herself and asks if it still doesn't have a name, right? She asked the little cat where its mom might have gone, probably just for a bit, surely not abandoning it because it was so adorable. She joked that if she were as cute as it, her mom would have come back to find her by now. Jin Hyuk looked at her and said that she was really beautiful too. Ji-won handed him a 10,000 won bill, saying this is the cat's food money, and this is all she has. Before leaving, she told him that if there were more, maybe her mother wouldn't come back at all. Jin Hyuk recalled the story she shared with the kitten earlier. She mentioned it was also abandoned by its mother, which meant she felt the same way. He turned back to look at the little kitten sitting there and said, if it likes her that much, then it should follow her. He said it looks just like a tiny little moldy mushroom. He told her to wait there for Mom, because he had some business to take care of. And I think we should give this money back to her. But he doesn't know if she'll show up here again tomorrow. Back to reality, the sun has risen. Jin Hyuk pulled the blanket up to cover Ji-won. I told the little kitten, thank you so much, thank you. Thanks to it, I got the chance to meet Ji-won. He gently pets its head. The sound of a kitten woke Ji-won up, and she slowly opened her eyes. Jin Hyuk asked her if she slept well. Ji-won recalled what happened yesterday. She couldn't understand why she was here. She shyly jumped and glanced down at her outfit, relieved to see it intact. Looks like nothing went wrong after all. She shyly asked him if she had dozed off. Do you really not remember anything at all? Yesterday, while two people were sharing a passionate kiss, someone rang the doorbell. As his junior, he asked if he could chat with Ji-won about a few things, so he invited them to share a few drinks together. He asked her if she liked a muscular guy like him, and he also wanted to know if Ji-won had a crush on anyone. She cuddles the cat in her arms and gestures to Jin Hyuk to come over to her. Then her two hands cupped his face. She waved her hands playfully and asked him where he was planning to sneak off to. They still needed to wrap up the unfinished business from earlier, and seeing this, the younger crew members politely asked to take their leave. I wish Ji-won and Jin-hyuk a fiery time together. Looking back on this, Ji-won wishes she had a place to hide. She can't understand why she acted that way. Jin-hyuk smiled and asked Ji-won if she was feeling any headaches or dizziness, or if her stomach was bothering her in any way. Ji-won said she's doing great, and Jin-hyuk suggested that they should get to work now, or they'll be late. Ji-won asked Jin-hyuk why he didn't wake her up. He mischievously smiled, saying that her sleeping face was too adorable to wake her up. Ji-won quickly got up to get ready for work. He said being late was no big deal, as long as he approved her reason for being late. Ji-won told him she didn't need to remember, making Jin-hyuk find her utterly charming. Meanwhile, Min-hwan and Seminit were off enjoying their honeymoon. Seminit expressed her desire to go out and play, but he was glued to his computer, telling her to go alone and come back early. Seminit huffed, wondering what the point of traveling all the way to the beach for their honeymoon was if they were just going to stay cooped up in the hotel all day. She complained that her body felt heavy, so how could she go out alone? Min-hwan pouted, suggesting she could just swim in the rooftop pool instead. Seminit angrily shouted that if he kept this up, she would tell his dad about how he used the money meant for buying a house to gamble in the stock market. She clutched her belly, saying the baby was kicking her too hard because of him. He reminded her that they had agreed to wait until after the baby was born to go on their honeymoon. But she insisted on going, so he reluctantly joined her. She plopped down on the bed, realizing she had dragged him along against his will. She pouted, saying if Ji-won were with him, he definitely wouldn't treat her like this. She added that Ji-won had probably shifted her focus to when he and Seminit were having issues, just to swoop in. Seminit knew that mentioning Ji-won would always make him furious. She remarked that Ji-won was just like her mother. Seminit said Ji-won complained to her every day, and that Min-hwan was just a temporary replacement. She even claimed that from the start, he should have met with manager Jin-hyuk first. Min-hwan got angry, demanding she shut up, insisting Ji-won would never say such things. Seminit gritted her teeth in frustration, telling Min-hwan to forget about Ji-won from now on. If not, she would spill all the secrets. She also told him that Ji-won had asked her to get close to him. She confessed that from their very first meeting, she had liked him. This left Min-hwan very surprised, but back then, he had only had eyes for Ji-won. Even now, while he was with Seminit, his heart still belonged to her. Seminit cried, saying Ji-won had told her to get pregnant with his child so she would have a valid reason to break up with him. Min-hwan was furious. He couldn't believe Ji-won would do something like that. He angrily rushed towards Seminit, gripping her tightly, demanding to know who had deliberately gotten her pregnant. Seminit replied that she was just following Ji-won's orders. She said Ji-won told her to do this so she would have an excuse to marry Min-hwan, and then she could freely meet Jin-hyuk. Ji-won assured her that this was a mutually beneficial arrangement, and she was just doing what she was told. Seminit insisted that he let her go. He had hurt her, she said, and revealed that she had suffered a miscarriage. Seminit told him that the day Ji-won wanted her to kneel before clients in the hospital room was likely when the strong impact caused her to have a hemorrhage. Tears streamed down her face as she told him that when she went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor informed her that she had miscarried. Min-hwan shouted in frustration, unable to bear her any longer. Why was she only bringing this up now? They had already registered their marriage and planned a wedding, and now she was saying she had miscarried. Seminit shot up and exclaimed how could she have said anything when both his parents were eagerly anticipating a grandchild. She pleaded with him to pretend he didn't know anything. Min-hwan angrily retorted that she was just pretending to be pregnant while complaining about stomach pains and demanding to eat everything in sight. She was truly cruel. He found her more disgusting than Ji-won. Seminit reminded him that they were already husband and wife. Was he really considering divorce? Min-hwan was at a loss, saying divorce was easy, but his parents would never accept it. Saminat suggested that all they needed was for her to get pregnant again. She hugged him tightly, saying she held no resentment towards Ji-won, because it was because of her that she got to be with him. All she needed was him, and that was enough. Minute Hwan recalled Ji-won's appearance at the wedding. He was filled with rage, wondering why she had to toy with him. Feeling dejected, he decided to head to the beach for a beer. He sadly remembered everything Saminat had said, blaming Ji-won for it all. She had treated him like a fool, leading him to marry a shameless woman. This all might have started when Ji-won proactively went to buy coffee for Jin-hyuk, as she usually wouldn't even dare to talk to anyone other than him and Saminat. At that moment, Ji-won had fiercely yanked her hand away from his grasp when he caught her. Just then, Ji-won rushed in, playing the hero to protect her. Even though Ji-won often doesn't contact him anymore, her appearance has completely changed. It seems like this all started a long time ago. It looks like those two have been seeing each other for quite a while now. Minute Hwan thought to himself, feeling a bit resentful. He couldn't let those two live happily together. He grabbed his visa and searched for the business card his friend had given him. It was a card from a company that would do anything for the right price. He planned to use Ji-won to ruin her life, just like she used Saminat to destroy him. Meanwhile, at U&K Company, Hyejin told Ji-won that she heard the company had posted a special promotion list, inviting her to check it out together. Ji-won was surprised, wondering if it had come out so quickly. Hyejin leaned in, sniffing the air, saying the scent was very familiar. She mentioned it was Assistant Jang. Assistant Jang appeared from behind, asking Hyejin if she smelled something. Hyejin exclaimed that she smelled something so good it could knock her out, and Ji-won asked what perfume she was wearing. She replied it was just the scent of fabric softener. Suddenly, Director Lee popped up, saying it turned out to be just fabric softener, which had him searching high and low for a similar fragrance. Assistant Jang asked why he didn't just ask her. He admitted he was shy and just happened to be at the mall looking for it. Ji-won was surprised to hear him say he wanted to buy it because it smelled so good. Seeing his expression, she thought he might have feelings for Assistant Jang. Hyejin called them over quickly, announcing that both of them had been specially approved for promotions. Assistant Jang was promoted to department head, while the director was elevated to assistant. Assistant Jang was still in disbelief, unable to accept that this was real. Ji-won clapped to congratulate them, saying they had put in so much effort into this project, and it was well deserved. They were all thrilled, celebrating the achievements of the two. Hyejin texted Ji-won, saying that to celebrate the promotion, department head Jang would treat everyone to dinner. Ji-won glanced at the empty chair across from her, noting that the department head wasn't at work today. She asked Hyejin if it was okay to celebrate without him, to which Hyejin replied that he was unwell and taking a day off, but as long as she informed him, the meal expenses would be covered. Ji-won pondered. Recently, she noticed that his complexion wasn't great. She wondered if he was okay. After work that afternoon, everyone headed to the barbecue ribs restaurant. Team leader Jang introduced the restaurant as her parents' place, encouraging everyone to eat up. Assistant Jang's parents brought the food, saying this meal was to celebrate their daughter's promotion. Everyone was in high spirits, congratulating the two of them. Team leader Jang introduced her husband, mentioning that he was running the restaurant with her parents. Ji-won received a phone call, and took out her phone to check. It was Minute Hwan calling her. Without a second thought, she hung up. He texted her, threatening that she had to break up with Jin-hyuk, or he would bury both of them alive. Ji-won, although clueless about his schemes, wondered if he was really planning to mess with the team leader now. She stepped outside with her phone to avoid disturbing everyone. Suddenly, team leader Jang's husband appeared, asking if she was a colleague of his wife. He inquired if the food was to everyone's liking, and she replied that the food here was delicious. She promised they would definitely come back to eat here more often. She noticed a female staff member just coming out from that area and asked him if that was the smoking section. After the party wrapped up, Ji-won returned to her apartment. As she walked, She massaged her sore shoulder. It had been a long time since she attended a gathering, and she felt quite exhausted. She glanced over at Jin Hyuk's room. Ji-won was worried about whether he was okay. She took out her phone to call him, but there was no connection. She buzzed his doorbell, but no one answered. Inside, she could only hear Pang's cries. What if something had happened to him? It seemed like Pang heard her calling and cried even louder, making Ji-won feel uneasy. She didn't know what was wrong, but she had never heard it wailing so desperately before. She recalled the door code he had told her the day before. She pressed the button to unlock the door. The door swung open, and she immediately saw Bang standing there. She slowly walked into the house, calling out for Jin Hyuk to see if he was home. She anxiously searched every nook and cranny of the house. Something must have happened to him. She opened the bedroom door and found him lying on the bed, looking utterly exhausted. She gently approached him, placing her hand on his forehead to check, discovering that he had a high fever. Ji-won took a warm towel and placed it on him to help bring down his fever. At that moment, Ji-won groggily woke up and saw her sitting there, caring for him. She called out loudly, so much so that even those outside could hear her. Worried something might happen to him, she opened the door and walked in. She handed him the medicine and helped him take it, mentioning that the party had ended and someone had gone home to get it. Ji-won focused on him, asking why he was looking at her like that. He took the pill from her hand without saying a word. He swallowed it in one go and then looked at her. He told her that she looked really beautiful today. Ji-won blushed, feeling shy. Even now, he could still joke around. She tucked the blanket around him and told him to take the medicine and rest, but he said he couldn't breathe. She felt shy, realizing her makeup had faded quite a bit. How could she be so beautiful that he couldn't breathe? Jin Hyuk kicked the blanket off and said she was indeed beautiful, but what he meant was that the blanket was making it hard for him to breathe. Ji-won finally understood, startled, and asked if he was okay, seeing her worry for him like that. He reached out and gently touched her neck. He told Ji-won that as long as she was by his side, he would be fine. Although Ji-won felt she should push him away, for some reason, she let him do that. Last time, they were both drunk, but today she was completely sober. Jin Hyuk suddenly paused, and Ji-won asked him. Why didn't he kiss her? As soon as she finished speaking, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her passionately. The next morning, Ji-won got ready but didn't know how to go to work. Should she and he continue going together? She didn't even understand what their relationship was anymore, pacing back and forth in her room. She felt very shy about facing him again, deciding she needed to be clear-headed. What kind of relationship could she and he have? As Ji-won opened the door, she was startled to find Jin Hyuk right outside. She pretended nothing was wrong and asked how he was feeling. He replied that he was well, thanks to her help. The two stood waiting for the elevator, and she wondered how he could be so calm after what had happened yesterday. Jin Hyuk unexpectedly spoke up to apologize, saying he had been careless the day before. She said he didn't need to apologize, just forget everything that happened yesterday. She mentioned that both she and the manager were at fault, so let's just pretend nothing ever happened. Jin Hyuk rushed in front of her and asked how she could act like that. He said whether she could do it or not, he definitely couldn't. With that, Jin Hyuk opened the car door. He said he would drive her to work, adding that his oversight was because he hadn't seen her home yesterday. He pulled out a bouquet of flowers he had prepared for Ji-won. She was taken aback, thinking to herself, could he have actually prepared flowers for her? Jin Hyuk confidently stated that they definitely kissed yesterday, so he proposed they take their relationship to a special level. Ji-won was astonished by what he said. She accepted the bouquet from him. He took her hand, feeling ready to take a step forward in their relationship. At the company, everything was in full swing. Minute Hwan asked why they weren't continuing with the agreement he had made. But the other person said not everyone could be meddled with so casually. Minute Hwan, fuming, said he had agreed to pay a handsome sum, and even if the person was a nobody, once they accepted the money, they had to see it through. The detective revealed that the person he asked him to investigate was the grandchild of the largest U&K corporation in South Korea, leaving Minute Hwan shocked. He had worked at the company but had never heard this information. The chairman was Jin Hyuk's grandfather. The detective added that he found out Jin Hyuk was dating a girl named Ji-won, and that was all he could do. He told Minute Hwan to just keep it to himself, as he didn't want to know what would happen. Otherwise, the detective warned that he must not disclose this to anyone, or they would be in serious trouble. Minute Hwan exploded, telling the detective that he clearly claimed he could do anything. But it turned out he was just a fraud. He demanded a refund. The detective flicked the cigarette he was smoking to the ground. He said he respected Minute Hwan, but it seemed Minute Hwan was underestimating him. He slowly stood up and marched toward Minute Hwan, grabbing his shirt and saying he had already uncovered the fact that they were dating and even lived across from his girlfriend's apartment. He had done his part, so why did Minute Hwan want a refund? Minute Hwan, now frightened, clarified that wasn't what he meant. The detective gritted his teeth, almost growling at Minute Hwan to get the heck out of here right now. That evening, Minute was reminiscing about the wedding gift money Ji-won had given her. She rummaged through every nook and cranny of her room, but couldn't find it anywhere. She distinctly remembered putting the money in the drawer, yet now, after searching the entire room, it was nowhere to be found. Could it be that Minute Hwan had taken the money? Just then, Minute Hwan came home from work. As he opened the door and stepped inside, Minute jumped up and asked if he had used the money Ji-won gave her. He shot back, questioning how she dared to raise her voice at her husband who had just come home after working hard. Minute Hwan slammed his bag down on the floor. He glanced at the cold rice and soup on the table, feeling utterly defeated. Minute wasn't letting it go, though. She pressed him again, asking if he had spent that money. And Minute Hwan admitted it. She demanded to know why he had spent that money. It was the money Ji-won had given her, and Minute Hwan, without a shred of shame, told her that if she wanted more, she could just go ask Ji-won again, but this time she should ask for 500 million won. She retorted, how could Ji-won possibly have that much money? He replied that she might not, but her boyfriend definitely would. Minute asked if Minute Hwan was talking about Jin Hyuk, and he scoffed, saying of course he was referring to that jerk, who just happened to be the chairman's grandson from U&K Corporation. Minute froze, unable to believe the shocking revelation. Minute Hwan sat down to eat and casually mentioned that Jin Hyuk had rented an apartment right next to his for Ji-won, probably playing house or something. Minute asked how he knew that, and he claimed he had his own sources. Minute was furious, slamming her hand on the table. The fact that Ji-won was dating a third-generation tycoon was unbelievable. So, all those things Ji-won said to her were intentional. Minute believed Ji-won must have known that the department head was the chairman's nephew, and she was scared that Minute and the head would get together, so she deliberately spoke ill of him. Minute was seething. If she had acted sooner, Jin Hyuk would have been her boyfriend by now. If that were the case, she would be living the good life instead of this mess. Minute yelled so loudly that it startled Minute Hwan. She asked Minute Hwan if it was true that the two of them were really going to get married. Then, in a daze, she questioned Minute Hwan why he was taking her bowl of rice. That rice was hers. Minute Hwan casually told her that everything from the house to every grain of rice was his money, so what was wrong with him eating it? He even said that this couldn't possibly be called her meal. Minute Hwan chewed and mumbled while telling Minute that she didn't even have the right to eat. Minute recalled her mother's words, which were eerily similar to what her husband was saying. Why was her life, which she had struggled so hard to escape, still so miserable, even after she tried to take away Ji-won's most precious things? As a child, Minute always had to endure hunger. When she grew up, she had to play the role of a pretty girl who couldn't eat much at school. And at home, her mother never cooked her a proper meal. It was always just a bit of black bean paste, some dried anchovies, and a bowl of cold, colorless rice. Minute clearly remembered that Ji-won's life was the complete opposite of hers. Once, Ji-won invited her over to play. As soon as they arrived home, She saw Ji-won's dad had finished cooking and was waiting for them to eat. He loved Ji-won dearly. She remembered that it was the first time she had eaten homemade soup like that. It was so delicious that it brought tears to her eyes. At that moment, she realized that even without her mother, Ji-won's life was so happy. Why? Ji-won should have been eating aged chili paste and colorless bowls of rice just like her. That would have been fair. Remembering her childhood, Saminit found it hard to sleep. Looking at Minute Hwan sleeping soundly, she couldn't understand if he saw her as a wife at all. Alone, Saminit was certain that Ji-won would never live in peace. Clearly, her mother had an affair with a married man and then left home. As the daughter of such a wicked mother, she shouldn't be entitled to happiness. At that moment, Saminit noticed Minute Hwan's phone buzzing with a message. She wondered who could be messaging him so early in the morning. She opened the phone to find a man named Jang Di had texted him, warning that he had already cautioned him not to let the press know that Jin Hyuk was the grandson of the conglomerate, or else neither of them would live in peace. Saminit scrolled through the message history, and saw many other messages. She didn't understand Minute Hwan, and had no idea what he was up to. Suddenly, she recalled the earlier message and realized what she needed to do to get revenge on Ji-won. Saminit saw a photo of Jin Hyuk giving flowers to Ji-won, and she planned to use this picture to execute her scheme. Thinking it through, she opened her computer and created an anonymous blog. Saminit posted the photo she found on various forums, determined to make everyone aware of Ji-won's relationship with Jin Hyuk. She also revealed that Jin Hyuk was the grandson of the CEO of the DUENCA group. Saminit smugly thought this would be the price Ji-won had to pay for deceiving her. The next morning, all of Samin's posts were picked up by the media, accompanied by malicious comments. Ji-won read those articles, and even though the author was anonymous, she knew exactly who was behind it. That Minute Hwan guy knew about this, which is why he sent her a threatening message. She frowned, feeling that she no longer wanted to be involved with them, yet Saminit had gone too far. But there was one thing she never expected. That Jin Hyuk was indeed the grandson of the chairman of the conglomerate. If it weren't for this incident, she would have never thought about it. Ji-ah, upon hearing the news, called to check on her, asking Ji-won how she was holding up. Ji-won reassured her that she was fine, but Ji-ah's voice on the other end sounded furious. She asked Ji-won how she could be fine and if she needed her to drag that crazy girl and throw her into the river for revenge. Ji-won insisted she was really okay. As for Jin Hyuk, she thought he was capable, but she never imagined he was the chairman's grandson. Hearing someone ring the doorbell outside, Ji-won told Ji-ah she would call her back later. Ji-won hung up and hurried to open the door. Outside, Jin Hyuk was panting, asking if she was all right, clearly having rushed back upon hearing the news. She told him she had just read those articles, but she was fine. Jin Hyuk apologized, explaining that his grandfather was indeed the chairman, but he had never received any special treatment. He started at the lowest position in the company and worked his way up. He gloomily added that even though his grandfather was the chairman, he had never been given any favors. Ji-won chuckled at his attitude, telling him he really was nothing special. Jin Hyuk expressed his regret that she was caught in the crossfire because of him. Ji-won reassured him that whether he was the chairman's grandson or the president's son, to her, he was simply Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk was deeply moved by Ji-won's words. She continued, saying that now he was the one she was more worried about than herself, considering how the company planned to handle this situation. Jin Hyuk replied that if this issue were to be exposed by the press, it would be easier to resolve, but since it was from an anonymous account, dealing with it would be more complicated. Ji-won told him that this was definitely the work of Minute Hwan and Saminit. He had sent her a threatening message, saying that if she didn't break up with him, he would bury both of them alive. Ji-won was shocked that that cowardly couple had managed to find Jin Hyuk's weakness. Ji-won was already used to these backstabbing games. But if they touched Jin Hyuk, she wouldn't let it slide. Ji-won thought about how she should deal with that couple now. Suddenly, she remembered the drama they had created. She would use it to counterattack them, and Ji-won shared her plan with Jin-hyuk. She told him to let that couple clean up this mess. As for Minute Hwan, when he read the news, he was furious and confronted Minute about why she dared to look at his phone and spread such nonsense. Minute asked him why he was so angry with her. Just then, Ji-won called her. Minute answered the call, ignoring Minute Hwan's protests. Ji-won asked her if the posts online were written by her, suggesting that Minute delete them. She explained how much those posts had made her suffer. Minute yelled at Ji-won, claiming that she was the one who had been miserable because of Ji-won all this time. Nevertheless, she still considered Ji-won a friend. On the other end of the line, Ji-won continued to urge Minute to take down the posts. Minute casually sat down on a chair, saying that if she didn't like it, what could she do? Ji-won asked if she needed money, inquiring how much. Ji-won asked her to delete the posts and then tell the press that it was all a misunderstanding. If she did that, Ji-won would give her 3 million won. Minute said she wanted 500 million won, not a penny less, if she wanted her to keep quiet. Minute told Ji-won to cough up the money, just like the generous way she had sent her 5 million won, as a wedding gift. Otherwise, she wouldn't regret anything. Ji-won agreed to pay her. Minute was satisfied to have achieved her demands. She told Ji-won that there are plenty of men in the world, so she shouldn't be too heartbroken. Ji-won told Minute that the amount of money was too large to transfer through the bank, suggesting that she accept cash instead, saying she would send the location for Minute to pick it up. She even suggested that Minute bring her husband along. Minute asked Ji-won why she wanted to meet her husband. Ji-won said she wanted Minute Hwan to stand in front of her and delete all the photos he was keeping. Minute immediately agreed, telling Ji-won to just send the address, and they would come. After hanging up, Minute Hwan eagerly asked his wife if Ji-won agreed to give them 500 million won. Minute said of course Ji-won would have to agree. This was all her doing. On this side, Ji-won snapped her phone shut. She would show them that she was no longer the easy target she used to be. She would make the couple the victims of the very drama they had scripted. Ji-won sent the address via text to Minute, scheduling to meet them at the Declat Hotel. Minute Hwan and Minute entered the hotel feeling very excited. She thought Ji-won had been dumped by Jin-hyuk and would soon be fired from the company. Just thinking about it made Minute burst into laughter. Just imagining Ji-won's expression at that moment made her feel ecstatic. Minute Hwan ruffled Min's hair and asked why she seemed so cheerful today. He told her that he was the one who found that photo. Therefore, he was the one to take credit for this situation. The couple saw Ji-won and Jin-hyuk waiting for them. Minute Hwan stepped forward to ask if they had brought the money. Ji-won opened the door and said they would go inside, and he would hand over the money. Ji-won looked at Minute. She would never expect what was waiting for her inside. Minute sneered at Ji-won. The couple followed Ji-won and Jin-hyuk inside. As they walked, she thought that finally Ji-won would have to cough up the cash. They had just stepped into the room, when they were immediately met with a chaotic scene. There were many reporters pointing cameras at them. Reporters asked why the two wanted to hold a press conference with the victim. Was it to issue a public apology? Minute Hwan and Minute were both confused as to why there were so many journalists here. Ji-won had been following behind them. She closed the door and thanked everyone for coming. Ji-won requests to kick off the press conference regarding the recent rumors surrounding the U&K group. At this moment, Minute Hwan and Minute realize they've been duped. Minute asks Ji-won why this is happening. She called us here just to talk and hand over money, right? Ji-won replies that she never said it was just them talking. She suggests Minute quickly take a seat, and Minute questions if Ji-won is trying to play a trick on her. Minute threatens Ji-won, saying she will help Ji-won dig her own grave today. Once everyone is seated, Jin-hyuk asks for permission to start the press conference. He states that everyone can ask any questions they have. A journalist inquires about the rumors regarding his relationship with his subordinate, who is engaged. Is that correct? Another question arises about him buying her an apartment next to his and whether they are living together. is that true? Ji-won tells everyone that she would like to answer this question herself. She introduces herself as Ji-won, the woman featured in the recent articles, and mentions that she and Minute Hwan had indeed planned to marry. However, that marriage was called off. Another journalist asks why they called off the engagement. Was it because of Jin Hyuk or financial issues? Ji-won coldly states that Minute Hwan's family demanded she work, cook 3 meals a day, and bear a son. She emphasizes that the crux of the matter was that they wouldn't allow her to honor her late father, which led her to decide to cancel the engagement. Minute Hwan immediately stands up to oppose what she just said. He questions how she plans to explain moving in right next to Jin Hyuk after the engagement was called off. At that moment, the door swings open, and Hae-jin walks in. She tells everyone that she was the one who introduced Ji-won to that house, and Hae-jin brings out the rental contract that she and Ji-won signed with the real estate company. Ji-won turns to Jin Hyuk and quietly asks if he called Hae-jin here. Hae-jin presents the contract for all the journalists to see, stating that Ji-won's name is on it. From the rent to the furnishings, everything is Ji-won's money. Hae-jin also shows a photo of Jin Hyuk giving Ji-won flowers in the parking lot, claiming this is evidence of him secretly taking pictures of her, invading her privacy while they were already broken up. Clearly, this is a criminal act. Minute Hwan, feeling utterly humiliated, rushed over to snatch the photo from Hae-jin's hands and demanded that she stop talking nonsense. Minute Hwan leaned in close to Hae-jin and quietly asked if she wanted to renew her contract with the company. Hae-jin shot back, telling him to focus on himself first. With all this drama, what company would want to keep him around? All the journalists present were witnesses to their bizarre behavior. At that moment, Minute realized she needed to come up with a plan to turn the situation around. She pretended to be pitiful, pouting as she asked Ji-won why she had caused her to miscarry, knowing how much she had been looking forward to this baby. Ji-won immediately knew Minute would bring this up. She replied that she didn't remember doing anything that would cause Minute to miscarry, and Minute, putting on a sad face, insisted that Ji-won should at least apologize. Even if she hated her, didn't she feel any remorse for the lost child? Ji-won asked Minute if she was really pregnant. At that moment, Minute was genuinely panicking. She didn't understand what Ji-won was talking about or how she knew about this. Ji-won turned to Minute Hwan and asked if he had ever gone with his wife to the obstetrics department for a checkup, or if he had ever seen any images of the baby or the maternity booklet provided by the hospital. Minute replied that Minute Hwan worked very hard at the company, so she always went to the hospital for checkups by herself. She added that she hadn't shown Minute Hwan any of those things, and after the baby's loss, she was so heartbroken that she burned everything related to it. Ji-won inquired which hospital she had visited, and when Minute answered it was Gangnam Hospital, Ji-won pulled out her phone and asked if any reporters present had the hospital's number. A hand shot up, claiming that he knew it. Minute asked Ji-won what she intended to do, pointing out that everyone was busy, and was she really calling everyone together just for this trivial matter? Ji-won confirmed that was exactly what she was doing as she dialed Gangnam Hospital. Ji-won provided the hospital with Min's name and requested to schedule a follow-up appointment in the obstetrics department. At this point, Min's face went pale. She jumped up and told Ji-won to stop talking. The hospital responded to Ji-won that they had no medical history for a patient by that name. Ji-won asked them to check again carefully, clarifying that it was a follow-up appointment, not a first-time visit, but the hospital staff insisted they could not find any record of such a patient. Ji-won asked Minute how she would explain this situation. All the reporters were zeroing in on Minute, firing questions about whether those articles were all fake, and what the motive behind those fabricated stories was. Minute lost her cool. She covered her ears and told them to stop asking questions. She rushed out of the room, wondering why she was treated this way. It's all Ji-won's fault. She grabbed Minute Hwan and said, "Stop just standing there." She told him to do something, but Minute Hwan disgustingly demanded that she just leave. He doesn't want to see her face anymore. He said that because of her, his life has crumbled into this mess. Minute Huan turned and walked away first. So Minute hurriedly chased after him. Jin Hyuk promptly addressed all the reporters present, assuring them that they likely grasped the situation. U&K Food Company has no connection to this incident whatsoever. A reporter wanted to ask one more question, so she inquired if it was true that U and G1 had any kind of relationship. Jin Hyuk hadn't had a chance to respond yet. He was pondering how to answer them without impacting G1. But G1 spoke up first, saying that the two of them had met and their chemistry was really great. As neighbors and colleagues at the same company, Jin Hyuk's face flushed as he turned to look at her. The reporter continued to question G1. That phrase implies that the two people are on a date, right? G1 told them, if Jin Hyuk agrees, then that's how it will be. Jin Hyuk felt shy, he stumbled over his words, unsure how to respond. All the reporters seized the chance to snap photos for their archives. Jin Hyuk expresses his gratitude to G1. So, their relationship has officially turned the page to a brand new chapter. After the press conference wrapped up, they headed back to their apartment. G1 and Jin Hyuk are celebrating today's big win. When G1 called him the department head, Jin Hyuk replied to her. From now on, don't call me the boss anymore, let's switch it up to something more fun. G1 asked if she could switch to calling him Oppa. Isn't it, honey? He told her, maybe calling names is still the best way to go. G1 agreed, and he asked her if the food was to her liking. She replied that it was so delicious she could eat it every day. G1 proudly told her, besides that, he's an amazing cook. A whiz at cleaning, but washing dishes. That's just basic stuff. He said that with G1 by his side, she wouldn't have to lift a finger. He absolutely wouldn't let her delicate hands become rough from household chores. G1 felt deeply touched by his words. Did he just mention her soft, fair hands? Only G1 knew the truth. They had once been calloused hands, marked with scars from a past life. She shyly asked him how they would get to the company tomorrow. Jin Hyuk told her he had decided to quit his job. He said that whether sooner or later, he had been considering this move. He joined the company at his grandfather's request, but in reality, he didn't want to inherit the conglomerate. Right now, he was running GR's company, and G1 was quite surprised. He was managing another company too. He explained that it was a security company he had founded, and Ji was also a member of that company. He mentioned that his company was responsible for providing security for several large enterprises. Now, he wanted to focus more on his own company, and G1 admired him greatly. From being a department head in a large corporation to running his own business, he was excelling at everything. Jin Hyuk took G1's hand and said it would take about 3 months to hand over his responsibilities to the new manager. Did she feel sad that they wouldn't be able to see each other at the company? G1 moved closer to him and said, of course, she was very sad. What if some alluring girl caught his eye when she wasn't around? At that moment, Jin Hyuk couldn't hold back any longer. He pulled her close and kissed her on the lips. He assured her that he would never let that happen. In his heart, there had only ever been her. He also said that he was now under her ownership. G1 looked at Jin Hyuk, realizing that there would be no more nights of her drunken husband hitting her, nor would she have to endure the torment of cancer anymore. She thought perhaps her father in heaven had sent him to her. She was reborn to meet him, hoping that only happiness would come her way from now on. At that moment, the phone on the table kept ringing. It was Director Jang calling her, but G1 didn't pay attention. As she called G1, Director Jang was sobbing uncontrollably. She sat alone in a dark room, crying her heart out. Something must have happened to her that was truly heartbreaking. A little while later, G1 followed the address in the message sent by Director Jang, leading her to a hotel. G1 knocked on the door and asked if she was inside. Seeing Head of Department Jang open the door, G1 mentioned that when she called, she wasn't holding her phone, so she didn't notice. Head of Department Jang cried uncontrollably upon seeing her. G1 brought her inside and asked what had happened. Head of Department Jang recounted that her husband wasn't a bad person, he always worked very hard at her parents' restaurant, and she believed that. But she didn't know when it happened that he stopped wearing his wedding ring. When she asked him once, he replied that he took it off while washing dishes and forgot it in his apron at the restaurant. She also told Ji-won that on the nights she came home from work, she found the bathtub in the bedroom still damp. And the cosmetics ran out quickly even though she had just bought them. She tried to reassure herself that she was being overly suspicious, but then she really felt something was off. Even when sleeping, her husband had habits he never had before. So today, she decided to tell her husband that she had to work overtime and hid in a corner of the emergency stairwell to wait. Then she saw some girl enter the house, and the girl even entered the password to unlock the door. She didn't have the courage to open that door, so she decided to run away. She was afraid that if she stepped inside, everything would instantly collapse. Ji-won understood head of department Jang's feelings. She had been through something like this before and knew that once the door was opened, there would be no turning back. Head of department Jang said she had thought about divorce several times, but she was worried about her daughter becoming an unhappy child without a father. Ji-won asked her why she thought her daughter would be unhappy without a father, as she herself grew up without a mother. Ji-won shared that when she was little, her mother had an affair with another man and then left her and her father, but she was not unhappy at all. She was raised by her father in boundless love, and if her life had a mother who constantly cheated, that would have truly been unhappiness for her. Ji-won said the decision was up to head of department Jang, and she wanted to tell her one more thing. Even if she was alone, she could still provide her daughter with a complete family. After hearing Ji-won's words, head of department Jang decided what she would do. Everything Ji-won said was absolutely right. She said she would be capable of doing it, she had a home, and her parents were there to support her and her daughter. Most importantly, she loved her daughter more than anyone else. Head of the department Jang said she would divorce her husband for the sake of her daughter, confidently believing she could provide her little girl with a happy life without feeling the absence of her father. Ji-won winked at her, assuring her that head of the department Jang would definitely succeed, believing she could give the girl an even happier family than the one they have now. Head of the department Jang thanked Ji-won, expressing surprise that there would come a day when she would show her colleagues this side of herself. Ji-won took her hand, saying that they were more than just ordinary colleagues. She mentioned that she always considered head of the department Jang like an older sister. Ji-won recalled that under South Korean criminal law, a person who commits adultery while married could face up to 2 years in prison. The next morning, head of the department Jang told Ji-won that she had found the social media profile of that woman. They had posted numerous flaunting pictures online, and yet she had never known about it until now. She mentioned that she had taken screenshots of everything, including photos taken at her own home. Ji-won looked at the pictures on the head's computer and felt a sense of déjà vu, saying she must have seen this woman somewhere before. The head explained that this woman was a long-time employee at her parents' restaurant, and Ji-won suddenly remembered seeing the two of them coming out from a corner of the flower garden when her company had dined at her parents' barbecue restaurant. At that time, Ji-won thought that spot was just a smoking area, and now the head was furious, not believing her husband had the audacity to flirt while she was in the restaurant. Not to mention that there were many of her colleagues present that day. At this moment, the head realized what she needed to do next. She would tell her husband she was going on a business trip, and then she would catch them all, leaving no room for denial. She was determined to show him what revenge truly tasted like. Just then, the head's stomach started to feel uncomfortable, causing her to grimace, and she suggested that maybe she should change her morning coffee habits. Ji-won agreed, saying she probably needed to cut back as well. In the evening, after work, Jin-hyuk came to pick Ji-won up to take her home. She mentioned that she would call him later. He asked if she was feeling down about something. Lately, he had noticed her complexion looked pale. He told her that if there was anything he could help with, he would do his best, no matter what it was. So, if there was anything, she should just let him know. Jin-hyuk pulled her into his embrace again, holding her close as he reassured her that even though he didn't know what was going on, he believed she would handle everything beautifully. Ji-won closed her eyes, savoring the warmth of being nestled in his chest. She felt she could safely entrust her life to this man. The next day, the department head packed her bags and told her husband she was going on a business trip. She mentioned to him that she might not return until Sunday night, and that she would leave their daughter at her parents' house. The department head's husband helped her into the car, reminding her not to worry about him, to be careful on her trip, and to come back home quickly. He waved goodbye to her. After she left, he smirked, thinking that her familiar silhouette walking away was perhaps the most beautiful sight he had seen since their marriage. Just then, his mistress appeared and wrapped her arms around him. She exclaimed that she had been waiting for him, and thought she would freeze to death from the cold. The two of them happily linked arms and headed up to the department head's apartment. A little while later, the department head returned, determined to catch them in the act so they couldn't deny it anymore. They even called the police to take pictures and serve as witnesses. G1 had told the department head that to charge for infidelity, they needed the police and clear evidence at the scene. The department head gently opened her apartment door. They all tiptoed quietly inside. The department head marched straight to the bedroom and flung the door open, shouting for her husband. At that moment, her husband and his mistress were caught in bed, completely exposed. They were both shocked to see her there at that moment, and soon after, the police entered, taking photos for evidence. The officer informed her husband that he would be arrested for infidelity. The department head's husband turned pale and asked her how she found out about this. His mistress frantically grabbed a blanket to cover her face, urging him to think of a way out. The police instructed them to get dressed and come outside, while the department head told G1 to step outside with the officers for a moment. At that moment, G1 felt like something was about to happen. She scanned the room. Everything looked eerily similar to the moment she died in her previous life. G1 picked up a brick, asking for permission to smash the department head's vanity. G1 hurled the brick towards the table, shattering everything into pieces. She told the head of the department that if he did anything to harm her, she would smash his head like that vanity mirror. After that, she angrily stormed out with the police. Outside, the more she thought about it, the stranger it felt. Just the other day, she heard the head of the department say her stomach was upset because she had coffee that morning. Suddenly, she wondered if it really was the coffee G1 recalled from her past life. In her bedroom, her husband at that time had told Saminat that he noticed she kept complaining about stomach pain, so he had signed her up for insurance before taking her to the hospital. She also remembered that in her past life, she had died from stomach cancer. At that moment, G1 suddenly realized, could the head of the department be like her in her past life? She rushed back to knock on the door, asking the head of the department what was going on, but no one answered. The police found it strange too, so they broke the door down to get inside. G1 stood frozen in shock, watching what unfolded before her eyes. The head of the department was lying unconscious on the floor. They immediately called for an ambulance to take her to the hospital, and after a preliminary check, thankfully, she only had a mild concussion. The head of the department told G1 that this time she was really lucky. She asked G1 how her husband would be dealt with, and G1 assured her that he would definitely be arrested soon. A lawyer had already come to work with the police on her behalf. At that moment, the doctor came in to examine the head of the department and informed her that the results of her in-depth tests were ready. Through the tests, they discovered cancer cells in her stomach. Both of them were utterly stunned by this news. The head of the department couldn't believe what the doctor was saying. She asked what it meant. The doctor reassured her not to worry too much, as it was still in the early stages. The cells were very small, so they could use endoscopy to remove them. The doctor also advised her to quickly decide on a surgery date, saying that discovering it at this time had a great chance for complete treatment. Thankfully, she had decided to get a health checkup early. The head of the department wiped her tears and thanked G1, thinking she just had indigestion, and it was lucky G1 had urged her to go to the hospital for a checkup. They held each other's hands tightly. G1 encouraged her to hang in there. God would bless good people. She also reminded the head of the department to pay more attention to her health in the future, because she still had to live happily with her daughter. Thanks to Ji-won's encouragement, the head felt stronger and had accepted treatment. After the patient consultation was over, Ji-won said goodbye to her and headed out. Once outside, she closed the door to the room and then sat down, wondering why everything had turned out this way. Ji-won thought back, realizing that if she hadn't smashed the vanity table, the head might not have made it through it all. She had always believed that Saminit would take on the fate of her past life. But in the end, was it really not the case? She felt very sad about how things had unfolded. Could it be because she intervened in the head's life? Perhaps everything started when she advised the head to record all the conversations with Ban Kim and their future plans. Maybe that's why the head had to bear the burden of fate in her place. Remembering the scene of the head lying motionless on the ground made Ji-won feel truly guilty. Ji-won muttered that she would definitely take responsibility for her. She was thinking that if she wanted to save the head, and help her avoid the fate of being killed by her husband right in front of her lover, she would have to reverse everything from this point on. Starting from the moment Manhwa was in bed with his lover in his own house. At that moment, Saminit would walk in and see the scene just like Ji-won did in her past life. If Ji-won wanted to shift that fate onto Saminit, she would have to become Manhwa's lover. This meant that she and Saminit would swap places in this life. Ji-won picked up her phone and called Ji-ah, wanting to ask Ji-ah to help her with something. Manhwa had quit his job, and all his severance pay was poured into stocks, but the stocks he bought had plummeted. Saminit opened the door, and said she had made kimchi soup, urging him to come out and eat. Hearing her, he turned around and asked if that was the only dish. She replied that she didn't know what to do since their living expenses were insufficient. He grumbled that he didn't even have a few coins, sitting at home without earning money. He demanded that she order takeout for him. Saminit, annoyed, retorted that he was the one who got fired from the company, so what was the point of acting tough with her? She angrily slammed the door and went outside, telling him to order food for himself. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a new message. He received a message asking if he was doing well lately from an unknown number. He thought this kind of message was typical of girls, and since he was feeling a bit bored, he decided to hear her voice. With that in mind, he texted back, asking who was on the other end since he had just received a vague message. The girl asked if this was Min Sung's phone. Manhwa told her she had dialed the wrong number, but he had been using this number for a long time, so there must be some misunderstanding. The girl thanked him for calling back. She almost ended up misunderstanding things herself. With that, she hung up. Manhwa felt a bit lighter. It had been ages since he heard the voice of a strange girl. After all, meeting a new girl was always exciting. He couldn't just let this golden opportunity slip away. He immediately started texting to flirt with the girl. Since he was free and had nothing to do, he thought he might as well seek some new fun outside. The next morning, his mom called Saminit. She asked her to come over and make beef bone soup with her, but Saminit replied that it wasn't even 11 o'clock yet, why so early? She then asked why Saminit still wasn't pregnant, since the fortune teller said she definitely would be this month. Why was there still no sign? She even questioned if there was something wrong with her body that was preventing her from getting pregnant. Saminit replied that she had no idea about that. Was it her fault if she couldn't get pregnant? Her mother-in-law yelled at her, asking if that meant the problem lay with her son. She said if Saminit couldn't have children, she should divorce him immediately. She asked if Saminit dared to raise her voice at her. She couldn't understand how a beggar like her ended up in her son's house, draining him dry. If Manhwa had ended up with Ji-won, things might have been better. At least Ji-won could earn some money. She reminded her to be ready before lunchtime and hung up. Saminit was furious. Why did she have to compare her to Ji-won? She didn't think she was any less than her in any way. Lately, Manhwa has been posting nothing but cheesy songs on his blog all day long. Saminit has noticed he can't seem to put his phone down while searching for old photos. On top of that, he can't take his eyes off Ji-won during the wedding either. The way he looks at her with such regret is driving Saminat crazy. She wonders if those two are secretly in touch or something. There's no way she's going to let that happen, she's not some fool. Right now, Minute Juan is out for dinner with a friend. His friend suggests that Minute Juan should pay this time since he treated last time. Minute Juan asks if his friend doesn't think his buddy is pretty pathetic, getting fired, losing money in stocks, and having a disastrous marriage. His friend laughs heartily and agrees that he really is a sad case. A guy like that actually has a girl reaching out to him. Minute Juan pulls out his phone and says they've only been in touch, not met up yet. She claims she's super busy, making it hard to connect. Well, he thinks, he might as well let it slide. Saminat texts him asking when he'll be back, but he reads it and doesn't bother to reply. Just then, the girl texts him too, and Minute Juan suddenly gets an idea, he'll invite her over. His friend thinks that's a brilliant idea. He tells Minute Juan to ask her to bring along a pretty friend too. But the girl declines, saying they should meet another time. Meanwhile, the one texting him is none other than G1. She thinks to herself that old habits die hard. Yesterday, she had a meeting with GR. G1 hands her phone back to GR, saying she's been keeping in touch with the guy G1 asked her to, and he seems really easy to manipulate. She mentions that she's only helping because G1 asked, but wonders if anything will come of it. G1 assures her it'll be fine, she'll explain later. Gio tells her to keep her word, but playing the role of a girl with deep feelings is actually quite fun. Ever since G1 asked GR to flirt with Minute Juan through texts, she's been doing just that. From the very first message, he was hooked. G1 thanks GR for her help. She holds the phone she gave to GR in her hand. Reading the messages he sent to GR makes her feel utterly disgusted by him. After a while, Jin-hyuk glanced at the phone she was holding and asked if it was the one she had asked him to register for her earlier. She replied that it had been very helpful to her. She asked him if he thought she seemed a bit suspicious. He said that if she had decided to do something, there must be a reason behind it. G1 questioned whether he had trusted her too much. He replied that this was the blind love he had for her. G1 patted his head and said that in moments like this, he looked just like a big, fluffy puppy. He quickly took the opportunity to ask her if she had any rewards for him since he had helped her register the phone. He insisted that his contribution was significant, so she needed to reward him appropriately. G1 then hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. She thanked him for believing in her, saying that thanks to him, she felt loved again, and was living happily, unlike what she had experienced in her past life. He asked if they could start over again, but she replied that it was too late for that. He decided to take action first. Close to 3 a.m., Minute Juan stumbled home. Saminat opened the door, grumbling about how she had called him earlier, and now he was just showing up. She told him to take a shower before going to bed since he reeked of alcohol. Saminat suspiciously wondered if he had been out with G1 until this hour. Minute Juan, completely drunk, ignored her. He went into his room and collapsed on the bed, not even bothering to change his clothes. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a new message. Saminat grabbed it, curious about who could be messaging him at this hour. She figured that no matter what she did, Minute Juan wouldn't notice anything now. She imagined the two of them out drinking together. He was probably still thinking about G1. She opened the message and saw a text from an unknown number wishing Minute Juan a good night. She wondered who this person was but was sure they would regret it. Saminat took out her phone and noted down the number. Then she quietly opened the door to go outside, but just then, Minute Juan turned over, startling her. She asked the person on the other end what their relationship with her husband was. How dare she drink until midnight like that? The other side texted back asking who she was. She said she didn't know he was already married. He told her he had been single for 3 years. The girl promised to block his number and not contact him again. After that, she apologized to Saminat. But she asked why her husband was coming home at midnight. The last message they exchanged was only at 11 p.m., right? So, Saminat guessed maybe he really was meeting G1. The image of those two being close haunted her. She absolutely couldn't let that happen. Saminat sat down, reading the messages from the strange girl. She said if Saminat suspected her husband, she would tell her everything she knew. Feeling guilty towards her, as a fellow woman, she was very worried about her. She continued to ask if Saminat couldn't sleep, surely she was heartbroken. Saminat bit her lip, feeling very uncomfortable. But at that moment, she had no one to confide in. She had to text someone she didn't know. She told her that she thought her husband was secretly seeing her friend, and she was about to go crazy. The girl advised Saminat to pretend she didn't know, waiting for the right moment to catch them both. Saminat thought her advice made sense. She felt this girl was really on her wavelength. Saminat continued texting her, talking about her husband, who was driving her insane. G1 advised her to go check with her husband, as her in-laws probably cared a lot about having grandchildren. She also suggested using her in-laws as an excuse, since they were eager for a grandchild, so the couple should go for a checkup together. This way, her in-laws would see that both of them were fine, easing their worries. G1 thought to herself, Saminat, you'll soon find out the truth. She didn't know how Saminat would react at that moment. Would it be like her reaction back then? The next day, Saminat went to the maternity ward of the hospital where they were getting checked to get the results. But Minute Juan couldn't come. Saminat called to ask if he wasn't curious about the test results. Minute Juan said he wasn't curious at all. He went for the checkup just to be sure, because what else did she want? The one who couldn't get pregnant was her, so why bother him? He even said, what's so hard about being pregnant anyway? If she wants to get pregnant, she should take it to that guy. The result will probably be just a formality anyway. Saminat really has nothing left to say to this person. Does he think she wants to be pregnant? Clearly, it's his child after all. Isn't it because his parents want a grandchild to carry on the family line that they are pressuring her? When she was called into the room to receive the results, Saminat asked the doctor many questions, because she couldn't believe what she had just heard. The doctor confirmed to her that looking at the test results, her husband's sperm count was far too low. To conceive naturally, a man's sperm count should be at least over 20 million, but her husband's was not even 1 million. This means he has a condition known as azoospermia, which is common in men. Saminat was shocked to hear this news. Does it mean Minute Juan can't have children? Saminat immediately thought of her in-laws, who were very eager to have grandchildren to continue the family line. In fact, last time her mother-in-law even went to great lengths to help her conceive a son. She still remembers Minute Juan's reaction when she told him she had a miscarriage. He seemed like he was about to lose it. Her mother-in-law had even said that if she couldn't have children, she should just divorce him for her. He didn't even care anymore. To him, the one who couldn't get pregnant was her. So all the hardships she had to endure were because of that weak Minute Juan. She wondered how he would react when he found out this news. The next day, she went to visit her in-laws as planned. As soon as she walked in, her mother-in-law shouted loudly, asking why she was only showing up now. She explained that she had been busy, and the woman retorted that what could she possibly be busy with. She sarcastically suggested that Saminat was out on the streets to earn money or to get her a grandson. Her mother-in-law told her to wash her hands quickly and prepare the ingredients for cooking. Saminat thought to herself, all the things she had to endure were unexpectedly all because of Minute Juan. She would definitely get revenge on their whole family. While passing through the living room, she overheard her mother-in-law talking with two of her friends. They praised her for raising her daughter-in-law well. She realized that her mother-in-law was acting out because her friends were there to show off. Saminat walked in, deliberately placing the test results she had just picked up from the hospital on the table for her mother-in-law's friends to see before walking out. Her mother-in-law asked what it was that had her son's name on it. She turned back and told her that it was the sperm test results for Minute Juan. The doctor in the obstetrics department said both spouses needed to get checked, and today they had the results. She casually washed the vegetables while saying that the hospital mentioned needing at least 20 million sperm to conceive, but according to the test results, her husband didn't even have 1 million yet. Her mother-in-law immediately jumped up and asked what she meant by that. Suminat explained that her husband had a condition that resulted in no sperm, and the doctor said even if they retested, the results would be the same. Her mother-in-law was so shocked that she could barely stand. One of her friends asked the person next to her if having no sperm was similar to being impotent. At that moment, her mother-in-law still couldn't believe that her only son was impotent. Suminat smiled and told her that it didn't matter to her. What was important was that the couple was happy together. Seeing the situation, two of her mother-in-law's friends stood up and excused themselves to leave. With only the two of them left, her mother-in-law angrily shouted at Suminat, asking what kind of nonsense she was pulling. She asked if Suminat had gone crazy for checking her husband's sperm count and bringing out the test results while they had guests. Suminat muttered back that it was her mother-in-law who told her to get the materials checked. She had no idea that her friends would meddle in other people's business like that. Her mother-in-law could no longer stand. She staggered and sat down, still unable to believe that her tall, handsome son had such a condition. Then she blamed everything on Suminat, saying it was all because they chose the wrong daughter-in-law. Suminat was taken aback by what she said. Her mother-in-law pointed at her and said that people say marrying the wrong wife leads to family turmoil. If Suminat took good care of her son, how could he have such a condition? Furious, she took off her apron and threw it on the ground. She said, "Then just kick me out, and let's see if any fool would want a man with no money and no connections like your son." She said not to call her again, and not to show her face, as she chose to leave this leaky house from top to bottom. She threw everything she was holding on the ground and walked away. Minute Huan's mother stood there, stunned. She was shaking with anger, but still couldn't believe what had just happened. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Suminat, seeing her like that, hurriedly ran over. She asked if she was okay. After all, she was still her mother-in-law. Seeing her like this, she couldn't bear it. She thought maybe she would take her to the hospital. Suminat placed her hand on the old woman's nose, thinking she might have already passed away. Noticing the woman still had a faint breath, she smiled and said it seemed like she was destined to live a long life. She told the woman to just rest there until her father returned, as she had something to take care of and needed to leave first. Suminat also mentioned that her father went fishing today, so he might not be back until tomorrow, and all of this was because of the old woman. Once home, she texted that strange number, saying her mother-in-law had fainted, and wondered how the old woman could have known this day would come. Ji-won was out for a walk with Jin Hyuk, and she noticed that after getting married, Suminat had become much more malicious than before. She asked him if anyone around him had gotten married, noting that in movies, it's often seen that daughters from wealthy families engage in political marriages or blind dates before tying the knot. He shared that he had been on quite a few blind dates, all arranged by his grandfather. Ji-won asked if he didn't like any of the girls, to which he replied that none of them were interested in him. Hearing this, she found it absurd. He was so charming after all. She insisted he show her his phone. Ji-won pulled out a photo of the two of them and pointed at him, saying, "Look at those bold eyebrows, very manly, and that high, elegant nose." He replied that it looked quite scary. She agreed that it might seem scary at first, but that was just because they hadn't seen him smile yet. She encouraged him to smile for her. He immediately complied, but she told him it wasn't the right kind of smile. Ji-won quickly demonstrated how to smile brightly, saying, "Like this." Seeing Ji-won like that made his cheeks flush bright red. He looked back at her and smiled. Ji-won took a picture of his smile at that moment. She showed it to him and asked if it was amazing. If he didn't like it, she would delete it and take another. But he hid the phone away. Ji-won then told him to extend his hand. He immediately complied. She said her boyfriend was not only handsome and gentle, but also adorable. How could other girls not see that? Yi-hyuk looked at Ji-won happily, knowing that was all that mattered to him. He planned to save the picture of the two of them together, as his phone's wallpaper, so every time he missed her, he could take it out and admire it. Park Min-hwan received a phone call with news about his mother, and he immediately rushed to the hospital. He burst into the room, shouting to find out what had happened to his mother. Seeing her lying in the hospital bed, unable to speak, he asked if she was okay. Just then, Saminit ran in, asking how it had come to this. Although she couldn't speak, Min-hwan's mother trembled at the sight of Saminit. His father-in-law said he found her unconscious on the floor when he returned from fishing, so he took her to the hospital. He mentioned it was a brain hemorrhage. But why did it happen when she was home alone? Saminit collapsed in despair, crying out that it was her fault because her husband insisted she come home to prepare dinner for him. She told everyone she would stay to take care of her mother-in-law. Min-hwan agreed, saying Saminit would take great care of her, reminding her to just focus on getting better. His father-in-law reminded them that if she got too cold, it wouldn't be good, so they needed to cover her with a blanket and keep the drafts out. He asked Min-hwan what they would do about food, and he replied that Saminit would take advantage of the time while his mother rested to prepare some side dishes before returning to the hospital. He even mentioned that she would prepare a meal for his father too, which made his dad very pleased. Hearing this, Saminit felt a surge of anger, but couldn't do anything about it. She thought, why should she be the one doing all the work when both of them seemed so free? Maybe it was time for a little showdown between the two of them to wake them up. She told her husband she would text him about what his mother needed, and for now, he should take his father home and take care of him. Min-hwan told her to take good care of his mother, as she had always looked after her like a real daughter, which made her feel like she was part of the family. Saminit couldn't grasp the meaning behind his words, as the truth was her own mother felt like a cruel hell to her. After that, Min-hwan took his father to the car, assuring him that Saminit would take good care of his mother, so he shouldn't worry. As soon as his father sat in the car, he noticed an envelope. He picked it up and asked what it was, but Min-hwan said it was probably something his wife had forgotten. His father opened it to find the results of a sperm test and asked if Min-hwan had gone for a checkup. Min-hwan explained that Saminit wanted him to get tested with her, so he did. He hadn't looked at the results yet, but assumed everything was normal. Suddenly, his dad said he needed to check again, because he found it strange that there was only 1 million sperm. Min-hwan, feeling annoyed, asked what the test results were, and what was the big deal about 1 million sperm. His dad exploded in anger, asking if he really didn't know that with this number, his son was likely infertile. He threw the test result paper in front of him, insisting that their family line would be doomed to extinction. Once home, Park Min-hwan grabbed his phone to call Saminit, questioning her sanity for tossing around such ridiculous test results. He asked if she did it on purpose. Saminit replied that she was busy taking care of his mother and couldn't talk, then hung up. Min-hwan jumped online to research the condition of having no sperm, confused about how he ended up with such a bizarre illness. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message. It was a series of bank notifications about overdue loans and payments due. All his stocks were plummeting, and selling them now wouldn't guarantee any profit. Frustrated, he pulled out all the alcohol in the house and started drinking. He truly didn't know what to do anymore. Everything in his life felt like a dead end. His mind was a whirlwind, and he suddenly called out Ji-won's name, feeling utterly exhausted. He told himself that if she knew he was in this state, she wouldn't just leave him hanging and would help him. At that moment, Min-hwan kept thinking about Ji-won and dialed her number. He felt a rush of relief when she picked up, telling her he was really worn out. Min-hwan explained that his mother was seriously ill, work was a mess, and if she were by his side, things might have gone smoother. He mentioned he would divorce and be with her, promising that if she agreed to start fresh with him, he would forgive all her past mistakes. Min-hwan insisted he knew Ji-won's cold attitude wasn't genuine. He was sure she still loved him. To his surprise, the person on the other end was Jin-hyuk. He seemed to lose it, demanding to know why Jin-hyuk was answering her phone. Jin-hyuk calmly explained that he was currently Ji-won's boyfriend. Jin Hyuk stated that he was always there to protect Ji-won, so Minute Hwan should stop thinking about getting close to her. Jin Hyuk threatened to deal with a pest like him even easier than swatting a fly. He warned him one last time. Park Minute Hwan yelled into the phone. He still demanded Jin Hyuk hand the phone to Ji-won. Jin Hyuk hung up, thinking that if Park Minute Hwan dared to touch even a single hair on her head, he would definitely kill him on the spot. Meanwhile, Ji-won was happily playing with Pang in the living room. Jin Hyuk didn't see the need for her to know about the phone call that just happened. Minute Hwan was going crazy after talking to Jin Hyuk. He threw his phone into the corner of the room. It was all Semin's fault. He was definitely going to divorce her as soon as his mother was discharged from the hospital. He suddenly froze when he saw the news. It was on a newspaper that his foot had stepped on. The newspaper had an ad saying to buy travel insurance before boarding a plane, as the maximum compensation could reach up to 500 million won. He suddenly came up with a terrifying plan. If Seminit died, he would not only get that money, but also get rid of her. At that moment, Seminit was in the hospital taking care of her mother-in-law. Ji-won texted her, asking if she was tired from taking care of her mother-in-law all by herself. Seminit replied that she had been struggling all week without any words of encouragement from her husband. She wished that the old lady would just die quickly. Seminit fanned her mother-in-law. She asked if she was feeling cool enough, and if she was cold, to let her know. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound behind her. It turned out her husband had come to visit his mother. He asked how she was doing and if she could say anything. Seminit said she was still doing her best to take care of her mother. Minute Hwan sat down and said he saw how hard she was working. The weather was beautiful, so why not go on a trip together? He would hire someone to take care of her for about a week. Seminit was thrilled to hear him say that. She asked if he really intended to take her on a trip. Minute Hwan said he noticed how hard she was working taking care of her mother, so he wanted her to have some time to relax and enjoy a good trip, eating well, and sending back some goodies. She happily agreed and suggested she would find someone to hire to take care of her mother for a week. A patient nearby kindly asked if they were looking for a caregiver, offering to introduce someone she knew. Someone next to her asked if that caregiver had helped Mr. Kim get discharged early before. Seminit suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She asked the old lady if that was really the truth. The lady said she took special care of patients, especially those who had suffered strokes. And after her care, their health improved significantly. Minute Hwan immediately asked her to help get in touch. The old lady pulled out her phone and called to check if anyone had booked the other person's schedule for next week. Before Seminit could intervene, the lady said the other person had already agreed. Minute Hwan was overjoyed. He told her he would inform his father. She insisted that as a child, he must hire someone for his parents. This was to help his mother recover quickly. Perhaps by the time they returned from their trip, she would be able to walk again. Hearing this, Seminit panicked and told her husband that she could take better care of his mother, so there was no need to hire anyone. But he remained determined to go on the trip with her. He took out his phone and asked for the caregiver's number. Seminit was very worried. If that person came to take care of her mother or her husband, and truly helped her recover, what would she do? If the old lady shared what happened that day, she would definitely recount how Seminit had left her lying there. Regardless of what happened with the stroke, if her father-in-law and husband found out about that day, she would be in big trouble. Seminit was torn. Should she cancel the trip? But it had been so long since she had a chance like this. But if the old lady spoke up, everything would come out for sure. She anxiously wondered what she should do now. Just then, a nurse pulled back the curtain and entered. The nurse announced it was time for the patient's medication. As she took out the medicine, the syringe suddenly got stuck. She said that using this one would be a bit dangerous, so she would replace it with another syringe. Seminit asked why, and the nurse explained. If the syringe had too many bubbles like this, air could enter the bloodstream, leading to life-threatening situations. Saying this, she set that syringe down and took out another one to replace it. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Samin's mind. Once the nurse finished her task and left. It was just a minute, and her mother-in-law in the room. She quickly took out the syringe she had secretly grabbed from the nurse earlier. She told her mother-in-law that she would let her sleep deeply. Just then, her mother-in-law woke up. She opened her eyes to see Saminat approaching her, and a bad feeling washed over her as she noticed the syringe in her hand. Fear gripped her, and she cried out, but Saminat held her hand tightly, assuring her that she would help her drift off to sleep, saying that those who live must live. She could no longer bear it. Saminat injected the syringe filled with air into the foreline attached to her hand. At that moment, her mother-in-law wanted to scream, but all she could do was watch her daughter-in-law prepare to end her life. Saminat claimed she was just helping her join her ancestors a little earlier. She argued that whether early or late, the mother-in-law would die anyway, so why not go a bit sooner? After finishing, she looked at her with a wicked smile. The next morning, a mailman arrived at Minute Huan's house to deliver a package. He said there was a letter and left it at the door before walking away. A little while later, Minute Huan finally opened the door. He held the envelope in his hand, unsure of what it contained. Who sent him this? He opened it and was filled with rage. Why was Saminat doing all this? Inside the letter were photos of all the messages Saminat had sent to the strange number G1 had. He was furious, not understanding what kind of game Saminat was playing. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message asking if he had received her package. She mentioned that at first, she felt sorry for his wife, but then she realized he was the one who truly deserved pity. He was livid that she and Saminat were teaming up against him like this, grinding his teeth in anger. He couldn't believe that Saminat wanted his mother to die so soon. His mother had treated her so well, yet she repaid kindness with malice. He truly found Saminat disgusting. It should have been her who died. Park Minute Huan crumpled the photos in his hand and decided to punish Saminat, avenging his mother as well. Once again, he recalled the plan to take out insurance before going on a trip. Surely, he would take her on a trip to hell. Minute Huan took the first step in his plan by tampering with his car's brakes. In no time, the job was done. He decided to test if it was working. He got into the car and felt that his plan was absolutely flawless. Thinking about how close he was to completing his scheme, Minute Huan felt a surge of pride. As he stepped out of the car, he muttered to himself, "Just tomorrow, everything will be wrapped up, and all the drama will come to an end. He'll take care of Saminat and tackle that damn pile of debt too. Tomorrow, he'll play the role of a grieving husband who lost his wife in a tragic accident, earning a sympathy payout of 500 million won in insurance." Minute Huan tossed the lighter he was holding into the car and wished it a safe journey. All the preparations were done, now he just needed to chill and wait for tomorrow. Meanwhile, Saminat was happily texting her secret friend, bragging about how her husband planned this trip because she had been working hard for her mom lately. G1 just couldn't wrap her head around it. What on earth was going on? Clearly, Minute Huan had gone through the documents she sent, so why on earth did he still want to take Saminat on this trip? G1 was sure he was plotting something. In her past life, G1 had married Minute Huan and had to endure the burden of being dependent on her in-laws. Now, in this life, it was Samin's turn to take on that role. Park Minute Huan was playing around with her friend from the past life. In this life, he was dating Samin's friend. She even thought about how he would be the one to cash in on the insurance, so maybe this life would play out the same way. As G1 pondered this, she started to piece together his plan. While she was deep in thought, her phone buzzed. G1 pulled out her phone, expecting a message, but it was just a reminder. Panic set in as she realized today was the day she died in her past life. A few hours earlier, Minute Huan was sitting in front of his computer, chugging down drinks. He was happily thinking that soon he'd have 500 million won in his hands, and he could have whatever he wanted. He was still engrossed in playing online games. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted his fun, and he lost his groove. Minute Huan answered the call. Before he could even hear the other person, he shouted, asking who it was and why they were calling him so much. On the other end, his dad's loud voice came through, cursing Park Minute Huan as a worthless piece of trash. His dad demanded he come to the hospital immediately. He broke the news that Minute Huan's mother had passed away. Minute Huan immediately dashed out, grabbed his car, and sped off to the hospital. He was a mix of panic and fear, certain that his mother would be okay. He tried to get there as fast as he could, praying along the way, hoping his mother could wait for him just a little longer. It was rush hour, and the streets were packed with cars. Park Minute Huan honked his horn loudly, trying to speed up. He slammed on the brakes. At that moment, Minute Huan remembered what he had done yesterday. He was sweating bullets, worried about his mother, and in his haste to get to the hospital, he had completely forgotten about that. To ensure his plan went smoothly, and to get his hands on 500 million won, he had personally sabotaged his own car's brakes. Right now, the car was barreling down the road. Minute Huan could only try to steer the car to avoid colliding with other vehicles. Just a moment more, and he would have crashed into the truck in front of him. He jerked the steering wheel hard to the right to avoid it. His car crashed into the bridge railing. Luckily, the airbag deployed, and he only suffered a minor head injury, escaping with his life. Minute Huan woke up, dazed and confused, wondering what had just happened. He thought to himself how lucky he was to be alive, and needed to find a way to get to his mother quickly. At that moment, due to the violent impact, the car started to catch fire, but it was also because of the lighter he had thrown inside the car yesterday that caused the front of the vehicle to explode. A loud bang echoed. Thankfully, he managed to open the car door and escape outside. But the flames had already spread to his body, and his clothes were ablaze. He ran, screaming for help. In a desperate move, Minute Huan jumped into the river below. He slowly sank, wondering if this was really how he was going to die. His plan was still unfulfilled. He needed that 500 million won to buy a new car and invest in stocks to make money. His phone slipped from his grasp and slowly sank to the bottom of the river. So, at that moment, Minute lost both her husband and her mother-in-law. The funeral for Park Minute Huan and his mother was held together, and it truly felt cruel to everyone. Minute cried out in despair, her tears streaming down her face. Everyone who came to pay their respects felt sorry for her. They said she had taken great care of her mother-in-law while she was in the hospital. The one in the most pain was Minute Huan's father. How could he bear losing both his wife and his only son on the same day? Minute Huan's father told Minute to go inside and rest for a while. He would stay here to watch over the casket alone. Minute immediately complied with his request. She rushed inside, slammed the door shut, and stood frozen in place. Minute crouched down next to the room's door. She cleared her throat a few times in frustration. It really hurt her to the core. She gritted her teeth and cursed Park Minute Huan. Yesterday, a police officer came to see her. He asked if she knew that the night before the accident, her husband had used tools to fix that car. The lawyer also told her they found out Park Minute Huan didn't buy insurance for himself, but had taken out a huge policy in her name. Turns out, he had plotted to kill her. She almost met her end at the hands of her own husband. But unexpectedly, karma hit back. After all, she was quite lucky. Minute Huan ended up dying by his own scheme. In the end, Minute could finally escape this hellish life. Hai Jin and Ji-won also came to pay their respects to the mother and child. They walked in and saw Chief Kim had also arrived. Everyone was heartbroken over the tragic loss of both mother and child. Hai Jin wondered aloud to Ji-won why Minute was nowhere to be found. Why did everything have to end so tragically like this? When Ji-won received the text about Park Minute Huan's death yesterday, she truly didn't expect things to turn out this way. Although she had no fond memories of him, at this moment, Ji-won genuinely hoped he could rest in peace. As for his mother, who had always treated her harshly, she still wished for her to find peace in her passing. Ji-won and Hai Jin performed a memorial service for the two. After all, Ji-won had once been the daughter-in-law of that woman, she would do her best to ensure the unjust death of the mother could allow her to close her eyes in peace. Semin's father-in-law entered the break room looking for her. He said if she had calmed down, she should come out and help him greet the guests for a bit. Semin replied that she would be out shortly. She pulled out her phone to touch up her makeup, wanting to look like she had just been crying. Semin opened the door and stepped outside. As she walked, she sniffled, pretending to be heartbroken. Suddenly, she jumped when she saw Ji-won and Hae-jin. She asked Ji-won why she was there. Hae-jin retorted, questioning her attitude towards the visitors, while Ji-won said she was just stopping by to pay her respects before leaving. Semin scoffed and asked who was really to blame for all this. Because of that press conference by Ji-won, her husband got fired. She turned them into a couple of frauds, and now she dares to show her face at the funeral. Semin told Ji-won that both her mother-in-law and Park Min-hwan were harmed because of Ji-won. Even she almost lost her life. After this incident, she definitely won't let Ji-won off the hook. All the guests at the funeral witnessed this scene. They sympathized with her, thinking she was probably just too shocked to act otherwise. Semin cried pitifully, claiming that all of this was Ji-won's fault. Semin collapsed to the ground, saying that because of Ji-won, her husband was exhausted. She would rather continue her affair with him than have him in danger. Even if it meant she would suffer greatly. Ji-won told her to get up. She had nothing to do with this situation at all. Semin continued to sob, asking how Ji-won could say she wasn't involved when her husband continued to see Ji-won after their marriage. At that moment, Hae-jin knelt down and cried, asking what would happen to poor Semin now that Min-hwan was gone. Hae-jin absolutely could not let Ji-won be misunderstood by others. It was ridiculous for Semin to blame everything on Ji-won. Semin confusedly asked what Hae-jung was doing. Semin jumped up, saying if Ji-won didn't take Hae-jin away, she would call the police. How dare she act so rudely at someone else's funeral? Ji-won said she didn't expect Semin to know those two words. Ji-won stepped closer to Semin, making her back away in caution. Ji-won said the one who turned their back and abandoned their mother in a state of unconsciousness was the real and cultured one. Semin shivered, asking Ji-won how she knew about that. Ji-won held her phone up in front of Semin, saying it was she who had told her about it. They had exchanged cheerful messages for a long time, how could she forget? Semin was left speechless, astonished. She never expected that the friend she had been messaging all night was Ji-won. That's why Ji-won knew everything that had happened recently. Semin trembled in fear, realizing she had to find a way to get Ji-won out of there. Suddenly, she spotted two police officers appearing at the door. Semin immediately told them to remove Ji-won from the premises. She approached the officers and said Ji-won was the one who had killed her husband and was now here to threaten her. The officer asked if she was Semin, the wife of the deceased. The police officer pulled out handcuffs from his pocket and cuffed Semin's hands. He said she was being arrested on suspicion of murdering her mother-in-law. Semin was stunned by this news. She struggled and insisted she hadn't done anything. She pointed at Ji-won and told them that Ji-won was the one who did it. Instead of arresting her, they should take Ji-won. The police urged Semin to calm down, stating that there was a witness who saw her kill her mother-in-law. At that moment, Semin was truly terrified. Was there really a witness? She remembered that night was late, and the room only had her and the old lady. Before she injected the old lady, she had observed everything very carefully. How could there be someone who witnessed what she did? In Semin's childhood memories, Ji-won always seemed to have no desires, tall and lanky like a reed, wearing a pair of ugly glasses. Yet Ji-won had everything that Semin didn't have. When Semin found out that Ji-won didn't have a mother like other kids, she was so happy she wanted to jump for joy. But Semin couldn't stay happy for long. When she visited Ji-won's house, she saw how much Ji-won was spoiled by her dad. Semin felt it was unfair that she and Ji-won clearly had intertwined fates, yet Ji-won lived happily with her dad. Meanwhile, she lived with her mom, but had such an unhappy life. Saminat felt that was truly unfair. Back then, Saminat asked Ji-won why she never saw her mother. Ji-won honestly replied that she had only heard her mother had met some guy and left home. Saminat felt that finally, Ji-won was just like her, and she was happy about that. She asked Ji-won if she missed her mom. Ji-won cheerfully replied that she was fine because she had her grandma and dad, and also Saminat as a friend. Ji-won held up a family photo and said she sometimes looked at her mom's picture. She showed the photo to Saminat and asked if her mom was beautiful. Saminat carefully examined Ji-won's mother's face and was shocked to recognize her. The woman she saw in the photo, Ji-won's mother, was the same woman she had seen sitting with her dad in the car earlier. Ji-won's mother was the shameless woman who had an affair with her dad. It was because of Ji-won's mother that her own mom had been drinking and yelling at her all the time. Samin's mom asked her how she could swallow her food knowing her dad was secretly cheating with another woman. Her mom even blamed her for coming home late and not studying, claiming that was why her dad had an affair. At that moment, Saminat believed her mom's words were the truth. If her dad's infidelity was her fault, then the other woman's cheating must be Ji-won's doing. Even the fact that Ji-won had to live a miserable life, constantly being abused by her mom, was all her fault too. Saminat was furious. It was because of Ji-won that she had desperately married Minute Hwan. Everything was Ji-won's fault, and now she found herself in this situation once again. Saminat lost control and rushed towards Ji-won, shouting at the police about why they were arresting her when they should be taking Ji-won instead. Ji-won told Hae-jin to leave quickly. She didn't want to hear any more of Samin's insults. Even as Ji-won reached the door, Saminat was still yelling that it was all Ji-won's fault. The police warned that if she continued to be uncooperative, they would have to forcibly take her to the station. Saminat decided she couldn't let that happen. She pleaded with the police to let her stay with her mother-in-law and husband until the very last moment. She told them it was just a misunderstanding, and that she would explain everything. The funeral was only a few hours away. She wanted to stay a little longer, promising that after everything was over, she would cooperate and go with the police. The officer agreed, stating that after the ceremony, she would have to come with them to the station, and they would keep a close eye on her, so she needed to inform them where she was going. She immediately thanked them for allowing her this opportunity. Ji-won said her final goodbye to Saminat, hoping that Ji-won would receive the appropriate punishment for her wrongdoings. At the funeral home, it was just a little longer until they would hold the funeral for Minute Hwan and his mother. But Saminat didn't know what to do because the two police officers were watching her like hawks. She walked over and told them she needed to use the restroom. She asked if they could let her go for a moment, promising she would be right back. The officer stood up and agreed, saying they would wait for her right outside the door. Inside the restroom, Saminat was certain that these police officers had been called by Ji-won. She was furious when Ji-won pushed her into a dead end. Clearly, she hadn't committed any huge crime. Saminat was determined to escape at all costs. She scanned every nook and cranny in the restroom, trying to figure out how to get out of there. She spotted the janitor's uniform and tools left behind in the room. There was no way she was going to sit quietly and rot away in prison. Saminat quickly put on the janitor's outfit and wheeled the cleaning cart out. She hoped she could make her escape, otherwise, she would definitely end up behind bars. Meanwhile, the police officer guarding the door was engrossed in his phone. He didn't even notice the janitor pushing the cart right past him. Saminat breathed a sigh of relief as she slipped by him undetected. At that moment, Chief Kim was preparing to leave. He was still very worried about Saminat. He noticed Samin's pale face, which made him anxious. He had bought her a drink from the convenience store, but couldn't give it to her. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure sitting in the corner of the parking garage. As he approached, he realized it was indeed Saminat. He helped her into his car and asked why she was sitting there looking like that. He took off his jacket and draped it over her, telling her to share what had happened. Saminat asked him to keep their meeting a secret, and he agreed. Chief Kim pulled out some snacks and milk from his bag. He told her to eat something. He had bought it for her earlier, but hadn't had the chance to give it to her. She said she wanted something hot to drink. Chief Kim immediately agreed, ruffling her hair and telling her to wait a moment while he went to get it. He promised he would be back quickly. With that, he hurried off to buy the drinks. Saminit sat in the car, smacking her forehead. She found the old lecherous man disgusting and wished he would just drop dead. Suddenly, she realized her opportunity had arrived. Saminit quickly started the car and drove away. She had to get out of there immediately, thinking to herself that she definitely wouldn't scratch Chief Kim's car. She had to leave right away. If no one saw her, she would be dead for sure. Just then, she spotted Jin Hyuk in front of her. He was also waiting for someone. Then she saw Ji-won slowly approaching that way. Seeing the scene of the two together, Saminit was furious. It was all Ji-won's fault that she was about to go to jail. And now she was happy with a third-generation tycoon. Jin Hyuk asked Ji-won if she was okay. She thought everything was over, both Park Min-hwan and Saminit. From now on, no one would make her suffer anymore. The cruel cycle of fate had finally come to an end. She decided to tell Jin Hyuk everything. About her return from 10 years in the future, and her intention for revenge while trying to change her destiny. Now she had only one wish, to live happily with him. Ji-won said to him. She had something important to tell him, and he had to listen carefully. Just then, headlights from a car shone directly at them. Both turned around to see a car speeding towards them. Saminit was on a motorcycle, accelerating. She had already put her hand in the handcuffs, so what was there to hesitate about? Today, she was determined to kill Ji-won no matter what. After that, even if she died, it would be fine. Jin Hyuk reacted faster at that moment. He quickly pushed Ji-won forward, but he couldn't run away in time. The car crashed into him and came to a stop. Saminit slumped over the steering wheel. Finally, she had accomplished her goal. But Ji-won was lying unconscious nearby. She struggled to sit up. Thankfully, Ji-won had pushed her away just in time. But he was not as lucky. He lay unconscious on the spot. Ji-won immediately called out to him. If anything happened to him, how could she bear it? The largest hospital in Seoul. A few days later, Jin Hyuk's grandfather sat on a bench outside. He sighed in worry several times. Jin Hyuk had been unconscious for weeks. Every day, Ji-won and Hae-jin stayed by his bedside to take care of him. Jin Hyuk was injured in the head because of her. Hae-jin cried every day. She didn't know when her brother would wake up, and Ji-won didn't know how to comfort Hae-jin. Because of what happened to him, it was all her fault. Ji-won thought to herself that because she returned from a past life, the head of the department had gotten cancer. And now Jin Hyuk had almost died in her place. Perhaps it was because of her that Jin Hyuk's fate changed. Ji-won held Jin Hyuk's hand, her heart filled with apologies for him. She hoped he could forgive her. She decided that before he woke up, she would sort everything out and distance herself from him. So, she pleaded with him to wake up safe and sound. Today was also the day of Samin's trial. Samin's father-in-law sat in the audience, deeply pained, struggling to understand how his family ended up with a daughter-in-law like her. Ji-won also attended the trial. Saminit was led into the courtroom by the police, with all the reporters present, eagerly awaiting the trial's outcome. The judge asked Saminit about her motive for murder, questioning if she knew the victim was the grandson of the chairman of the U&K group. Did she admit to the murder? Ji-won genuinely hoped she would face appropriate punishment for the chaos she had caused. The judge requested everyone to maintain silence. The trial was about to commence. He stated that during the care of her mother-in-law, was it true that Saminit had killed her using a syringe to inject air? A witness entered. Saminit was shocked to see it was the patient who lay next to her mother-in-law in the hospital. The judge instructed her to share what she knew. She replied that she was the one who lay beside the bed of the accused's mother-in-law. If she had truly cared for her mother-in-law, there should have been some improvement, but instead, the victim's paralysis worsened, and on the night she was sedated. She claimed she had seen everything. She had witnessed the accused holding a syringe and injecting it into her mother-in-law's Seminit, however, remained stubborn, insisting the woman was lying. She claimed the woman was jealous of her youth and beauty, leading to these accusations, clearly stating she had devoted herself to caring for her mother-in-law without complaint. The judge asked if she had any evidence to back up her claims of defamation. At this moment, the judge ordered Seminit to maintain order. The prosecutor stood up once more, requesting to submit evidence for the case to the judge. It was the autopsy report, revealing that the cause of Semin's mother-in-law's death was due to air embolism. A significant amount of air had entered the bloodstream, causing a blockage that led to her death. The hospital has reported that a syringe has mysteriously gone missing. Next, the prosecutor requests the next piece of evidence regarding the attempted murder charge against the defendant, which is the memory card from Chief Kim's car. It recorded the moment she deliberately crashed into Ji-won and Jin-hyuk. This evidence clearly shows that she intentionally ran into the two individuals. Seminit immediately shouted at her lawyer beside her. Clearly, he was her attorney. She demanded he bring the evidence here to tell them she was innocent. At this point, the prosecutor concluded that the defendant had brutally murdered her mother-in-law while trying to escape. She even had the intention to kill someone she knew beforehand. For all these crimes, the defendant showed no remorse whatsoever, and Seminit yelled that she had done nothing wrong. Why was everyone pointing fingers at her? She even exclaimed that the Jin-hyuk family was wealthy, so what if they got hurt a little? At that moment, she remembered Ji-won was sitting down there. She immediately pointed at Ji-won and told everyone that it was all her fault. Why were they arresting her? They should arrest Ji-won instead. The judge once again requested her to maintain order, stating that the court would penalize the defendant under Article 209. Seminit couldn't believe what she was hearing. She couldn't believe she was sentenced to life in prison. Ji-won felt sorry for her, but that was what she deserved after everything she had done. The trial concluded, and Seminit had to face the consequences of her actions. Ji-won waited until everyone had left before she made her exit. As she reached the door, she suddenly froze in front of a familiar figure. She asked if he was Minit Hwan's father. He told her that if she had married his son, none of these terrible things would have happened. He expressed his hatred for Ji-won. Ji-won clenched her handbag tightly upon hearing his words. She asked him where he was and what he was doing when his late wife was tormenting and treating her like a rat. To him, the duty of a daughter-in-law was to cook for her husband and bear a grandson to continue the family line, so he must have always turned a blind eye and just watched. Right? She told him that ignoring was also a form of violence. While he was the sole culprit, standing by and watching everything unfold, what right does he have to express hatred and resentment towards her? After saying that, Ji-won walked away, leaving him sitting there all alone. She comforts herself, saying it's all good, she's already used to living in the spotlight of disdain. At this moment, all she could wish for was for Jin-hyuk to wake up. She missed him so much. She returns home without heading to the hospital. She'll have to tackle everything on her to-do list before he wakes up. She brought some food for the little kitty and asked if it had been a good little one at home. She patted its head and said, Jin-hyuk will be back home soon. She'll grab some essentials and take them back to her place. Ji-won immediately starts gathering a few necessary items. She gazed at the storage room house in front of her. She finds it truly magical. This is the style of the wealthy. She opens the door to the room and decides to grab a few more items from this space. Hey, have you noticed that desk calendar? It's already October, but we're still stuck in April. What's going on there? She was quite surprised to see the note Di Huck jotted down in the calendar. You marked April 10th, the day she made her grand return 10 years ago, right? She doesn't know what it means. Maybe it's just a coincidence, after all. She quickly adjusted the October schedule. On the October calendar, she spotted him marking the 2nd, with a note saying, if only I had known, I wouldn't have run away. It was the day when she and Min Hoang tied the knot in a past life. You'd be surprised when you see the address he jotted down at the bottom. That's a spot in the city of Busan. Ji-won feels like something's off. It's 2009 now. Right now, There's no number to dial. She suddenly noticed there was an envelope behind her. Ji-won just couldn't believe her eyes when she read what he wrote. So it turns out Jin-hyuk also traveled back in time. Ji-won wrote that, "Since my days as a college student, I often spot a girl behind the school. She's a big fan of wildflowers and stray cats. She often ties her hair up high, but behind those oversized glasses that nearly hide her face are sparkling eyes, and many days later, her image has always played in his mind like a favorite scene from a movie." At that moment, he had no clue that he was already crushing on that girl whose name he didn't even know yet. You're like a clueless character, wasting time and letting it slip away, and before you know it, graduation day is here. But he hasn't seen her at their usual hangout spot anymore. At that moment, when I graduated, I spotted my brother's face looking all gloomy. The little sister playfully pouted at him, saying that she had come to celebrate his graduation, yet he couldn't muster a bright smile for a memorable photo with her, could he? I still haven't had the chance to tell Ji-won about how I brought Bang home when I found it passed out. Ever since that cat vanished, she hasn't shown up there either. But since then, her image has always been present in his life. The memories of Ji-won constantly remind him of a season of blossoms that he always longs for. One day, while he was checking out the new hires profiles at the company, he called the HR department and said that his team is in need of some extra talent. He asked if they could send another person to his department. He wants to bring on another new hire, and that's Ji-won. Finally, fate has brought them back together. Even though she doesn't remember who he is, just getting to see her every day makes him feel like he's hit the jackpot. The first time he met her in the office, even though he had stayed up all night rehearsing how to talk to her, he still ended up looking like a total goof, only able to spout out stiff phrases. I feel really guilty towards Ji-won. But having the chance to meet her like this really makes him super happy. That day, during the grand celebration with all the staff in the room, Ji-won has been having a blast with everyone. I saw Min-hwan sitting close to Ji-won and striking up a conversation with her. And that day made him regret it for a long time to come. He stayed silent, just watching her from afar. He should have had the courage to sit beside her instead. Compared to a boring guy like you, Min-hwan definitely has the upper hand. As the days went by, he noticed that Min-hwan was getting closer to her, and she seemed genuinely happy in his company. At that moment, he believed that Min-hwan could bring laughter and happiness to Ji-won for a lifetime. One day, she bumped into him and asked what happens after the contract employee's time is up. Can you snag a recommendation letter from the company? Because he just needs to watch her from afar. Just seeing her smile is enough to make him feel like he's hit the jackpot. But one day, as I strolled past the company's tea lounge, he suddenly stopped when he heard Min-hwan's voice along with the girls. He had heard Min-hwan saying sweet nothings to Ji-won's best friend. At that moment, he realized Min-hwan was a total jerk. How dare he flirt with Ji-won's friend? Jin-hyuk was furious. Clearly, he thought Min-hwan was good to Ji-won, which is why he stepped back. But how could he betray her like that? Jin-hyuk pushed the door open, making both of them jump. Min saw him and cheerfully asked if he wanted a cup of coffee. If he did, she would make him one. He ignored both of them and told Min to get back to work, while asking Min-hwan to stay and chat for a bit. Jin-hyuk confronted Park Min-hwan, saying he knew he was passing off his work to others while he was here gossiping. He pointed out that all the documents Min-hwan sent him were done solely by Ji-won. He demanded that Park Min-hwan not push his work onto others next time. Jin-hyuk hadn't planned to interfere in Ji-won's affairs, but he couldn't just stand by and watch her get deceived by Min-hwan. He decided he would tell Ji-won the truth. He noticed the earrings she was wearing looked a lot like the ones Min had on when she was chatting with Park Min-hwan. He asked her about them, and Ji-won said they were a gift from Min. Although he thought she looked beautiful in them, the words Park Min-hwan had said to Min kept creeping into his mind. He told her that the earrings didn't suit her at all, even though he didn't mean to criticize her. What he was really hinting at wasn't the earrings, but that guy named Minute Huan. Then came the day he attended Ji-won and Minute Huan's wedding. He found himself feeling utterly helpless. At that moment, all he could do was wish her well and hope Minute Huan would change and make her happy. After several delays, he finally decided to quit his job. Years later, when he heard Ji-won was sick, his heart ached. That day, he decided to visit her at the hospital. He got the address from a nurse and found Ji-won's room. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. He stepped inside and asked if there was a patient named Ji-won there. An elderly lady told him that she seemed to have gone for a walk. The lady said it was great that he came by. She mentioned that Ji-won always looked sad because no one came to visit her. He noticed the 4 drips still had blood on it lying on the bed. She definitely wasn't out for a stroll. Jin-hyuk immediately panicked and went to find her. He feared that something terrible had happened to her, that she might have been in a dark place. From the upper floor, he saw Ji-won heading somewhere. He also hailed a taxi to chase after her. Ji-won stopped the taxi in front of an apartment building and went inside. Jin-hyuk felt relieved when he saw her enter an apartment. He didn't know how many times he had followed her. He wondered if he should call out to her when she was right in front of him. At that moment, it wasn't easy for him to decide to turn away, and just as he felt that uneasy, whispering moment, he heard a loud scream coming from the apartment Ji-won had just entered. Fearing something had happened to her, he immediately ran. As he ran, he hoped nothing bad would happen to her. He was terrified of what could befall her. He entered the apartment door, thinking that if something truly happened, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Jin-hyuk noticed a pair of women's shoes at the door, but they definitely weren't Ji-won's. He followed the bloodstains on the floor, filled with dread. He hoped nothing would happen to her as Jin-hyuk stepped into that room and saw Park Minute Huan and Minute. He shouted, asking what Jin-hyuk was doing there and told him to leave. Jin-hyuk saw Ji-won lying in a pool of blood and immediately crouched down. He called out for her to wake up. What on earth had happened to his Ji-won? He held her in his arms and lifted her up to take her to the hospital. Even though he couldn't be by her side, as long as she was alive, he would at least find some comfort. He would do anything to bring her back. He still had so much to tell her. But Ji-won had truly left him forever. Later, Jin-hyuk organized a funeral for Ji-won. He also asked the police to look into her relatives, but they told him her father had passed away long ago, and no relatives came to the funeral. Her mother was still alive, but they couldn't reach her. The police handed him a phone, saying it was her belongings found after the investigation concluded. They mentioned he had worked hard to take charge of her funeral. Jin-hyuk turned on Ji-won's phone. He saw that her wallpaper was a picture of her with a cat. Even after all this time, she remains a girl with a love for cats and blooming flowers. He is in deep anguish, thinking that if time could turn back, if he could fix the mistakes of the past, she surely wouldn't have left like this. He clutches Ji-won's broken phone in his hand. He is in so much pain, wishing he could save her. Her life has truly been filled with suffering. The phone shatters in his grip, along with a picture of Ji-won smiling brightly. In her final moments, he was the only one by her side. Jin-hyuk wishes he could see Ji-won smile just one more time. Then even if he were to die, he would have no regrets. Anyone who witnessed Ji-won's funeral felt an endless sorrow for her, a girl who passed away far too young. Yet, at the funeral, there were hardly any visitors. In the stillness, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. The woman asked if he was Chief Jin-hyuk. It turned out to be Assistant Jang. So there were still people to send Ji-won off on her final journey. She asked him if he still hadn't confessed his feelings to Ji-won, saying she knew all about his feelings for her. People often call it the sensitivity of an old maid. Assistant Jang remarked that Ji-won was a very good person. Jin-hyuk pondered, it was so obvious that he liked her. Why couldn't he do anything back then? After a while, a few more people arrived to pay their respects. It was Jia and her crew. They were discussing that the friend who was with her husband was Minute. Jia told the others that perhaps that's why he cut off contact with them. They genuinely felt guilty towards Ji-won, even though it was something from their youth. So, some old friends came to pay their respects to Ji-won. All three wore expressions filled with remorse for her. They sincerely prayed for her and left shortly after. After they departed, Hae-jin also arrived. When she saw her brother there, she was quite surprised. Hae-jin asked why he was there. She told her brother how grateful she was to Ji-won. Back when she was a contract employee, Ji-won had guided her a lot without letting anyone else know. She truly saw Ji-won as a wonderful person. Before leaving, she told her brother that Ji-won's final journey would always be remembered by him. Hae-jin spoke to Ji-won's spirit, saying that if they could meet again in the next life, they must become best friends. She truly cherished Ji-won. Park In-hwan also heard the news of Ji-won's passing and came to pay his respects. When In-hwan entered, he encountered Hae-jin. However, their moods were filled with sorrow for the lost one, so they didn't pay much attention to each other. In-hwan performed a ceremony in front of Ji-won's portrait. He was heartbroken, wishing that she was watching over him and everyone from above. He told her that many people still remembered her, hoping she wouldn't be alone on her final journey. Ji-won left this world, leaving Jin-hyuk all alone. After the funeral was over, Jin-hyuk took a taxi to leave. The driver asked if he was going to enjoy the night scenery, mentioning that it was still quite cold these days. But Jin-hyuk replied that the cold didn't matter, because there was someone who was even more alone and cold than he was. The driver complimented him on being very handsome, saying it would be wonderful if he paired up with his daughter, who was very beautiful. He mentioned that his daughter was kind, tall, smart, and had just landed a job at a big company. The driver's words made him think of Ji-won. He wondered how she felt during her pain or happiness. The driver also asked him what he would do if he were born again. He told the driver that he would go to the girl he loved and love her with all his soul. If she asked him to die, he would willingly do so. The driver laughed and told him he was a wonderful young man. When they reached the beach, Jin-hyuk paid the driver and said he didn't need the change. Saying that, he got out of the car and walked away. The driver took the money he was given and felt something was off. He wondered why Jin-hyuk would give him so much money for such a short ride. Jin-hyuk remembered when Hae-jin happily lay on the bed, drawing a heart on the person she liked. She kissed it and said it meant he was as important to her as her heart was. At that moment, Jin-hyuk had also drawn a heart on the 10,000 won bill that Ji-won had given him. It also means that she is just as important as his heart. Ji-won used to be a very significant person in Jin-hyuk's life, but he thought he shouldn't be by her side. Now, his life is filled with regret, and there's no meaning left to continue. Jin-hyuk slowly walked down to the sea, hoping that if there is a next life, he wants to see Ji-won happy. And perhaps the heavens have granted him another chance. When he woke up, it was April 10, 2009, the very day he lost her 10 years later. He clearly remembered throwing himself into the sea. So why was he here now? Is this the next life? He opened his eyes and realized he was sitting in his old office. At that moment, he heard Ji-won's voice echoing in his head. He panicked, stood up, and called her name loudly. He thought this was just a dream, because he saw her sitting right in front of him. When Ji-won heard him call her name, she was equally surprised. He himself didn't understand what was happening. He was terrified this dream would end. Even at the moment they met, he couldn't dare to look at Ji-won's face clearly. Although his words and actions were the same as in his previous life, his determination was now crystal clear. In this second life granted by the heavens, he would definitely prevent any misfortune from happening to Ji-won. If he could see her simple smile once more, he would dedicate his entire second life to her. He silently vowed that in this life, he would protect Ji-won, so Jin-hyuk wrote this letter with that resolve. As Ji-won finished reading the letter, her tears soaked it completely. She cried uncontrollably, unable to believe that he had returned to the past to save her, to bring her back to life. At that moment, a little cat came over and rubbed against her leg. Ji-won hugged it tightly, not even realizing it. It turned out Jin Hyuk had raised it to show her. He had helped her take care of it, making it so adorable and healthy. Ji-won held Jin Hyuk's letter close to her heart, realizing that he had always silently stood behind her to protect her. So now, she wants to do everything to protect him. She has so many unspoken words for him, and Ji-won immediately hops into a cab to the hospital. She rushes up to see Jin Hyuk. At this moment, she truly wants to be by his side. Ji-won opens the door to his hospital room. She has a ton of things she wants to do with him. Just thinking about how he risked his life for her makes her heart ache. Ji-won tightly holds his hand and says if he wants to see her smile, he should wake up. She hopes he wakes up to see her right there beside him. As long as he wakes up, she will agree to do anything. At this moment, Jin Hyuk is still lying unconscious, showing no signs of waking up. He dreams he is back in the taxi before he died in his past life. The driver tells Jin Hyuk that he has met him again. The driver asks if he has died to be with the girl he loves, loving her with all his soul. He tells the driver that he will change her fate. The driver smiles and reminds him that he once said he could die if the girl he loves wanted him to. The driver immediately stops the car and turns back to say there is someone waiting for him. The driver even tells him he doesn't need to pay, thanking him because thanks to him, he can now close his eyes in peace. The driver smiles brightly and tells him that his daughter is counting on him. Jin Hyuk is still trying to understand what's happening when a bright light flashes in front of him. Everything suddenly disappears before his eyes, even the driver. Jin Hyuk screams loudly and wakes up, seeing Ji-won crying beside him. She is so happy that he has woken up. Jin Hyuk still thinks he is dreaming, and Ji-won rushes to hug him tightly, crying loudly. She asks him why he took so long to wake up, expressing how worried she has been for him. Jin Hyuk hugs her back and apologizes for being late. She tells him she is the one who should apologize, saying sorry for making him wait for 10 years. Once again, she hugs him tightly because she really misses him. Ji-won says she knows everything, including the fact that he died once. She asks him how long he planned to keep that from her. Did he intend to let her live without knowing he had once lost his life? Jin Hyuk reaches out and places his hand on Ji-won's cheek, asking if she also came back from the past. Ji-won says they all returned from the past, on the same day in 2009. The two of them walked hand in hand, and he asked her how she lived in her previous life, curious about how she managed until marrying Park Min-hwan. His hand held hers tightly, he wouldn't let her slip away again. Ji-won didn't understand why she remembered that day. She really wanted to eat black bean noodles, but her salary had to go towards paying off debts, leaving her with no money to spare. After thinking for a long while, she decided to go for instant black bean noodles. At that time, Park Min-hwan and his mother saw her. He asked her what that smell was, and his mother asked if she was eating black bean noodles, startling her. She even said that Ji-won should consider whether her husband was eating well, instead of cooking noodles and eating alone. Min-hwan then asked his mother what she wanted to eat, and he even asked Ji-won if she was full eating alone. She couldn't say much more. Back then, she thought if she just endured, everything would return to normal. The two of them sat comfortably eating, ignoring her cleaning up, but she still thought they weren't bad people. When Min-hwan finished eating, he handed her the bowl and told her to finish it. He said he saved some food for her because he was thinking of her. But by the time she realized she was wrong, it was too late. That's why when she returned to the past, she always wanted to find a new life and change her fate. But everything just got tangled up. If she knew the future and could prevent misfortune, that misfortune would happen in another circumstance. If she tried to change her fate, then because of her, someone else's fate would change too. Perhaps Chief Jang got sick because he was close to her. So she was very afraid that her death would transfer to Jin Hyuk. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk hugged her tightly, saying that even if he had to carry misfortune in this life, he would definitely protect her for a lifetime. If there was any fate at all, he wouldn't let it happen. Ji-won was touched and thanked him. She was truly moved by his feelings for her. Why didn't she realize this in her previous life? She thought if her fate transferred to him, she wouldn't just stand by and let it happen. At that moment, Hai-jin finished work and headed home, walking down to the first floor and passing by in Hwan's cafe. Hai-jin still noticed there were plenty of customers around. She peered inside and saw in Hwan still hard at work. She wondered why he was working so late, so she pushed the door open and stepped in, wanting to catch a glimpse of him before heading home. In Hwan heard the door open and looked up, informing her that their shop was about to close and they weren't taking any more customers. When he recognized Hai-jin, he asked her why she was working late, mentioning that they still had some pudding left. He invited her inside, offering her some dessert, and upon hearing this, Hai-jin's stomach immediately growled. Of course, she couldn't resist such a delicious treat. She simply couldn't say no to the pastries he made. At that moment, she completely forgot about her image. She devoured the dessert as if she hadn't eaten in days. In Hwan was taken aback by her enthusiasm, as Hai-jin clenched her fists and slumped over the table right in front of him. She exclaimed that his pastries were so amazing that after finishing, she felt like she was ready to meet her ancestors. But if that were the case, she wouldn't get to finish the pudding, so she had to come back to life. In Hwan was delighted to hear her compliments. She questioned why such delicious pastries weren't sold out, saying if it were up to her, she'd give it 100 hearts. In Hwan replied that if she was working late and wanted to eat, she could come to the shop anytime she liked. He would definitely save her a portion. Hai-jin playfully asked if he was making it for her benefactor. She advised him to give up, mentioning that there were many articles online saying Ji-won was dating her boss. He told her that he had actually given up a long time ago. After seeing the trusting looks between Ji-won and Jin-hyuk, he realized he couldn't compete. Hai-jin was surprised and asked why he was still saving a piece of cake. He explained that giving up didn't mean he no longer had feelings, he could only do this much for her. Hai-jin held the piece of cake in her hand, wondering if she could eat this dessert soaked in tears. In-ho told her to eat freely since Ji-won wouldn't be eating it anyway, and Hai-jin thought he was indeed a handsome yet foolish boss. If he kept saying things like that, she'd want to come back for more tomorrow. At this moment, Chief Jang was also on her way home. Today, she took the subway, and it was her first day at her new job after getting promoted. She felt a bit tired. But little did she know that riding the subway could be this cozy. When she wondered why no one was pushing from behind, she spotted a familiar figure through the submarine's glass. She turned around and spotted her assistant, Dong-sok. She asked him if he was taking the subway too. He says he takes the subway to work because it's super convenient and keeps the traffic drama-free. He handed her a pair of headphones and said she should give them a spin. He's only used it a few times, so it's still in mint condition. He told her that the commute home is super dull, so she can use it to brighten her mood. He told her the sound was really great, and he wanted her to give it a listen. Head of the Jang team asked to give the headphones a spin. The exact vibe she loves to hear. Dong-suk closed his eyes and soaked in the sound. Suddenly, she felt a rush of shyness when she saw him like that. She immediately dodged to the side, leaving him in a state of shock. She said she wasn't listening anymore and handed it back to him. He said he already gave it to her, so he wouldn't use it anymore, but she insisted that she didn't need it. He said he doesn't need it either, so if she doesn't like it, she can just toss it aside. Then he asked her if she knew she had to switch trains at this station. Chairman Jang immediately dashed down. She turned around and saw him beaming at her with a cheerful wave. She waved goodbye to him. So it turns out Ji-won was right all along. Assistant Dong-suk really does have feelings for head of department Jang. From the subway station, Chief Jang still had to walk a bit to get home. She held the headphones in her hand, rushing so much that she hadn't had the chance to return them to him yet. Anyway, she picked it up again and played the song she just listened to. She was strolling while soaking in the music. Suddenly, she came to a halt when she spotted a very familiar figure ahead. The person she was really scared of. She felt her heart drop when she realized it was indeed her ex-husband. He asked her why she was just coming back now. He even asked her if she was living her best life. Chairman Jang listened intently. She calmly looked at him and said, "Didn't I mention that we need to go through the lawyer first? Why did you show up here before even checking in with them?" Her husband said he realized he was wrong and hoped she would withdraw the lawsuit. She firmly stated that she would not do that. If she had to make a ruling, she would notify her company. He asked if she was really that cruel. He wanted her to reconsider, hoping she would think of their daughter. The department head pushed her ex-husband's hand away, demanding he let go of her. She said it was precisely for their daughter that she would not turn a blind eye anymore. The next day at work, she shared with Ji-won what had happened the night before, and Ji-won suggested that maybe withdrawing the lawsuit would be better. Head Jang was surprised and asked why she would overlook the infidelity. Ji-won explained that infidelity is considered a crime now, but it might be decriminalized in a few years, meaning the offender could be released. Do-jung asked where she had heard that information. Ji-won mentioned that negotiating a divorce with the condition of withdrawing the infidelity complaint should be reconsidered to protect the most important things, like custody and negotiation rights. Ji-won also apologized to Head Jang if she had overstepped any personal boundaries. She only wanted what was best for her. The head agreed that her suggestion was quite insightful, stating that if her daughter could escape from such a father, it would be for the best. Her daughter would definitely grow up to be strong. She would never allow her ex-husband to show his face in front of her and their daughter again. Before long, it was time to clock out. While Head Jang was waiting for the elevator to leave, Assistant Dong Suk approached and asked if she was taking the subway today, or if they could go together. She replied that she wouldn't be going home today, because she had a meeting with her ex-husband. Although they were divorced, legally she was still a married woman. And being a mother to a child didn't change. He wondered why she was sharing that with him. The head hoped he wouldn't think of her as a burden anymore. Dong Suk asked if she was going to meet that jerk now. He offered to accompany her because he was worried she might be in danger. He even suggested that he would just stay nearby to keep an eye on her without being right next to her. Dong Suk arranged to meet her ex-husband at a cafe on her way home. She presented the divorce agreement and told him that if they reached a successful agreement, she would withdraw the lawsuit. After her ex read through the agreement, he asked her if this was really too much, questioning why she was taking all his assets and forcing him to give up custody of their child. She replied that it was just an apartment and her parents had helped a lot. She had also paid off the debts with her own salary, so he had no claim to that house at all. Hearing this, he was furious. He asked if she thought she was the only one working. He had a job too. But because he was busy taking care of their daughter, his shoes were practically wearing out. He slammed the agreement down and demanded to know what the compensation money was for. The mediator told him that 5 million won wasn't enough, because she saw him as a beggar, which was why she lowered it to this amount. He retorted that if she saw him as a beggar, she should just drop the compensation entirely. He absolutely refused to give her any money, and the negotiation was off. The mediator immediately left, and her ex chased after him, insisting that at least she should let him see their daughter. She angrily asked if he was planning to use their daughter as a hostage. He should know that no matter what, she wouldn't reduce the compensation amount. He agreed she could keep the inheritance rights, but wanted the compensation removed. The mediator asked if he had any conscience left, reminding him that she was the one who initiated the divorce. He said as long as he was being reasonable, she should take the compensation out of the agreement. She told him to be grateful she wasn't asking for more. At this point, her ex had completely lost his cool. He raised his hand and threatened to kill her. The mediator hadn't even had a chance to react yet. Just then, Assistant Dong Suk rushed in and intercepted that hand. He turned to her and asked if she was okay. Her ex asked who he was, questioning if the mediator was having an affair with this guy. Dong Suk told him that smart people don't resort to violence to win. He even said if he wanted to add more charges, he could keep hitting. There are cameras here, you know. Although he was furious, her ex realized he couldn't do anything more. He turned and stormed off. The mediator immediately asked Dong-suk if he was all right. She pulled something out of her bag and told him that in the future, they should only discuss work matters. She returned the earphones from the other day and told him not to follow her anymore. Dong-suk was completely baffled by her attitude. How could she just walk away like that after he had just taken a slap for her? The head of the department left sadly, thinking she couldn't let him get involved in this mess because she was capable of handling it herself. At that moment, Dong-suk pulled out a gift he had prepared earlier from his pocket. He had gotten it ready because today was the head of the department's daughter's birthday, but in the end, he couldn't give it to her. The head of the department hurried home to organize the birthday party for her daughter. She invited her colleagues Ji-won, Jin-hyuk, and Hae-jin to celebrate her daughter's birthday. She thanked everyone for coming and even for bringing so many gifts. Her little girl was truly having a blast today. Jin-hyuk stood up first and told everyone to keep enjoying themselves. He had to leave early. He reminded Ji-won to call him when she was ready to go home. Hae-jin found it amusing and teased them, as if those two were serving up a romantic feast for her. They continued the birthday party in high spirits. Meanwhile, a car was parked outside. Inside the car were the head of the department's ex-husband and his mistress. She asked him if there would be any issues with what they were doing. He replied that since he was the father of the girl, there would definitely be no problems. Having the girl would help them negotiate a lower settlement and take away some assets. He also mentioned that if they didn't do this, they could end up facing life sentences for adultery. That's why they planned to keep the girl until the agreement was finalized. He told his mistress that his daughter always played hide and seek in the garden at this time. He instructed her to lure the girl out with a doll and bring her to the car. The girl felt a bit anxious and asked if he could go with her. But she didn't know how to drive, so they needed someone to lure the girl out and then speed away. She hesitated but eventually got out of the car. She approached the head of the department's house and spotted the little girl. At that moment, the girl was hiding really well so Hae-jin couldn't find her. The head of the department was also reflecting on how they had grown up yet still played these games. Her daughter was now running close to the gate. The little girl spotted a very cute bunny. The bunny could even talk and asked if the little girl wanted to play with it. The little girl, excited, ran over to the bunny. Just as she grabbed the bunny's ear, the woman outside quickly scooped her up and ran away. The little girl cried loudly upon realizing a stranger was carrying her. The head of the department heard the commotion and immediately knew something was wrong with her daughter. Both Hae-jin and Ji-won were in a panic. The baby in the arms of the strange girl was terrified, crying and calling for her mom. The head of the department immediately ran towards the sound of her daughter's cries, deeply worried about what had happened to her. The ex-husband of the head of the department told the girl to quickly pull up the back door, or they would get caught, and she said he should just get ready to leave right away. She grumbled, wondering what the little girl had eaten to be so heavy. Suddenly, someone came running from behind and grabbed her hair tightly. It turned out that Hae-jin and the head of the department had caught up with her, and Hae-jin told Ji-won to take the head of the department's daughter inside. Ji-won held the little girl and asked if she was okay, soothing her that everything was fine now. At that moment, the head of the department arrived, feeling incredibly relieved that her daughter was safe. Hae-jin, still furious, refused to let go of the mistress, demanding to know why she dared to touch her niece. She was determined to make sure the girl couldn't leave, and the mistress was in so much pain from the hair pull that she couldn't take it anymore. She cried out for her lover, while the head of the department's husband was genuinely worried. If he got caught, he was done for. He thought maybe he should just abandon her and run away. Just as he was about to leave, the head of the department's father charged in and slammed his fist against the car window. He yelled at him, calling him a worthless scoundrel for daring to kidnap his granddaughter, then opened the car door and dragged him out, ignoring his explanations that it was all a misunderstanding. And he wasn't a kidnapper. The head of the department's father was fuming, demanding to know who had incited him to do this, declaring that today would be a day of reckoning for the two of them. The head of the department suggested he should call the police to handle the situation. At the police station, he complained to them that he should be the one pressing charges for the assault against him. The police officer pointed out that both sides had engaged in violence, and after all, his mistress had fought alongside him. She pointed at Hai-jin, screaming that she was only defending herself because she was being attacked. The ex-husband explained to the police, looking at his daughter with pity, that his ex-wife had hidden the child from him for days, which was why he acted that way. The police officer requested that they all calm down and try to come to an agreement, suggesting that family matters should be resolved amicably. At that moment, Ji-won stepped forward and told him that she would not agree to anything at all. Her daughter was almost kidnapped right in front of her, by her husband and his lover. The police officer told her that it was probably because he missed the child so much, so he hoped she would forgive him just this once. The little girl is still very young. So everyone should stop arguing and come to an agreement. All three people on this side disagreed. They clearly stated that it was kidnapping, not just him missing the little girl. At that moment, Jin Hyuk and Dong Suk arrived with a lawyer. They said if there was going to be a settlement, there should be some perks involved. The head of the department was surprised to see Dong Suk here. The head's husband was also shocked to see Dong Suk. He had seen him at the cafe before. Why was he here again? Dong Suk asked the police if they had reported the kidnapping yet. The head's husband got angry and asked why wanting to see his daughter was called kidnapping. The head immediately retorted, insisting that he was trying to kidnap their daughter as leverage in the divorce case. Dong Suk told the police that he had heard him say that instead of taking compensation money, he would take things like inheritance rights. The head's husband yelled at Dong Suk, claiming he never said that. Did Dong Suk have any evidence? Dong Suk pulled out a recording of the conversation between the head and her ex-husband on the night they met at the cafe. Everyone in the room clearly heard what the head's ex-husband said, including threats to kill her. All her relatives were furious upon hearing his words. Dong Suk stated that he had both witnesses and this recording, so he requested the police to start investigating the kidnapping. At that moment, the lawyer approached the head and handed her his business card. He introduced himself and said she could handle all legal procedures through him from now on. The lawyer also reassured her not to worry about fees because this was something her brother had asked him to help with. The police officer told Dong Suk that he thought this was just a couple's quarrel and didn't realize it was this serious. Dong Suk replied that was exactly why he had invited the lawyer here. He also believed the police didn't think this case was as serious as it was. The lawyer informed the police that he would be the head's legal representative from now on, and all communications would go through him. Dong Suk turned to the chief and said that he and the lawyer would stay here to work, while everyone else should head home first. You should go back to your daughter too. She must be really scared. The chief thanked Dong Suk a lot, and everyone went home. The chief apologized for delaying everyone. Jin Hyuk also mentioned that he thought Dong Suk was the one who could handle this case, and he apologized if it caused any inconvenience. The chief thanked him because, thanks to that, she could resolve the matter quickly, and she appreciated everyone's concern for her. Hai-jin noticed that Dong Suk's personality was very much like that of a lawyer. In fact, Jin Hyuk had realized Dong Suk's feelings for the chief, so he had made plans with Ji-won to help them get together. The chief told everyone to go ahead. She would wait outside until the work was done. She told Ji-won that she owed Dong Suk a lot, so she couldn't leave without saying a proper goodbye. Ji-won was very worried about her since it was getting late, but the chief reassured her that standing in front of the police station would be safe, so Ji-won should go back with Jin Hyuk. Ji-won told the chief that, actually, Dong Suk had asked her for help a few days ago. He had met her and mentioned that the chief almost got into big trouble because of her husband, so if she needed a witness, she should definitely let him know. Dong Suk spoke to Ji-won, because she was the only one in the company who understood the chief's situation well. Ji-won said Dong Suk had asked her with a very worried face. Which is why she told Jin Hyuk to call him today. She apologized to the chief for not mentioning it earlier, because he insisted on keeping it a secret from her. fearing she would get angry if she found out. The chief was really surprised that Dong-suk cared about her so much. She thanked Ji-won. The chief told Ji-won to hurry back since Jin-hyuk and Hae-jin were still waiting for her in the car. The chief motivated herself, telling herself not to get discouraged because her husband didn't deserve her. She thought to herself how lucky she was to have so many people who cared about her. After a long time, Dong-suk and his brother finally came out of the police station. The two of them sat down on a bench, and she told him that he had worked hard for her, so how could she leave first? Dong-suk asked if her daughter was okay, and she replied that the little one was sleeping at her parents' house. Dong-suk said his brother would proceed with the proposal to prosecute this kidnapping case, so she shouldn't worry. The head of the department thanked him very, very much. She was really worried about what would happen if she made a mistake. Her heart was racing like crazy this whole time. Dong-suk asked if that meant she was grateful to him, and he inquired if she could help him with something. The head of the department said if it was something she could do, she would definitely help him. He told her he hadn't had dinner yet and suggested she buy him a meal. The head of the department asked if he wanted to go eat right now. Dong-suk quickly added that if she was tired, she could buy it tomorrow. He would treat her to a meal later. Seeing Dong-suk's expression made her very happy. She told him she would go buy him some really expensive food right now. Dong-suk excitedly jumped up and asked if the head of the department would go with him right now. He pulled out a gift box from his bag and handed it to her. The head of the department asked what it was. Dong-suk said he knew today was her daughter's birthday, so he prepared a small gift and hoped she would accept it. The head of the department thanked Dong-suk for remembering her daughter's birthday. It was a truly precious and beautiful gift. The next morning, it was already past 9 o'clock. When Mr. Kim rushed into the office, saying if the elevator had come a little faster, he might not have been late. The head of the department approached him and said that from last week until today, he had been late a total of 3 times, and she required him to write a report and submit it to her. He was very angry, but couldn't do anything. He told her it was the end of the year now and hoped she would let him off this time. The head of the department said that if he was late 3 times without permission, she could ask him to write a report, as clearly stated in the company rules. He told her that it didn't have to come to that. This wasn't even a directive from the deputy director. He admitted he made a mistake, but it wasn't that serious. He requested a resolution using the maximum authority of the department head. She asked him if he really wanted that. Just then, Dong-suk excitedly shouted to everyone to quickly check the announcement on the company page. Hae-jin immediately jumped up in joy, and she and Ji-won congratulated the head of the department, Dong-jang, for being specially promoted to deputy director. Mr. Kim was sweating bullets. How could what he just said become reality so quickly? Dong-jang turned to him and asked if she could make the decision now. She spoke with the authority of a deputy director, demanding he hand over the report before she took it to her office. Mr. Kim, grumbling, reluctantly complied. Finally on break, Dong-jang went up to the rooftop to catch her breath and clear her mind. Lately, her life had been full of surprises, and she couldn't believe she had been promoted so quickly. Just then, Dong-suk approached her and said he guessed right, she was indeed here. She asked him why he always popped up unexpectedly, giving her a fright every time. He apologized for startling her and congratulated her, having heard from his brother that she had won the lawsuit. Dong-jang replied that now that everything was settled, she felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. She asked him if, legally speaking, she was single now. Dong-jang expressed her gratitude for his support, but reminded him that she was still a single mother. She pointed out that there were many beautiful and kind women in the company. Why was he treating her so well? Dong-suk asked if she was curious to know why. He leaned in close and whispered that he had fallen for her. Dong-jang blushed, taken aback by his boldness. Dong-suk chuckled and asked if she was planning to thank him today. Could she help him with one more thing? He suggested they go on a date, just once. Dong-jang felt truly flustered by this proposal. As a woman who had been married and had children, even if she had feelings for him, she couldn't pursue a relationship. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk told Ji-won to join him in meeting the chairman. Ji-won asked if the chairman had called for both of them or just him. She wondered if she had done something wrong, but Jin-hyuk had no idea why the chairman wanted to see them. Upon entering the room, the chairman informed Ji-won that he had given her a special promotion along with Deputy Director Jang. He asked her to explain why she had declined. Jin-hyuk inquired about the reason behind Ji-won's promotion. The chairman replied that he wasn't asking Jin-hyuk, he was asking Ji-won, so she should answer for herself. Ji-won thought to herself that until now, the company had never encountered a situation like this. Indeed, it was due to the chairman's personal directive. This morning, when she received a call from the HR department saying she was appointed as a special promotion candidate, she expressed her disagreement because she wanted her achievements to be recognized. Like Dong Jang's, Ji-won told the chairman that she was truly grateful to him, but she felt she had never done anything worthy of a promotion. She mentioned that she didn't have any convincing results, so she believed she should decline. The chairman stated that her work attitude and results had been considered in making the decision. Ji-won bowed and apologized to the chairman, saying that even if it took a long time, she still wanted to achieve results that were deserving of herself. Upon hearing this, the chairman didn't want to continue the conversation with the two of them. He asked Ji-won to step out first, as he wanted to speak privately with Jin-hyuk. The chairman asked him what he had been doing all this time, that he was only now bringing Ji-won to meet him. He was quite fond of this girl. If she was to be part of their family, she should be assertive, and he was pleased to ask his grandson if he wasn't going to hurry up and propose. Jin-hyuk, feeling contemplative, told his grandfather that he couldn't do that. The chairman was surprised to hear such a response from him and apologized for it. The chairman slammed his hand on the table and asked if Ji-won didn't want to marry him. He replied that it wasn't like that, it was his fault. The chairman told him that if he behaved properly, Ji-won would have proposed marriage herself without him saying a word. He asked Jin-hyuk if he was taking her home after work. If he couldn't, he should at least send her a little gift. He added that every man should maintain his sparkling appearance. And then asked if he had eaten anything. Jin-hyuk told him that he took care of everything, from cleaning to preparing meals, and if he worked late, he would have dinner ready in advance. The chairman asked if he had been talking on the phone with another woman late at night, to which Jin-hyuk replied that was out of the question. The chairman then asked him to leave, and Jin-hyuk complied, returning to his work. As soon as Jin-hyuk closed the door to his grandfather's office, the chairman immediately took out his phone to call Manager Oh. He asked Manager Oh if there was anything about Jin-hyuk that he didn't know. Jin-hyuk walked away from his grandfather's office feeling dejected. Actually, he had been thinking about proposing to Ji-won soon and living happily ever after with her. But coincidentally, the other day he overheard Ji-won chatting with Bang the cat. She mentioned that she wanted to enjoy life, live on her own, and meet friends. She even said that tomorrow she would work really hard. And there were so many things she wanted to do. At that moment, he was outside and heard everything. He was surprised and didn't understand why Ji-won didn't want to be with him and marry him. But one thing he was sure of was that no matter what reasons Ji-won had, he would respect her decision. Ji-won was still waiting for him on the stairs, and when she saw him, she asked if he had finished talking with the chairman. She said she was worried about him while waiting outside, and he reassured her that the conversation had gone well. They took the elevator down to their workplace, and Ji-won asked if the chairman had given him a hard time. Jin-hyuk replied, "Of course not, that's not how it went." At that moment, a woman standing behind them was quietly observing the two. She pulled out a phone and aimed it at them to take a picture. The next morning, as usual, Ji-won woke up, thinking about how she lived right next door, but didn't know why she had slept here. She immediately called Jin-hyuk to wake him up. She told him she had to go to work and wondered why he still didn't want to get up. Jin-hyuk unexpectedly reached out and pulled her into his arms. He told her to sleep a little longer, just a bit more time to be with him. Ji-won said she was just an employee, and if she was late, it would be a big deal, so Jin-hyuk promised he would take her, ensuring they wouldn't be late. She asked what if they got stuck in traffic, and just then, Jin Hyuk's phone rang. She pointed out that during the phone call, it would take at least 10 minutes, so if he didn't hurry, they would all be late. Jin Hyuk reluctantly picked up the phone. On the other end was Manager Oh, who asked if he had seen the news in the paper. He asked what the article was about that made him sound so frantic. Manager Oh told him to check his email right now. Jin Hyuk called G1 to check the news article, as it must be important for Manager Oh to be so worried. The image featured in the newspaper shows the two of them, accompanied by an article about how they've been spotted multiple times entering and exiting the office of the group's chairman. A lot of comments have been thrown into the mix, with some coming from well-meaning fans, but there are also plenty of not-so-flattering remarks about her. Jin Hyuk apologizes to G1, because it seems like the information from the secretary's office has been leaked. Besides, he asked her if she was okay. G1 told him she was fine. But in reality, she realized during the last press conference, she's no longer swayed by the chatter of others like she used to be. G1 stood up and told him that it was almost time for work, so she would get ready to head out now. No matter what anyone says, the show must go on. We've got to wrap up our tasks first, or we'll throw a wrench in the company's plans. Jin Hyuk suggested it would be better if she took a personal day today. She told him she would go to work, get things ready, and be back in a jiffy. Jin Hyuk noticed that something was off with G1, her unusual demeanor really caught his attention. Two people arrive at the company parking lot. G1 thanked him for the ride, saying she would call him after work. Jin Hyuk sincerely apologizes to her for all the hardships she's faced because of him. He understands that in this lifetime, she doesn't want to get married since he's not your average guy with a typical position, and he doesn't want her to keep struggling any longer. G1 was taken aback when he revealed he knew everything about the situation. He said that whether in this life or a past one, her happiness would always be his top priority. You can bounce whenever you feel like it. G1 was really surprised if she could actually walk away from him. Jin Hyuk told her he would review the situation and clarify things with Director Oh regarding that article. He assured her that he would handle everything, so she shouldn't worry. G1 was feeling down and didn't want to say anything more. She got out of the car and didn't say a word to him anymore. But suddenly she thought she needed to lay it all out for him, so she swung the car door open. Jin Hyuk was taken aback when she made her unexpected return like that. G1 asked if he meant for her to just be happy on her own, right? She's asking him whose idea this is, and she's suggesting that he should take her to the office today. Jin Hyuk was completely taken aback, because usually she wanted to keep him at arm's length, not wanting to make a public appearance together in front of everyone at the company. Two people step into the elevator together. At this moment, there were many other employees around. In the elevator, the two of them stood in a corner at the back, so many people didn't even notice them. They were gossiping about the morning news article. Some said she was getting close to Jin Hyuk for his wealth, so even if she got scolded, she would still shamelessly act that way. Another employee even knew that she was almost promoted to a special position. They said that an employee marrying a third-generation tycoon must have great character. And they felt sorry for Jin Hyuk, who was definitely being tricked into marriage. Jin Hyuk felt furious upon hearing these words. He thought, do they have nothing better to do than gossip about him and G1 like this? Jin Hyuk clenched his fists, and she decided to take him out of there. She addressed everyone in front of them, saying that she and Jin Hyuk had business on this floor, and asked them to make way for them to exit. All the people who had just been gossiping about them immediately fell silent, surely feeling quite embarrassed. As Jin Hyuk and G1 stepped out of the elevator, she turned back and told them that even though she and Jin Hyuk weren't married yet, they were in a serious relationship. And she hoped everyone wouldn't misunderstand. Everyone inside turned pale, realizing that while they were chatting, the two had been standing right there. G1 told him that she felt much more at ease now. He asked G1 what she meant by that earlier statement. She replied that it meant she and he would absolutely not break up. G1 insisted that there was no way she would leave him, so if he continued to speak to her like before, it would definitely make her very sad. Jin Hyuk sincerely apologized for misunderstanding her. That evening's news broadcast reported that a man with the surname Do, known to be the grandson of the chairman of U&K Corporation, would marry an employee named Ji-won. Seminit, who was currently in prison, heard this news and was furious. The girl she had always tried to outdo now had the chance to marry someone extremely wealthy and live a happy life, while she was stuck in prison. Seminit screamed in frustration. Why was life so unfair to her? She kept mumbling, this definitely couldn't be happening. A few of Semin's roommates saw her like this, and they had no idea what was going on with her. They called the guard to check on her situation. The guard took her to the infirmary of the prison. At this moment, Seminit was only thinking about how to stop Ji-won from marrying Jin Hyuk. She was sure she had to come up with some kind of plan. She sat up abruptly and decided she needed to call her dad. Seminit stood up and walked outside. The prison doctor asked her if she was feeling better. Seminit pleaded with him to let her use the phone for a bit. The officer asked her how many times she had used the phone this month. She told him this was her first time here. He agreed but said he would only give her 5 minutes, so she had to talk quickly. Seminit called her biological father. She told him she was calling because she had something to discuss. On the other end, her dad told her not to call him anymore, as he was busy. She asked if he was still living with that woman. He asked why she was inquiring about that. Seminit said she had good news to share with that woman. She mentioned that the woman's daughter was about to get married. And it was to a famous tycoon. Seminit told her dad to try and find Ji-won. If her biological mother didn't show up at the wedding, Ji-won would definitely feel very lonely. When the officer came in to inform Seminit that her time was up, she repeated Ji-won's address to her father. She also reminded him not to mention that he was her dad. She was determined to wait for his news. Seminit hung up the phone, thinking that the officer must have heard everything. She thought if Jin Hyuk's family found out about Ji-won's past, she would surely be kicked out of the conglomerate. Imagining Ji-won being abandoned by Jin Hyuk made Seminit feel quite delighted. The next morning, as the end of the workday approached, Ji-won texted Jin Hyuk to ask if he was almost done, saying she would wait for him on the first floor. Just then, Duran called her and said someone was looking for her in the main lobby and wanted to see her. She urged her to hurry there. Ji-won was very surprised, wondering who could be looking for her at the company. Ji-won leaned in close and whispered that the woman claimed to be Ji-won's biological mother. Ji-won couldn't believe it. There must be some misunderstanding here. After all these years, had her mother ever come looking for her? Since the day her mother abandoned the family, she hadn't once returned to visit, or even asked her father about Ji-won. Ji-won quickly made her way down to the main hall, where a middle-aged woman stood before her, bursting into tears at the sight of her, and asking if she was indeed Ji-won. To Ji-won, the woman in front of her felt both strange and familiar, which made sense since she hadn't seen her in years. Upon hearing Ji-won's confirmation, the woman rushed over and enveloped her in a tight embrace, asking if she was well. She expressed that since Ji-won was born, she had no idea how her daughter had been living. For Ji-won, the only memory of her mother was a family photo taken when she was a child. For all these years, she had no news about her, and her mother had never once called. And yet, here she was, suddenly appearing before Ji-won. The woman continued to hold her tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Ji-won stood there, frozen, unable to comprehend why her mother had come looking for her after all these years. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was also in the building, witnessing this emotional scene unfold. He immediately turned his head to make a phone call. Ji-won led her mother into a cafe on the first floor, asking her why she had suddenly come to find her. She questioned why her mother had not been in touch all these years, and why she chose today to seek her out. Her mother replied that she felt guilty and had kept her distance. She had thought about searching for Ji-won 1,000 times, and many times she had stood outside her school, only daring to watch her from afar. Ji-won asked how her mother knew she was working there, to which her mother responded that she had heard someone mention her. Grasping Ji-won's hands, she pleaded for her forgiveness. All she wanted was for Ji-won to allow her to visit occasionally from now on. That was all she desired, to make amends for her mistakes over the years. Ji-won was still in shock at this moment. A person she had almost forgotten suddenly reappeared in her life. The server brought their food to the table and asked where to place the fried eggs. Ji-won's mother quickly said to put them on Ji-won's side, asking if she still enjoyed eating eggs, recalling how delicious it was to watch her eat rice with eggs since she was little. Ji-won asked her mother if she still remembered the things from her childhood. Her mother replied, of course she remembered. Her daughter had always been praised for her beauty, fair-skinned and with a lovely smile. Ji-won thought to herself, if she was so beautiful, why did her mother leave her? Why did she take all the money and disappear with her lover? She didn't even attend her father's funeral. Why didn't she come looking for her sooner? Ji-won had so many questions for her mother, but she didn't want to voice them. Even though she knew that if her mother answered, it would just be excuses, today she wanted to hear everything. After finishing their meal, Ji-won took her mother to the apartment where she lived. Her mother said she was very happy to see her living in such a nice place. Ji-won asked if her mother wanted to come in and tour her apartment. Her mother said that she must be tired after today, so it was best to go home and rest early. Just having dinner and walking together made her very happy. Her mother thanked Ji-won for coming to see her, telling her that if she missed her, she could call anytime. Hearing her say that, Ji-won felt truly confused. For so long, she had felt like she no longer had a mother. But today, her mother suddenly appeared before her, leaving her in a whirlwind of emotions. Ji-won asked her mother if she could give her a hug. She then asked if her mother had seen the news about her upcoming wedding. Her mother fell silent upon hearing that question. Then she immediately brightened up, congratulating Ji-won on her engagement. She took Ji-won's hand and excitedly asked when the wedding would be, wondering if she could attend. Ji-won pulled her hand away and said she wasn't getting married. She sadly told her mother that the article was false. While she was seriously seeing someone, she had no intention of marrying him. Her mother told her that no matter what, she would always be her beloved child. She hoped that even if Ji-won didn't have blessings from her parents, she would find happiness with her boyfriend. She was glad Ji-won met someone good. Her mother wished for her to live happily, that was her only wish, and only then would she feel a little less guilty. Ji-won cried and hugged her mother tightly. After so many years, she finally felt the warmth of her mother's love. The two of them embraced for a long moment, lost in silence. Eventually, they realized it was getting late. Ji-won's mother said her goodbyes and started to head home. As Ji-won watched her mother disappear from view, she still couldn't believe what had just happened. She wondered why, after all these years, her mother chose this moment to reconnect. Her mother bid her farewell and walked back home. As she turned into a small alley, she quickly pulled out her phone and called her husband. She told the person on the other end that she had met Ji-won. He asked if it was true that Ji-won had a boyfriend. She grimaced and told the man to hold on, as if she had just lured a tiger into its den. The voice on the other end sounded frantic, mentioning that he was trying to stop his own checks, and that he had to pay his son's salary this month. She told her husband that he wasn't just any ordinary businessman and suggested he try to pull in as much money as possible for their business. A wicked smile spread across her face. Once she hung up, she thought her plan was absolutely flawless. While she was gleeful about the prospect of exploiting a large sum of money from the daughter she hadn't seen in years, suddenly, she spotted a man standing a short distance away. Startled, she asked who was standing there. It turned out to be Jin Hyuk, who had intentionally been waiting for her for a while. He slowly approached her, the mother of Ji-won. He greeted her warmly, introducing himself as Ji-won's boyfriend. Her face paled, but she quickly feigned delight. She exclaimed that he must be the young man who would become her son-in-law, expressing her joy at meeting Ji-won. She complimented him, saying he looked even more handsome in person than in the news, and asked when he planned to marry Ji-won. Ji-won cut to the chase, asking how much money would be enough. Ji-won directly asked how much it would take for her mother to disappear from her life. She pretended to be angry, questioning how he could treat someone who was about to be his mother-in-law like that. She immediately took out her phone, claiming she would call Ji-won to tell her about this injustice. Jin-hyuk told her to go ahead and do that. Jin-hyuk informed her that the assets her father had spent a lifetime accumulating, even the savings account was in her name, and all the money she had been giving to her was from her business. He also reinvestigated the insurance company calls when her father passed away. At that time, she lived only a 2-hour drive away, yet she never once tried to find her daughter. But after seeing the news that her daughter was about to marry a tycoon, she rushed over. He told her to share all of this with Ji-won. She fell silent, not expecting to be discovered so quickly. She began to lay her cards on the table, asking Jin-hyuk if he had investigated her circumstances. She admitted that she had done everything for money, and while she had told Ji-won she would take her back, there was no need to pretend to be tired anymore. She told him that if he gave her 2 billion won, she would do as he said. Jin-hyuk replied that aside from not appearing in front of Ji-won again, she should never contact him either. She told him that all she needed was money, so once she received enough, she would follow his instructions. She told Jin-hyuk that having a wealthy son-in-law was like having the heavens on her side. She would listen to whatever he said. She pulled out a piece of paper with her bank account number and handed it to Jin-hyuk. She told him to transfer the money into this account for her. After saying that, she bid him farewell and headed home. Jin-hyuk watched her leave, determined to protect Ji-won. He would not let this woman hurt her again. As she walked away, she hummed a tune, pleased to have achieved her goal. But there was one thing that neither she nor Jin-hyuk expected. Earlier, she had accidentally opened her phone and called Ji-won. Everything she had just said to Jin-hyuk had been heard by Ji-won. She was truly shocked that the mother she had just reunited with after so many years was only seeking her out for money. Ji-won felt immense pain. She realized how foolish she had been. She knew everything about her mother, that she was not looking for her out of love, but for financial gain. She was certain her mother had seen the news about her upcoming marriage, which prompted her to seek her out. Yet, she was also happy to have a mother. Jin-hyuk anxiously looked at the message she sent. She apologized for not answering the phone, saying she wanted to be alone and would call him back later. The rain began to pour. Jin-hyuk didn't know what to do to prevent Ji-won from getting hurt again. Why did life keep throwing her into the depths of despair? The next morning, at Incheon Airport, Manager Oh bowed his head to welcome Director Di back. The director politely inquired about Manager Oh's health. Then, glancing at the clock, she guessed that Jin-hyuk was probably busy, but Jin had more free time and still didn't come to pick her up. Manager Oh explained that Jin said she had to work overtime this weekend. Director Di smiled proudly, saying that the girl was quite capable. Once in the car, she asked again, I heard that Ji-won's biological mother came looking for her. Manager Oh confirmed that they had followed Jin-hyuk's advice to arrange protection for Ji-won, and Director Di asked if the woman claiming to be Ji-won's mother was after money, right? Manager Oh confirmed that was indeed the case. The director sighed, knowing it all too well, that woman was not worthy of being Ji-won's mother. It seemed she would have to handle this matter personally. Meanwhile, at a coffee shop, Ji-won's mother was anxiously waiting. Worried that Jin-hyuk had told Ji-won about her demand for money. She regretted leaving after giving Jin-hyuk her bank account details. Soon after, Ji-won arrived. She had arranged to meet her mother and recounted everything she knew. Then she turned and walked away. Her mother, feeling regretful, asked why Ji-won lied after promising to give her money. Ji-won, in tears, asked if only her mother had the right to lie. Her mother angrily questioned if Ji-won dared to joke with the woman who gave her life. Ji-won wiped her tears and said not to dream of getting money from her, she should take care of herself. Let's not meet again, she added, making her mother furious. The mother immediately lunged to grab Ji-won's hair. Suddenly, a hand grasped her wrist, stopping her in her tracks. Ji-won's mother was taken aback, seeing a stranger standing before her, wondering who this woman was to interfere in her business. The woman told her that she couldn't lay a hand on their precious daughter. Ji-won's mother, now furious, demanded to know who this woman thought she was to claim Ji-won as her daughter. The woman replied that Ji-won was a proud daughter of the U&K group, and she had raised her far longer than her biological mother ever did. Ji-won was astonished to see Jin-hyuk's mother, who was also the director of the CHA Gumran branch, appear at that moment. When she asked why the director was here, she told manager Oh to go home with Ji-won. She wanted to have a little chat with her mother. The director insisted that manager Oh take her home. Ji-won's mother refused, demanding that she come back to help her. She was furious to see Ji-won ignoring her and leaving with manager Oh. She shouted loudly at Jin-hyuk's mother, thinking that a wealthy family would have some class, so why was she just like her son? Jin-hyuk's mother replied that the world is much better, yet the words of a mother who abandoned her child came from her mouth. She clarified that she actually abandoned her husband and child, so she had no right to be called a mother. Ji-won's mother felt terrified when her true name was mentioned. Jin-hyuk's mother asked if she lived with a man named Dong-man-sit, 58 years old, who ran a company that led to a compensation of 100 million won due to poor management. It was because he embezzled and evaded taxes that she deserved such a fate. Ji-won's mother was sweating profusely and suggested they could negotiate a bit. Jin-hyuk's mother shook her head and left, saying she only wanted to talk to a human being. Jin-hyuk's mother was furious that she dared to deceive the daughter she had discarded. No amount of money would save her now. Ji-won's mother yelled that no matter what, Ji-won was still her daughter, the child she bore with great pain. Jin-hyuk's mother was surprised and asked who gave birth to Ji-won. She was furious to see her blaming herself for what she did wrong. Clearly, she didn't deserve to be called a mother. She even said she was trying very hard to restrain herself from skinning Ji-won's mother alive. At that moment, Ji-won's mother felt very scared. She asked if all she needed to do was promise not to see Ji-won again. Jin-hyuk's mother shook her head in confusion, wondering why someone so vile could be so clueless. Did she really think she came here just to say those things? Jin-hyuk's mother said she had shattered Ji-won's heart, and if she couldn't sleep peacefully in the future, neither would she. At this moment, Ji-won's mother was sweating profusely, and she asked if they could negotiate a little. Jin-hyuk's mother shook her head and walked away, saying she only wanted to talk to a human being. Saying that, Jin-hyuk's mother walked away, leaving the woman behind. At that moment, the woman knelt down, wondering if she was really going to lose everything like this. Manager Oh took Ji-won to the company. At this point, Jin-hyuk was waiting for her at the door. When Ji-won saw him, she felt deeply moved. She immediately tossed aside the umbrella in her hand and rushed towards Jin-hyuk. She hugged him tightly, seeking a place to lean on, feeling a sense of peace whenever she was by his side. Jin-hyuk held Ji-won close, wishing he could protect her from all the pain, if only he could bear it for her. Manager Oh had completed his mission and was heading back. Ji-won could no longer hold back. She cried loudly and clung to Jin-hyuk. She told him she had heard everything over the phone. She asked him if his mother was secretly investigating her because she was afraid of her getting hurt. Jin-hyuk replied that he had just learned about his mother's visit from Manager Oh. Ji-won, feeling dejected, said she was exhausted because her mother only thought about money. If she had been honest, Ji-won would have helped her live well. But her mother chose to pretend to love her, which only caused Ji-won more pain. She felt like her mother saw her as a fool. Jin-hyuk reassured Ji-won that she was not a fool. He also had a secret. Mrs. Cha was not his biological mother. His real mother had passed away when he was very young. His father remarried later, which is how he got a mother and a younger sister. She was Hae-jin's biological mother. Ji-won was astonished. This was the first time she had heard this from him. Jin-hyuk recounted that when he was very young, it was a rainy day just like today. After school, he waited for the driver as usual. But that day, he waited a long time without anyone coming to pick him up. When all his friends had left, a woman came to pick him up. That was the first time he met Mrs. Cha. He was surprised to see her come to pick him up like that. At that moment, she slowly approached him with a gentle smile, making him feel a sense of closeness. She apologized for being late. That day, she wore a business suit and beautiful shoes, but she didn't mind the rain as she held the umbrella over him. Even though her feet were soaked, she still walked slowly alongside him. Jin Hyuk said, even though they weren't blood-related, she still had a mother like that. If she were his biological mother, it would have been even better. So it wasn't that she was foolish, but rather that she missed her mother too much. He told her that compared to the people he knew, she was a wonderful person and strong, so she shouldn't hurt herself anymore. Ji-won was touched. She leaned her head against his hand, wanting to be a little spoiled by him just like a puppy. She thanked him for talking to her, as hearing him made her braver to face everything. She realized that the only one who could protect herself was herself. Ji-won stood up and told him she would step outside for a bit. He asked where she was going at this hour, and she said she was going to meet Saminit to sort out this deadly grudge. She arrived at the prison where Saminit was being held. But she still thought that her plan had gone smoothly, feeling quite pleased inside. Saminit slowly sat back in the chair opposite Ji-won. Ji-won greeted her and said it had been a long time since they last met. Saminit asked Ji-won what brought her to visit. She secretly thought that if Ji-won had come all the way here, something big must have happened, like a broken engagement. Ji-won told Saminit that she and Jin Hyuk were doing very well, and nothing special had happened to her. She told her that because she and Jin Hyuk loved each other so much, nothing could tear them apart. Saminit was very surprised by what Ji-won said. She couldn't understand why things were like this. Clearly, she had informed Ji-won's mother's family, so why was nothing happening? Ji-won asked Saminit why her expression was like that. Ji-won directly asked Saminit if she intended to use her biological mother to destroy this engagement, but she was sorry to disappoint Saminit, because it wasn't going to happen, as she hoped. Ji-won told Saminit that she always wondered what her biological mother had done wrong to make her hate her so much. She told Saminit to just say everything today. Ji-won said that her mother cheating with Samin's father wasn't her fault. They were the ones who abandoned their family and ran away. When Saminit heard this, she was furious. For Saminit, it was Ji-won's mother who caused her father to leave. Because of that, her mother had been drinking all day and abusing her. Everything she had to go through was Ji-won's fault because her mother gave birth to her. Saminit still remembers the time when she overheard Ji-won's mother talking to her dad. She asked if her dad intended to take Saminit in, then she would take Ji-won away too. She questioned whether he would bring someone else's child home while abandoning his own. At that time, Ji-won's mother told her dad that he could only take care of Saminit if he took care of her. That's why her happiness was completely snatched away by Ji-won. Even her father was taken away from her. Ji-won had stolen everything from her. If Ji-won didn't exist in this world, Saminit wouldn't be so miserable. Saminit shouted loudly. It was all Ji-won's fault that she ended up like this, just like Ji-won's mother cheating. Saminit angrily yelled out that she should have crashed her car to kill Ji-won back then, no matter the consequences. It was better than seeing Ji-won live happily, while she had to suffer in prison like this. Ji-won told her she was truly a pitiful child. Saminit asked Ji-won why she dared to look at her like that. Someone isolated like Ji-won only wore strange clothes. Ji-won calmly replied to Saminit, asking who her words were directed at. She was sure she couldn't take anything from her anymore. Saminit fell silent when she heard Ji-won say that. Ji-won said she now had enough courage to protect herself. Then she stood up. Having said everything she needed to say, she said goodbye to Saminit and left. Saminit asked why she was leaving so quickly. There was still time to meet. If Ji-won left now, she would be all alone again. Ji-won said there was no more time. She needed to go because someone was waiting for her outside. Saminit called after Ji-won, hoping she would come back next time so they could continue their conversation. She insisted that Ji-won must visit her no matter what, not to leave her alone. Saminit bowed her head and cried bitterly. In the end, she was still all alone. She pleaded with Ji-won to please come visit her. they used to be best friends. Ji-won apologized to Saminit, saying she didn't think she would ever visit her again. Before leaving, Ji-won reminded her to take care of herself. Ji-won said goodbye to Saminit. For her, this meeting marked the complete end of their friendship. This marks the end of her unfortunate entanglement here. There was a time when she felt like she was suffering to the point of death. From now on, she is determined to live a truly happy life. Ji-won turned and walked away, leaving Saminit there screaming. Ji-won quickly stepped outside, where Jin-hyuk was waiting for her. He was overjoyed to see her back. Ji-won looked at the man before her, grateful that fate had granted her another chance at life, allowing her to recognize the feelings of this man. The two held hands and headed back together. Jin-hyuk told her that the weather was beautiful today, and hoped her life would shine as brightly as the sun from now on. Ji-won replied that everything deep and complicated was left behind, nothing could stop her and him from being together anymore. Jin-hyuk took Ji-won to his grandfather's house. He told Ji-won to wait a moment, while he rang the doorbell, and waited for someone to answer. Hae-jin appeared very excited, asking why a dragon had come to the dragon's house today. When she saw Jin-hyuk, her enthusiasm suddenly faded. She asked why he was there, jokingly saying that he had somehow wandered into the dragon's house. Ji-won politely greeted the chairman and the director, thanking them for inviting her. Hae-jin told Ji-won that her mother had prepared a wonderful meal, and today her grandfather looked very handsome. Everyone had done their best to welcome her. The director said the food was ready and invited everyone to eat. The grandfather mentioned that they were especially celebrating Ji-won's birthday today, so he hoped she would eat a lot. Jin-hyuk then wished her a happy birthday. He said everyone had put in a lot of effort to organize this party. Therefore, he hoped she would have a great time. Ji-won thanked everyone, wondering if it was okay to receive so many well wishes. The chairman told her that Jin-hyuk had worked hard to meet her, so she should just enjoy herself and not be too tense. Ji-won said she would enjoy this meal with all her gratitude. She picked up her chopsticks and tried a few dishes. She was quite surprised when she looked up to see everyone staring at her intently. Everyone asked her if the food was delicious, if it was to her taste, and how it tasted, which made her feel quite pressured. Ji-won told everyone that if it continued like this, she would end up with a full belly and eyes. Everyone burst into laughter at the same time. The family atmosphere was truly warm at that moment. Before long, the party was all set up. Ji-won said her goodbyes and thanked everyone for today. She mentioned how happy she was, waved to everyone, and headed home. The director handed Ji-won a letter. She advised her to open it and read it alone when she got home. She told Ji-won to call her mom from now on. Jin-hyuk asked if the birthday letter was written by her own hand. She said she had lived in the very house she bought for Hae-jin, and that meeting Jin-hyuk meant she was indeed her daughter. This was fate's arrangement. Jin-hyuk thanked the director profusely. She happily called the director mom. Jin-hyuk opened the car door for Ji-won to get in. They headed back home together. Ji-won opened the letter to read. The director expressed her joy in meeting her. She felt proud that her Jin-hyuk had found a girlfriend like her. She thanked Ji-won as a mother. She mentioned hearing many people gossip about her dating the eldest son of the corporation, but told her not to let those words get to her. Don't dwell on it. She hoped Ji-won would share her feelings with those she loved. Once again she wished her a happy birthday. She loved her very much. Ji-won held the letter close to her heart. For the first time she felt genuine care from a mother. She was very grateful to her for that. She would definitely cherish the important things around her more. At that moment, Jin-hyuk had taken Ji-won to Busan. He parked the car at a beach. And then woke her up. Jin-hyuk asked if she had slept well. He told her that today wasn't over yet, so her birthday was still ongoing. Ji-won looked at him sheepishly. She had dozed off. She asked him where they were. He told her that today was a special day, so he wanted to take her to a special place. He had something very important to tell her. Ji-won asked Jin-hyuk what that important thing was. He took out a stack of envelopes and handed them to her. He said the shares he owned in the corporation totaled 15. He mentioned that this was the transfer document for the Samsung building that his grandfather had given him. Ji-won asked if he really intended to give all of this to her. She asked if he wasn't proposing marriage to her, right? Jin-hyuk said that if after he finishes speaking she doesn't like it, he won't bring it up again. He also presented a commitment document, stating that no matter what Ji-won does after they get married, whether it's business, studying, or working, he will fully support her. Ji-won held the commitment document and skimmed through it, finding that everything in it was beneficial for her. Jin-hyuk mentioned that all the conditions were written by him. Because he likes her, he is willing to do everything for her. To ensure Ji-won's happiness, Jin-hyuk will always do his best. Ji-won felt a bit shy. She wanted to open the window a little to breathe in the fresh air. Ji-won asked why he didn't promise to make her happy, but instead said he would do his best. Would that be enough? Jin-hyuk explained that everyone has different elements that contribute to their happiness. Among the things he wants to do for her, there might be mistakes, and in those moments, if she speaks up, he will correct them. He even joked that if she told him to pretend to die, he would just act like he did. Ji-won remembered her father and realized that this was the reason her dad chose him. She asked him why he would pretend to die. Jin-hyuk replied that if he really died, she wouldn't be happy anymore. He truly loved Ji-won. He knelt before her and took out the engagement ring he had prepared. He asked her if she could accept this ring because he wanted to have her. Ji-won said she had decided not to marry in this lifetime, and he already knew that. Jin-hyuk acknowledged that he knew all of that, but he still wanted to do what he wanted to do. He slowly stood up, explaining that he had driven for hours to this special location just to propose to her. Finally, he managed to say the clumsy words he wanted to express. Ji-won told him that she loved him too, and wanted to be by his side for a lifetime. For her, just being able to live with this man was already a great happiness. Ji-won asked him if he wanted to try living together. Jin-hyuk was taken aback by her proposal. He embraced her tightly and kissed her passionately. Ji-won silently promised her father that she would definitely live happily, hoping he would watch over her from heaven. The next day, Jin-hyuk arrived at the company before Ji-won. When she arrived, she asked him why he got there so quickly, and if he had been waiting for her for a long time. Jin-hyuk told her that he was fine and was also looking into that a bit. Ji-won was surprised to see the staff taking down the sign for In-hwan's cafe, and she asked Jin-hyuk why the cafe was closed. Jin-hyuk asked if she didn't know about this, saying that it seemed In-hwan had quit the cafe, and he wondered how Hae-jin would feel about it. Ji-won asked him how this was related to Hae-jin, and Jin-hyuk replied, "Don't you know that Hae-jin likes In-hwan?" Ji-won was taken aback when she heard that. She told him she thought Hae-jin only liked the desserts there. She asked how he knew about this, clearly feeling that she should have a better perspective on life than he did, so why hadn't she noticed it? Suddenly, she realized that today's lunch menu featured ribs, and Hae-jin hadn't had lunch today. Jin-hyuk thought this could be serious, and Ji-won suggested she would ask In-hwan about it, while he proposed that he should try to invite Hae-jin to have dinner with In-hwan. That evening, Ji-won went to find Hae-jin. Hae-jin asked her what brought her all the way there. Ji-won told Hae-jin that In-hwan would be going to study abroad in Switzerland the next day. Hae-jin replied that she already knew about it, but it didn't concern her, she and he weren't that close. Ji-won said that In-hwan's flight was at 7:30 the next morning and hoped Hae-jin would take the morning to meet him. Ji-won added that she didn't know when he would return, it could be a few years, not just 1 or 2 months, and Hae-jin said it didn't matter to her, if he went to Switzerland. He didn't necessarily have to bring back chocolate. Ji-won asked Hae-jin. If she felt fine, then why was she crying? Hae-jin quickly wiped her tears and said that In-hwan didn't care about her, and she didn't like someone so ordinary. Ji-won asked, if In-hwan didn't care about her and she didn't like him, then why did he save a piece of dessert for her every day? Ji-won also asked why Hae-jin accepted to eat it. Hae-jin remembered In-hwan's gentle smile whenever he brought out the dessert for her. She sorrowfully told Ji-won that it was meant for her. In-hwan had given it to her. Clearly, Hae-jin was not just a substitute for Ji-won. Hyejin asked Ji-won if she ever liked cappuccino pudding. Ji-won said she absolutely hated that dish. Ji-won urged Hyejin that no matter what, she must go tomorrow, or else she would regret it. The next day, In-hwan had finished packing and was at the airport ready to leave. He had decided to take a break from this place for a while. Just as he approached the ticket counter, he heard Hyejin calling out to him. He asked why she was there. She said she had taken a half-day off to come see him because she had something to ask. She asked if all the desserts she had eaten during this time were the ones he had made for Ji-won, right? Hyejin said she knew this, but she didn't know when he would be back, so she had something important to tell him. Hyejin shouted loudly to In-hwan that she really liked him. Everyone in the airport turned to look at her with admiring eyes. After saying everything she wanted to say, Hyejin felt much lighter. In-hwan told Hyejin he was very sorry. She told him he didn't need to apologize at all, she was the one bothering him. He asked if she could wait for him. He wanted to make a special dessert just for her, and then he would come back. Hyejin was very surprised to hear him say that and asked what he meant. In-hwan said that for some time now, every time he made a dessert, he always thought of Hyejin, wondering how happy she would be when she ate it. So if she came because she was hungry, he would immediately whip up that dessert. He apologized to her for not being able to completely erase Ji-won from their space, as that would mean Hyejin wouldn't have complete happiness. Hyejin sniffled and wiped her nose. In-hwan asked if she was crying, and she told him she was about to freeze to death. In-hwan took off his scarf and wrapped it around Hyejin. He said if a better man showed up around her, he would leave right away, but until he returned, if that man hadn't appeared, he would confess to her. Hyejin told him that she would definitely kick him away at that time. In-hwan asked if he could confess to her like that. Hyejin took off the hair tie from her head and handed it to In-hwan. She said she didn't know if she had another guy, but she hoped he would come back before that. She told him that she would definitely wait for his return. In-hwan also promised that he would come back for sure. Just then, snow began to fall, making their scene even more romantic. Both of them reached out to catch the first snowflakes of the season. They temporarily said goodbye, as In-hwan boarded a plane to Switzerland. Hyejin returned home, determined to wait for him to come back. At that moment, talking to Hyejin made In-hwan feel really comfortable. He was determined to return to find her quickly. Finally, winter arrived, a very cold winter, but everyone eventually finds happiness. Dong-suk was always there for Dong-jang and her mother. Jin-hyuk and Ji-won spent every day together, experiencing sweet happiness. Both felt very content with their current lives. Finally, her father could rest easy knowing she had found someone to give her heart to for a lifetime. Spring quickly arrived, and today everyone was busy preparing for Ji-won and Jin-hyuk's wedding party. Jin-hyuk's grandfather even hired a band to perform at their wedding. Everyone had been eagerly anticipating this ceremony for a long time. Everyone hoped that she and Jin-hyuk could live happily together. Hyejin went to the bridal waiting room to meet Ji-won, knocking on the door to ask if she could come in. When Hyejin stepped inside, she was immediately stunned by Ji-won's beauty. She saw Ji-won wearing the sparkling glasses that Jin-hyuk had gifted her. Ji-won asked Hyejin why she had just arrived. Ji-won smiled happily, looking like a fairy descended from the heavens today. Hyejin said Ji-won looked so beautiful that she felt like crying. Ji-won thanked Hyejin for the compliment, looking at herself in the mirror and mentioning that her belly seemed a bit bigger, but it should be fine. Hyejin said that meant she was about to have the two cutest babies in the world. She joked that she would definitely become an aunt with 1,000,000 points. At that moment, Hyejin received a phone call. She told Ji-won to wait a moment, and when she saw it was In-hwan calling, she was quite surprised. Ji-won told Hyejin that he must have arrived by now. Ji-won mentioned that she had sent him the address to come over. She grabbed Hyejin's shoulders and urged her to answer his call. He must be waiting for her. Hyejin stepped outside to take the call, unsure of what to say to him at that moment. She asked him why he called her. In-hwan asked her when she had cut her hair short, saying it really suited her. She was surprised and asked how he knew she had cut her hair. Did he see her? Was he nearby? In Hwan told her to look out the window. Jin couldn't believe he was really back. Was he actually standing right in front of her? He looked just the same, nothing had changed since the day he left. She immediately ran down to him, asking when he returned to South Korea. In Hwan said he just got back this morning, and as soon as he landed, he rushed over here. She teased him, saying he must have been afraid of missing Ji-won's wedding, right? In Hwan shyly admitted he used the wedding as an excuse just to see her. Jin playfully remarked that he probably didn't buy any chocolate, and was just flattering her, right? She asked if he really came all this way just to see her. He replied that he brought back a lot of famous Swiss chocolate just for her. While in Switzerland, every time he saw something beautiful or delicious, the first person he thought of was Jin. He said it wasn't intentional. Her image just kept popping into his head, which is why he brought back all that sweetness to gift her. She asked if all of it was really just for her. In Hwan declared that no matter who it was, he would say this was only for Jin. He rolled up his sleeve to show her that the string she gave him was still intact. He asked her if their promise was still valid. At that moment, Jin understood. In Hwan told her that from now on, his heart would only belong to her. The two embraced each other happily. After a while, Jin led In Hwan into the bridal waiting room to meet Ji-won. In Hwan congratulated Ji-won on her marriage, and Ji-won asked if he was doing well, and if he would be staying in South Korea for good. Jin said this time, he had to set up his shop properly, and definitely not leave again. Ji-won felt very happy for the two of them, seeing them together like this. One was the sibling of the person she loved most, and the other was her closest friend. She's thrilled that they can truly be together. Jin and In Hwan are holding hands tightly, and from now on, they are definitely not letting go of each other for a single step. At this moment, Ji-a's friends had also arrived, showering her with congratulations for not only getting married, but also becoming a mother, truly the best news ever. Ji-a asked if the person they just met was In Hwan. Ji-a asked how much the dress Ji-won was wearing cost, hoping Ji-won would whisper the price to her. Two people whispered for quite a while, and it's a mystery what secrets they shared with each other. Ji-a was talking to her friends, saying that their Ji-won had succeeded. She felt jealous of the baby in the womb. They say in the next life, I definitely want to be born as Ji-won's child. At that moment, Dong-jang's daughter burst through the door and ran straight to Ji-won, wrapping her arms around her and exclaiming that she looked like a fairy today. Ji-a then asked who this adorable little girl belonged to. The little girl called her mom and Dong-suk to hurry over for a photo op with Ji-won. Two people just strolled in, chatting away about how the little one absolutely adores the garden here. They've gone around 5 times already, and she's still not bored. Dong-jang took Ji-won's hand and said Ji-won looked stunning today. She looked at Ji-won in her dress and felt like she was a bride too. Dong-suk asked her if she wanted to wear a dress one more time. If she agrees, he will definitely buy it for her. The atmosphere in the room is now filled with pure joy. Everyone is thrilled by Ji-won's happiness. Each person should take a photo with the bride, starting with Dong-suk, Duran, and their daughter. Next up, Ji-a's crew stepped in for a group shot with Ji-won. At this moment, Jin-hyuk's crew asked him why today, a supposedly lucky day, he looked so tense and awkward. His expression right now looks like Jin-hyuk is gearing up for battle. He said just think about the twins about to make their grand entrance, picture them taking their first wobbly steps, and calling out for dad, and you'll instantly find yourself beaming with a big, bright smile. He said that Jin-hyuk would definitely rush to marry Ji-a as long as she agrees. Suddenly, Ji-won realized that for her, that would probably be way too much to handle. Just then, Manager Oh showed up and said it was time to roll out. His little fans raised their hands and cheered him on. Jin-hyuk followed the wedding officiant, his heart racing with excitement. At this moment, Jin-hyuk's grandfather and mother are standing with Ji-won, praising her for looking like an absolute angel in that dress. He told her that even the bouquet she was holding was grown by him personally. He mentioned that he was still clumsy in his craft, but he hoped she would like it. Ji-won felt deeply touched upon hearing this. She told him he had already done so much for her. She hugged him tightly and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Ji-won told him that this was the most beautiful bouquet she had ever seen. He comforted her, saying he wished for her and Jin-hyuk to live happily. Meanwhile, Bang the cat was enjoying its freedom, wandering comfortably in the garden. Jin-hyuk thanked Manager Oh for officiating the ceremony for him. Manager Oh suddenly burst into tears. He said he never expected Jin-hyuk to get married like this. He grasped Jin-hyuk's shoulders, insisting that he must live well. Ji-won had finished by then and called for Jin-hyuk. Ji-won looked like a fairy stepping out of a fairy tale at that moment. Jin-hyuk gazed at her intently, unable to utter a word. Jin, seeing her brother like this from afar, shouted out, warning him to watch out for bee stings. After all, their bride was incredibly beautiful. Director Cha mentioned that the chairman was very happy to officiate the wedding, and she said the ceremony was about to begin, so they should hurry up. Ji-won took Jin-hyuk's hand and they entered the party. She asked him if he had been waiting for her for a long time. Jin-hyuk replied that he had indeed waited a long time for her. They had walked a long road, overcoming even death itself. He said no matter how long it took, it didn't matter. What was important was that he would finally be happy with her. He held her hand tightly as they stepped in together. This moment was what he had been waiting for so long. The ceremony was held with great solemnity, and the band strived to play the happiest melodies. Their little cat was also thrilled to see the beautiful wedding cake. The two of them slowly walked into the applause and cheers from all the guests present. Ji-won held Jin-hyuk's hand tightly, taking each step on the path they had traveled through so many hardships to reach. They paused before their grandfather. Ji-won felt truly happy that he was the one officiating her wedding. He declared that they were officially husband and wife. She asked her dad in heaven if he was watching her wedding. Jin-hyuk kept his promise to his father. She will live a truly happy life. The chairman seemed a bit flustered when he declared that they could kiss each other. Everyone at the party, especially Jin, was cheering with excitement. Everyone is cheering for the groom to kiss his bride. Dong-jang's little one also seemed to be having a blast. Ji-won told Jin-hyuk that while they can't predict the future right now, she doesn't need that kind of certainty. She had been eagerly looking forward to savoring each day that passed with Jin-hyuk. He told her he would keep her laughing for a lifetime. This precious life wouldn't be the same without you, and I wouldn't be able to enjoy it. Finally, the most anticipated moment of the wedding arrives, the bouquet toss. When the photographer counts to 3, Ji-won. Hold the bouquet high behind you. The bouquet was tossed into the air, and the lucky one who caught it was none other than Jin. Everyone at the party gathered for a picture-perfect moment, capturing pure joy. Jin-hyuk's family is overjoyed and emotional. Watching the young couple slice the wedding cake. Everyone in the picture has found their own slice of happiness in life. So, it's a truly happy ending. Lovers will always find their way to each other. Hopefully, good people will always receive good outcomes.